I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, you don't be it's once again. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, we be Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. You will move, I pay the master. When do you go play one? I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my therapy, I will show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you want, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. I be the master. You know, when I came here earlier for sound check, I didn't check the sound because I didn't have any interest in checking any sound. I know the sound will come.
Tí o bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun. Tini okay, Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà mi ò gba contract mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀. Mi tọrọ gàrí, mi tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn. Hey!
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what I don't really forget me.
Okay.
I want you to feel. And then you get ya. Mama say I want to go, want to go. I got no one to tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got you to never tell them what I don't want to get. I did not buy a dog.
When you go to major parks, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
Oh yeah, orin fífẹ́ kan, orin àyájọ́ ni, wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun, oye tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá.
There it is right there. So there, why am I flying like that? I should be central to the thing. There it is. So there it is like there. No, we have to hear that again. No, we will beat them to death. No,
Oh yeah, orin fífẹ́ kan, orin àyájọ́ ni, wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun, oye tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá.
So there it is. You heard it from the horse's mouth. For the non-Yoruba speakers, we will beat them to death. That's not a literal beating to death, by the way. That's a metaphoric beating to death. We will continue to defeat them till we totally dishearten them. That's what that means. We will beat them to death. So and all that. Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? Sorry, my voice as always. Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading landing into yet another session. Your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man, one man went to mow. So one man went to mow. The eagle lands again. The eagle lands this time with a sense of incredulity. Incredible stuff. And before we get into all that, click on the like button if you would, please. Subscribe if you're not already. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard that brings you in. So click on that. Super chats towards the stream if you feel inclined to do so. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come on the screen. Super chats towards the stream. So those are the go-tos. I'm going to say apologies that I abandoned yesterday's session, but I seem to be abandoning. It's not something that is going to be the new custom, by the way. The sessions will stabilize. Good to see Arugideba. So it will stabilize at some point fairly shortly, and we will have daily standardized streams. That is in the nearest future. I think by within the next 2 weeks, everything should streamline. So I'm going to I'm having a lot of renovations done. Everything is upside down, so I'm not in the most combobulated. I'm not in a serene space, so that's why that's the lack of consistency. But it wasn't the case that it was consistent in the first instance anyway. But we continue to aspire to that consistency. So the ideal start time for these things is around about 6 p.m. So that's the drive time. Nigeria, the whole of Europe, and I think that's around about the waking up time in the United States. So that's the prime time. So the prime time really is 6 to about 10 thereabout. That's the prime time. But I don't slot into that slot. So where I slot into is 10 something. When my house is settled and I have the space to do this. So that's just it. So I know it's somewhat skittish. I know the timing is not ideal, but there it is. What we have to offer is what did Buhari say the last time? He said you have to eat what you grow. So I think it's one of those eat what you grow. But nevertheless, whenever the sessions do start, fun times guaranteed. Fun times guaranteed. So fun times guaranteed. Shall we just get started? Now, it's quite an incredible thing going on within the Nigerian space. We're going to be starting it off with this clip right here. So actually, before we bring this on, so they succeeded with Peter Obi, a less than mediocre governor, a total criminal, by the way. We all know about the Pandora Papers. We all know about the 250 million naira that he stole in cash, and he was arrested. He was caught red-handed, and the money was seized from him by the police in Lagos. 250 million. That was when it was. So we know Peter Obi is a criminal, but the way they have rebranded him now is almost now they essentially turned him into a hero. At least a hero to some sort of some kind. Yes, exactly. You know how it goes. So I'm going somewhere with this, by the way. It's not really a Peter Obi bashing, although that's always good fun anytime, any day. It's just the easiest thing to do to run the criminal down. But I am going to I'm going somewhere with this. So they started it off by rebranding the less than mediocre. And when I'm saying Peter Obi was a less than mediocre governor, his predecessor, Chris Ngige, he did 10 times better, and his successor, Willie Obiano, he did vastly better than Peter Obi. So Peter Obi sandwiched between two administrations. It was an abject failure in comparison to all of them. And Soludo now is the best year that they've ever done. So at least in the Fourth Republic that we're in now, Peter Obi stands as the worst governor that Anambra State has ever had. That is what the data tells us. That's not even my prejudiced view. That is what the data tells us. The data also tells us that Peter Obi was looting the treasury of that state. We know that from the Pandora Papers. We know that from the 250 million naira that they seized from his convoy in his own property at 7 Aerodrome Road, Apapa. So I know it to that detail. I know about it to that detail. Number 7 Aerodrome Road, Apapa. Go check the records, see who owns that, and go check the records, see where that 250 million naira was seized and who from. So we know he's a criminal, but they succeeded to rebrand him now, almost now to a hero, but a hero to some, not certainly not a hero to somebody like myself, and hopefully not a hero to somebody like yourself, because you are too nuanced, you have too much savvy to be swept along with whatever wild story is going on out there. So there's that. And Dito Nnamdi Kanu, who is a verilous criminal, a terrorist, a killer, a genocidal maniac, and they've now rebranded him to some sort of whatever it is they're rebranding him into now. So having now succeeded in all that, the rebranding continues. Now, a coward, very difficult to rebrand, but as these people now have form, how are they going to succeed? So the next rebranding exercise now, it goes to Humphrey Nwosu, who superintended the election that should have made Abiola president, but with his connivance with the people, with the military government in power at the moment, he truncated that election. That's what Humphrey Nwosu did. But as ever, as with the rebranding of Peter Obi, Nnamdi Kanu, etc., here is now the beginnings of an attempt to rebrand Humphrey Nwosu. So let's pick it up from here. You will get the words in a moment. I think it picks up with Senator Abaribe. Let's see.
Note that the late Professor Humphrey Nwosu was a former National Electoral Commission NEC chairman from 1999 to 1993. Further notes that Professor Humphrey Nwosu supervised the 1993 presidential elections. Aware
Sorry, I don't know quite why this thing glitches so much.
Presidential election led to the famous June 12 slogan, which ultimately confirmed Alhaji MKO Abiola as the winner.
It's okay. You can, well, the leader said he has.
And by the way, everything that Abaribe is saying there, they are all lies. All lies. Every single thing that Abaribe is saying there, they're all lies. It's the total opposite of Humphrey Nwosu did nothing to the actualization of June 12. Because if you anyway, they're all lies, everything Abaribe is saying there. But then of course we've seen this playbook before, work successfully with Peter Obi. So now they're now trying to rebrand all the rascalities in the East. Yes, let's pick up from here.
Further notes that Professor Humphrey Nwosu supervised the 1993 presidential elections. Aware that the courageous defense of democratic electoral process during the 1993 presidential election led to the famous June 12 slogan.
There is nothing courageous about Humphrey Nwosu's participation, activities, actions in that June 12 space. Nothing courageous about it. In fact, the direct opposite. Everything that Humphrey Nwosu did in the course of that space, it was cowardly. So there's no courage to anything, and he's not anything to do with the recognition now of June 12. The recognition now of June 12 is to the defeat of how Humphrey Nwosu stood, as opposed to an endorsement of how he stood. It is to the defeat of who he is and how he stood and what he stands for. So there's nothing there are no accolades of June 12 that goes in the direction of Humphrey Nwosu. It was a total failure.
The 1993 presidential election led to the famous June 12 slogan, which ultimately Alhaji MKO Abiola as the winner.
It's okay. Well, the leader said he has a point of order. I don't know.
This matter is a motion to immortalize the architect of June 12, Professor Humphrey Nwosu. And I'm not the only sponsor. This is also sponsored by...
All right. I can't quite explain why the thing is glitching so much, but hopefully it doesn't glitch in this now next phase. Don't worry, we'll get to that in a moment. We have to build the story. So this is where the story started. A proposition then to immortalize Humphrey Nwosu, who superintended the biggest electoral failure, the worst election that Nigeria has ever experienced, not in terms of the will of the people as expressed, but the will of the people as suppressed. It was a front runner in the suppression of that June 12 mandate. And here is Senator Abaribe now asking that he be immortalized. So that's where we are. And now Senator Abaribe is going to go through a list of the people sponsoring this bill. And I want you to pay particular attention to the names that he's going to read out. So that sets the agenda at play. So that tells you then what agenda is at play. So it's going to rattle through the list. There'll be the nominal name that you might not expect, but most of the names that you will hear are names that you would expect to be sponsoring this bill.
This is also sponsored by other senators, Senator Abamoro, Senator Joseph Carlo, Senator Austin Akobondo, Senator Aliero, Senator Victor Ume, Senator Victor Moye, Senator Okechukwu Ezia, Senator Kelvin.
1-3. A senator moving a motion under combined orders 41 and 51 shall ensure that copies of the motion are available.
All right. I'm not quite sure why it's glitching so much, but I think the substance of what I wanted to establish with that already established. So there is Senator Abaribe representing the voice of the Eastern parliamentarians. He gave us the list of the people backing his bill. He gave us a list of the people backing his bill, and that list, of course, almost the entirety of the Southeastern complement in the parliament. So essentially a Southeastern bill to rebrand the erstwhile cowardly Humphrey Nwosu as now a national hero. In fact, they reached to the extent to actually suggest that the INEC building in Abuja be renamed Humphrey Nwosu building. So that is how far it's a provocative act. And I think this Senator latches back at him. Let's see if this plays. If this doesn't play, then we go straight to Adams Socio-political, who then takes this these people sponsoring this bill. It takes them through a lesson in history. But let's hear what Senator Bamidele has to say first.
For all senators, when approval to move the motion is granted, this.
As you are listening to Senator Bamidele, I want you to, hopefully you can see my cursor, I want you to pay attention to the demeanor, the facial expressions of this guy that I'm circling here, the man wearing the orange sort of dress with the Yoruba cap on his head. I want you to pay attention to his facial expression. He can barely contain his rage. That's what I'm reading.
This.
All right, we're going to abandon this because it's glitching too much, but let's go on from that to this one. Here it's still within the same theme park, by the way, still within the same subject matter. Here is now Senator Adams Socio-political, who also could not contain his incredulity as he watches history trying to be rebranded, and here he is now taking on that bill frontally and confronting Senator Abaribe head on. So here is Adams Socio-political. Hopefully this doesn't glitch.
This motion which says, quote, conscious of his courageous.
It's a conspiracy, isn't it? They don't want you to see it, but you will see it. Hold on. There are ways around these things. Hold on. You know, this
electoral process during the night.
Hold on. Let me just do something. This Abaribe contribution is so important that
presidential election that led to
the I'm not going to let it get
famous
glitches.
June 12th slogan, which ultimately confirmed.
All right. What I am going to do is I'll download this one, this Ochiomole one, and then I'll play it to you in the studio. I think that's the best way to do that. So let me just let me see where is it. Let me grab it. I'll download it and play it to you in the studio. I think that's the best way to handle this. But as I set it up to download, let me bring you. Let me bring you something else. Let me bring you. Hold on 1 second. Maybe one of these days I will actually come prepared, but maybe that's not today though. Let me bring you this. Let me actually give you a readout of it whilst I'm downloading that to upload it so that you can see fully then. Oh, there it is. So you can see fully then what actually transpired there. Let me just let's do this. Oh, hold on, I have to set up the download first. It's very important that you hear what Adams Socio-political said in response to the attempts to fabularize what history already documents. Humphrey Nwosu, of course, recognized universally as a coward, now being rebranded by Abaribe and his co-travelers as somewhat of a hero. So hold on. Let me just I'm just trying to download it now. Let's see. So yeah, so let's grab it from there. Hold on 1 second. Actually, I'll play a little bit of music whilst that's doing what that's going on now, just to fill the void. Let's play this.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
All right. So that's been downloaded. Whilst we wait for it to re-upload, let's just bring you this. Senate rejects motion to immortalize late NEC chairman Humphrey Nwosu. So this one has to be resisted with the full force of the Senate. Tension erupted in the Senate after the motion to immortalize Humphrey Nwosu June 12 election conductor was rejected. So there it is. There was a disagreement on the floor of the Senate on Wednesday when the Rex chambers rejected the motion seeking to immortalize the late chairman of the National Electoral Commission (NEC), Professor Humphrey Nwosu. It was Nwosu who conducted the June 12, 1993 presidential election, won by the late Chief MKO Abiola, but annulled by the military junta of Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. The senator representing Abia South Senatorial District, Eyinaya Abaribe, had raised the point of order to bring a motion on the late Nwosu and the June 12, 2023 presidential election. The Deputy Senate President, Senator Jubrin Barao, who presided over the plenary, put a question on whether Abaribe would proceed with the motion or not, and the senators voted against it. Attempt by Abaribe to raise another point of order to present the motion again was rebuffed by the Senate leader Okoyemi Bamidele, who said it was wrong to bring up an issue that had just been ruled upon. The Deputy Senate President upheld the point of order raised by the Senate leader, and the development drew the anger of Abaribe. Former Senate leader Yahaya Abdullahi warned the presiding officer against trying to be dictatorial in his approach to issues. Abdullahi said, "This particular kind of thing can aim to deny members an opportunity to raise points of order and also to express personal opinions. We are trying to set a bad precedent if your decision is upheld. Personal matters will no longer be raised under Order 10, and we thereby truncate the independence of senators. So it goes on and on in that vein. But you've had the phase where Senator Abaribe tried then to present a motion to represent Humphrey Nwosu as a national hero. So here is the Oshiomhole clapback that was glitching when I was playing it just now. So hopefully it glitches no more.
This motion, which says, quote, conscious of his courageous defense of the democratic electoral process during the 1993 presidential election that led to the famous June 12 slogan, which ultimately confirmed MKO Abiola as the winner of the election. This is manipulating and wrestling with the truth. June 12 became famous because Nigerians who voted and the elections results already announced, people were at liberty to do their calculation. But because the chief electoral officer failed to formally announce the figures and declare the winner, the Nigerian people on their own talk about, if you look at the media review, the man who is widely believed to have won the election, because the man who should have announced it failed to do so. The second paragraph, or the fourth paragraph, informed that he stood his ground during Nigeria electoral wishes and aspirations were realized, which culminated in June 12 being marked as a 30th Democratic Day due to his unwavering stand as an umpire. Sir, again, this is not correct. President Muhammadu Buhari, to his credit, decided, and may God bless him for that, said what Nigerians already knew, but coming from a city head of state and president, that gave it the currency. He said everybody knew that MKO Abiola won June, election that was conducted on June 12th. Nigerians were really in pain because nobody is able to quote where Professor Nwosu announced the results. It is his failure to announce the result, whether other threat or other whatever forces that prevented him from so doing, that Nigerians were unable to say that he was declared the winner. In fact, I was active in that struggle. When we met with the late General Sani Abacha, he said the reason he decided to order the detention of MKO Abiola was that MKO Abiola proclaimed himself as the winner of the election and therefore as president. It was on that basis Abiola was arrested and he died in detention. If Professor Nwosu had the courage, I emphasize courage as is being suggested here, to announce the winner and damn the consequences. After all, he who is not ready to die for something will end up dying for nothing. We cannot distort history in this Senate. We must be seen to have sentiments that reflect the average feeling of the average Nigerian. Professor Nwosu, when it mattered most, his courage failed him. And when you give national honors and recognition, you do so for people who have shown courage, who have paid the supreme price, or who were ready to pay that price. Lastly, cognizance of the fact that Professor Nwosu laid a landmark foundation, blah, 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 blah. This is the reason it is even more painful that you allegedly have all this courage to conduct elections. I'm on record as saying that Professor Nwosu and President Babangida fooled 18 million Nigerians that voted. Nwosu is not on record before his death as admitting that before I die, let me confess that there was a winner.
You have 1 second. You have 2 seconds remaining.
Therefore, let me round up, Mr. President. I thank you for your this because this is very important. If you couldn't, this is my last point, sir. I appreciate. This is my last point. So I want my in-laws to understand. If he was afraid of the gun, because we are under dictatorship, some people might say, well, but there were Nigerians who were protesting under the gun without minding the consequences. After the end of Babangida tenure, the death of Abiola, the birth of the new democracy that produced President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Obasanjo. Since then, I would have expected Nwosu to say, either on his birthday or on any special occasion, now that we are back to democracy, there is freedom of speech, even the freedom to lie. I would have expected Nwosu to be able to say, I could not declare these numbers.
Thank you.
Now, on my record, Abiola won this election.
Thank you. Senator Osita, you have the floor.
He died without confession.
Thank you.
That he died without confession cannot be rewarded.
Thank you, Senator Osita.
He cannot be rewarded.
Senator Osita Ongu, you have the floor.
SP. Thank you, Mr. President.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So that is the incredulous response of Adams Oshiomhole to the outlandish idea that Humphrey Nwosu is somewhat of any sort of a hero. Humphrey Nwosu actually drew his last breath October 2024, last year. That was when he drew his last breath. But they say a coward dies 1,000 times. Humphrey Nwosu actually died June 12, 1993, or whenever it is. He died on the day of that election, on the June 12 election, but he drew his last breath October last year. So a coward dies 1,000 deaths, and that is the narrative of Humphrey Nwosu, a veritable coward. Here he is in an interaction with Shore.
And the Professor Nwosu that everybody knows to be erudite and very charismatic, and had laid down a very powerful political process, disappeared from the public view. What happened to you after the election on June 12, 1992?
I didn't disappear. Part of the problem was that of the media too. Let me explain the process. From June 16, 1993. Remember, we were promised that if that election was conducted to be free and fair, accepted by international observers and local observers, that we would be given national honors. So my colleagues were also working hard as Nigerians. So when, according to our efforts, you knew all the problems, all the restrictions, in spite of all that, June 12 came. The election was conducted, it was peaceful. Materials were distributed all over Nigeria promptly in all difficult terrain because of arrangement and logistic preparation we put in place. So when the results started coming in, June 13, 14, in fact, it was to be concluded around June 17, 18. The other party, NRC, had even congratulated SDP for winning. You know, suddenly there was a letter served on me by Commissioner of Police that we should cease forthwith in releasing the result. I summoned on June 16 emergency meeting of the commission. All the results had come in, with the exception of that of Taraba, which the resident electoral commissioner from Delta, Professor Sada, was on his way to bring. We would have released the result about June 17. So they said, stop. I was served. In fact, I was called in a meeting of National Defense and Security Council and said, would you release this result without knowing? I said, that's the law. There was no provision of the highest ruling military body to vet the result. The law says that the result should be announced at each level. The polling station level, ward headquarters, local government, state, and finally their conclusion at headquarters. In fact, almost every person, owing to the communication system we put in place, could even collate to know that Abiola had won. Now, with that, my commission met and we decided that we would challenge that ruling by court, Abuja High Court, because it's Commissioner of Police that served it. And when the next step was I was summoned at the level of the National Defense, Security and Defense Council.
Headed by Babangida.
Babangida and Abacha was prominent. They said, okay, that a committee headed by Abacha should find a solution to the problem. I said, how do we find the problem? We should be allowed to conclude what we started. He said, Abacha, in that committee, I'm quoting names. Abacha was in it. Nyako, Nyako was in it. General Aliyu Gusso was in it. David Mark was in it. Was the Minister of Communication. I was in it. Secretary of the Commission, Director of Legal Services was in it. Professor Deria, National Commissioner representing Rivers State. We met in Abacha. When we met in Abacha's house, guest house in Abuja, he set another subcommittee, including myself, Akwambo, late now, Akilu, the Secretary of the Commission, I think one other advisor in law in the State House. When we got at that subcommittee level, I told them, gentlemen, there is nothing for us to meet. The law is clear. Elections have been conducted. Results have been collected. The only one remaining is that of Taraba. And he had come along with it. Please allow us to conclude. We are a technical body. We are not politicians. In any case, if you don't want us to release the result, you should call Abiola and Tofa or negotiate with Abiola. That Abiola was the winner. Well, you know, military. The military personnel in it were afraid. They said, okay, you report, you are the chairman of the commission. We went back to Abacha's guest house, and I reported, well, sir, the law that allowed us to conclude this election made no provision for this technical body, for your committee. You should allow us to conclude the result with that.
And by the way, I'm sure a lot of you that have any memory of that space already know that everything that Humphrey Nwosu is saying is a tissue of lies. You know, it's a bit like Babangida's book that he released, trying to rebrand himself a hero. This is a tissue of lies, but very quickly C0WARD will debunk him with one or two questions.
And announce it, or you call in Abiola and negotiate with him. He shouted on me, who are you to tell us what to do? You are not a member of National Defense and Security Council. You are not. The council and court decided you should not conduct the election. You went ahead and conducted the election. That it was illegal. You will recall, throughout Abacha's regime, his Minister for Information regarded our election as illegal. He said, well, you are not a member. Go to Aso Rock, where all of us will now take a decision. What will happen? Call all your national commissioners. That was, it's a military regime. So, because many people didn't know what, so I was to call my secretary to invite all my national commissioners to come to Aso Rock. It was David Mark. He was then the Minister of Communication, who called, used mobile. That's when the mobile was starting. He called myself, Andrew Manna. I'm mentioning them. He called them. You all wanted at Aso Rock. We went there. Here was a full meeting.
Which date was that?
Was around 18. Yes, all this 18 June. When we got there, Babangida said, NEC, National Electoral Commission, what is your position on this election? I answered, I was the boss, leadership of NEC stops with me. I said, sir, allow us just 2 minutes so that it will not be Humphrey Nwosu's decision. It will be that of National Electoral.
You see, I was going to let it run through because it was glitching so much, but that's the first already cowardly thing. I didn't say this guy is a coward, so that's the first cowardly thing right there. So all of the things that he was saying prior to this, prior to me posting it was just an embellishment, a rehashing of historical facts in order to cleanse his own participation in it. So it's a whitewashing exercise that is attempting. But now he's saying now that they were called into the federal executive meeting, whatever it is, the military junta's meeting, and Babangida asked him frontally that, look, you do the lead of this space. What is your position? And he then abdicates leadership at that point and seeks to consult. So already a coward.
A commission. Said, okay, 2 minutes. We went to one of the rooms. Said, gentlemen, ladies and Eruku was a lady national commission. We don't have anything to do with politics of this. They should allow us to conclude and announced whoever did not like the outcome should go to tribunal. That's the provision of the law. You know, we're talking of institutions. Allow institutions to work. Whoever didn't like it should go to tribunal. They said, you are reporting. Okay. We came out. Sir, this is the decision of the commission. Allow us to conclude this election and announce the result. And that we will challenge that letter, court decision, which Commissioner of Police served on me, that we should stop announcing it. We will go to Federal Court of Appeal, Kaduna Division. So he said, okay, you people are on your own.
Babangida said that.
The decision of there. He said, well, you know, in all this I've mentioned them. So you went to court, not by the Attorney General of the Federation should have championed that position, but he did not. It was Director of Legal Services in NEC, Bello. He's still alive. No, Buhari Bello. I mentioned in my book. Went to Kaduna Court of Appeal. Filed the papers. We submitted all the results, including that of Taraba, showing that Abiola won the election. Abiola was represented by Eke Ajayi. Tofa was represented. The court held first sitting. Justice Okay Achike mentioned it. Okay Achike, late, may his soul rest in peace. But the chairman, he was ready to conclude. He ordered Abuja High Court to submit all matters relating to the election, all the results, and they were submitted to his court for accelerated hearing and decision for June. June 25th, 1993. Please. Now, this was done. Abiola was, he knew all that. And when you submit something to court, it becomes public document. Is it not? All the results were submitted to the court, appeal division, headed by Achike, showing that Abiola won. Abiola knew. Why did Nigerian press not pick it from? Now, when this was to be done June 25th, the military quickly dissolved my commission on June 23rd.
But one quick question.
Yes.
That there was a pronouncement you made that this election is inconclusive.
All right. I was waiting for it to get to that point. So I want you to listen to the question that Showore asked Humphrey Nwosu, because that question then damns everything else that Humphrey Nwosu has been saying to try and rebrand himself. In accordance with the military position to truncate that election, Humphrey Nwosu also declared he was the INEC chairman then, which was the NEC chairman then, it was National Electoral Commission then, they subsequently added the independent. Apologies for my voice, by the way, I'm carrying a little bit or something. So he was the head of that space then, And then he told us then that that election was inconclusive. So it was that inconclusive statement that validated the subsequent actions that the military then took. So I'm saying it now. If this guy is a coward, the guy on your screen, he did not have the courage of conviction to take a stance of belief.
But one quick question.
Yes.
That there was a pronouncement you made that this election is inconclusive.
Because the result was which
date was that?
I can't quite remember, but it may.
All right. So certainly he can't remember the date that he told us that the results were inconclusive. He could remember everything else in between, but the date then that damns his narrative, suddenly he has amnesia.
Have been in the book. The date, the inconclusive that we were not allowed to announce it. It became a subject of court dispute, and all the results, as shown in this book, no other result, as shown in the court, submitted before June 20, before my commission was dissolved, all the election results were submitted. It became public document. And when my commission was dissolved on June 23, we were sacked.
Where did you go next?
What will I do when I'm no longer chairman?
Where did you go?
No, I was in Nigeria.
You went back to Enugu?
I went back to Enugu. I went, first when it was annulled,
Was there any time you were threatened physically, bodily harm?
No, I wasn't, to tell you the truth. No person harmed me. But throughout.
That's also quite. I'm going to stop it in a moment because it glitches too much. I just wanted you to get sufficient enough from Humphrey Nwosu himself. So that's also quite pertinent what he just said there, that nobody threatened him. So there was all the window for him to take a stance of courage, but he lacked the courage to take a stance. And who lacks the courage? When they said, comment the hour, comment the man, the hour came, but then to feel that that hour was not a man, but a coward.
Abacha's regime.
Everybody was keeping a low profile.
All right. I think that's enough of that. So that's Humphrey Nwosu, of course. If you want to know what a cowardly person is within the Nigerian paradigm, I don't think you need to look too far away from this man. Let me just give you a few more headlines and then we'll kick off the session. Coalition falls out, article cries out, says light being peddled to link money to him and Sanwo-Olu. So there's a storyline coming out that in the course of the 2023 elections, article was actually part sponsored by Sanwo-Olu, who gave him a whole bunch of money, which is to add to the narrative then that a lot of it then was just some convoluted play to land us on Tinubu. Article finally opens up on receiving Lagos money from Sanwo-Olu, so that still adds to that space. I'm only giving you these as headlines. Federal government take over Nigerian bank as owners for feed 6.3 billion naira shares. So which bank is that? Let's just document the name. Which bank is that? Keystone Bank. That's the name of the bank. So this one actually, somebody said they said it's an uptown of Lagos coming out on social media. So this is somebody they're after uptown on social media. That's for sure. This is from Pastor Okozie. So this is uptown telling us that Grok will do his work for him. Uptown. Somebody said this. They said Grok will do 40% of my job. Of my job here, I have no time for back and forth anymore. Their Grok, which Nigerian governor from 1999 till date performs the best in the education sector. So Grok is the Twitter sponsored a search engine AI sort of thing that harnesses all the information to present you then what the question is. So remember, these people have always been telling us that the one selling point of Peter Obi was that he did XYZ in education in Anambra State. So that's their go-to. They've told that lie so much, they start to believe themselves. But like I said, facts will always out. So he actually believes, because they've circled that light around themselves so much, he actually believes that Peter Obi did anything in education in Anambra. So here is uptown now. It says in 2027, Grok, let's take it from the top actually. It says in 2027, Grok will do 40% of my job here. I have no time for back and forth anymore. And then he goes on to ask Grok a question. Dear Grok, which Nigerian ex-governor from 1999 till date performed the best in the education sector? So what's the response? Here is Grok. It says Yemson Wike 2015 to 2023 excelled in education with free primary and secondary schooling. Nasir El-Rufai Kaduna 2015-2023 also shown abolishing school fees and adding free meals. Both ex-governors made big impacts, but ranking the best is tough due to limited data. So there it is right there. So these people, they are starting to cannibalize themselves somewhat. So Natasha Akpoti, what's the latest there? Senator Natasha Akpoti files the barment petition at Legal Practitioners Committee against Senator Nwosu. So I've read this earlier, but I'm not going to read it now because my voice, I don't think my voice can carry a readout. I suspect it might not. Senator Natasha Akpoti, I'm just going to, I'll attempt, if my voice can carry it, then I'll bin it. It'll be the only one that I will read though. Senator Akpoti alleged that despite his disbarment, Senator Nwosu relocated to Nigeria and continued presenting himself as a legal practitioner whilst venturing into politics. Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan, currently under suspension, has formally filed a petition for before the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee, seeking the disbarment of Senator Bernard Nwosu from the Nigerian bar. The petition, grounded on allegations of professional misconduct, claims that Senator Nwosu was previously disbarred from the New York bar for fraud, misappropriation of client funds, and failure to respond to disciplinary authorities. I think it's the same storyline as Badabi Amila, isn't it? All these criminal lawyers from America, they are now the ones in the Nigerian parliament. According to the petition, Senator Nwosu was permanently disbarred by the New York Supreme Court Appellate Division, 2nd Department, on May 10, 2010, following a complaint by Daphne Slightfield, a client who accused him of misappropriating legal fees. The court found him guilty of multiple breaches of professional conduct, leading to the revocation of his legal license in the United States. Senator Akpoti Uduaghan alleged that, despite his debarment, Senator Nwosu, by the way, is the one in charge of the ethics committee that suspended Natasha. Pardon me. Senator Akpoti alleged that despite his debarment, Senator Nwosu relocated to Nigeria and continued presenting himself as a legal practitioner whilst venturing into politics. He was eventually elected as the senator representing Edo South Senatorial District and appointed chairman of the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges, and Public Petitions, a role requiring impeccable integrity. The petition further stated that Senator Nwosu failed to disclose his disbarment in its Form EC9, particulars of personal information submitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission before contesting for public office. The legal action comes in the wake of Senator Akpoti Uduaghan's 6-month suspension from the Senate, which she claims was orchestrated by Senator Nwosu in the finance of a court order on March the 4th, 2025. The federal, I think that's as far as I can go with that. So let's abandon that. So we've done Humphrey Nwosu the coward. We've done Article the money grab. What else? I think that's sufficient enough. Let me play you the Kegite music, and then we see who turns up for the conversation. Is there any clip that? Oh, let me play you this clip that was viral. These are young school nursing students. They were clapping back allegedly at Mrs. Tinubu.
Now our mama be this, so we no get another one. Now our mama be this, so we no get another one.
Now your mama be this, so
only me to know.
now your mama be this, so
Now our mama be this, so we no get another one.
now your mama be this, so
Now our mama be this, so we no get another one.
now your mama be this, so
Now our mama be this, so we no get another one.
All right. So that clip has been circulating around social media somewhat. So the Mrs. Tinubu there to do some laudable work. So the person then singing whatever it is their song that they sing there. So so the guy was singing. It's meant to be a back and forth sort of a musical. I don't know whatever the terminology is, but he was singing, now your mama, now our mama be this, so we don't get another one. So the chorus then was meant to have been, now our mama be this, or something like that. But there, in what people are presenting as an act of defiance and rejection, rather than chorus, now our mama be this, so the students were chorusing, now your mama be this, so that's the latest thing being circulated amongst the obedient space. So let me play you this clip. This clip now speaks to the Natasha narrative, and this is a throwback. You know, a lot of the women who they've rejected her, even the Arewa women, they've come out recently, led by Hajia something Suleiman, Amina Suleiman. She's come out leading an aegis, a body and umbrella of Arewa women to say that just dismiss this. We have no association with her because we know her to be a blackmailer. And now this clip now that I'm about to play you, these are the people of the Delta regions fighting Natasha Akpote as she sets about destroying the home of Teresa Edwargan in order to steal her husband. So here is that clap.
As a Nigeria concerned Delta women, I hereby we are hereby issuing Natasha Akpote a warning to refuse a step and not to completely destroy a family foundation that we have built. She should not destroy a family foundation that was built on trust. If our sister and daughter cannot fight for herself, we will tell her, we will tell Natasha, we don't play with our own daughter. Because of a virtuous woman who fights our battle. Yes. When we talk of women representation in politics, we are talking of representation by women of virtue. Not a woman that will scam away. When we are talking of a woman of virtue, a woman to represent Nigeria, we are not talking of a blackmailer. When we are talking of a woman that will stand and speak for we women, we are not talking of a blackmailer. As a Nigeria concerned.
So those were the Delta women rejecting Natasha Edwargan. The Arewa women reject her. Sadly, I don't even think the Southwestern women care about her. They don't care either way. It's just noise to them. Let me play you one more on that, Natasha.
What other persons is she accused of such harassment?
Accused Reno Mokri of harassment during the time of Goodluck Jonathan as president, when the young man was already in US attending to national issue. But of unlucky to her, she didn't know that this young man was outside the country. Upon the slightest provocation, she will come up with allegation of harassment. And I don't know what is wrong with this lady. Does she think that she's the most beautiful woman on earth? Or is it because she's had chocolate color? In my own assessment, she's not among the beautiful women in Nigeria. And it is high time we come hard on her. And why people like us are speaking on top of our voice is not just to protect and defend the Senate president, but to protect and defend her future victims. Even her present husband, she married her out of something like this. She threatened to sue the man. I have a letter circulating over the world that the man should pay her 10 billion or marry her. The man had to marry her under duress. So the marriage was under duress, another product of black. I was watching a video of how the father of the first wife of the husband narrated her ordeal when this lady came into their family, destabilized their family, and took over her husband.
All right.
And without going into her character, I asked Senator Natasha how many husbands has she had in her life at the age of 47 or 45.
Well, she has had about 3-4 husbands. If we are using the word husband in the Nigerian colloquial terms, because of course she had her first child before she was 19, her father unknown, and I think she had 2 more for a different set of guy, another 2 more for, and then I think there's been at least 3-4 guys that she's birthed for in just 45 years on this planet. So I'm saying that only to say that this battle is not, Natasha Akpoti is the wrong face for the battle for women repression, women emancipation, etc., etc. She doesn't have the character, she doesn't have the backdrop, she doesn't have the pedigree, she certainly doesn't have the reputation. She's a woman of loose virtues by all of the reporting that we're getting. But there it is. Let me play the K-Guys music, see if anybody turns up for the conversation at the K-Guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And then things right. I really apologize for my voice, by the way. Hopefully it sustains. I want to have this second bar. We'll see how far it goes. So long that my voice was steady. It may just have nothing to do with us. But joining us, that's Warpace right there. Good to see you, Warpace. That's AY right there. Good to see you, AY. I thought I
Yeah.
saw him. I thought I saw him Maker just now. Did you run away, Maker? I was looking forward to hearing from you. That's Thomas, of course. Good to see you, Thomas. That's Gas them up. Not been here for a moment. That's Man of Prestige. Good to see you, Man of Prestige. Ken mix up the list. So, Emeka, if you're still available, come back. I think the audience have been asking for you for so long. So good to have you, gentlemen. Let's kick it off, start it off immediately. We go in this order. We kick it off with the Kenne, and then Gas them up, and then Man of Prestige, AY. So let's do it in that order. So, Kenne, good to see you. And the rebranding of Humphrey Nwosu in a similar manner to the way that you guys rebranded Peter Obi.
You never announced my presence, Oga woman. I'm in the house.
Sorry, that's Tony Africa as well. So that's Tony. So good to have you there, Tony. Tony was actually the first thing, but I'm just shuffling it just to just to edit it a little bit. So Tony's there. Yes. Can I go to have you?
Yeah, I'm for a long time good panelist and members of Woman Global Platform. Woman Alpha.
Kennedy, the audio is very poor. Can I get to adjust so we can hear you?
Alpha, are you hearing me?
Yeah, that's a bit better. Yeah.
Are you hearing me now?
All right, carry on. Yeah, that's better. How body and all that. My voice don't they go. I don't know if I'm busy. Thankfully, Thomas is here if I have to bail.
Now you know what you take your voice to do now. Something where you know, say they give too much, especially when it comes to Humphrey Nwosu. You wanted to put it everything you want to do so that the story will look so nice. But that's by the way. For me, I am not even. I'm even ashamed of our senator that what they go to the Senate House to debate for us is how to immortalize somebody that died. That's not my style. You understand? So I'm very ashamed of these ones representing the Southeast, calling themselves senator. Instead of them to go there and fight major projects, major things, major developments that come to the Southeast, they go there to fight on how to immortalize one former INEC chairman. Even though the narrative being put out there by some of the senators that didn't want to.
Kennedy, audio is very poor. It's just it's very. It's like you're lying down. Are you lying down?
Are you getting me now?
Yeah, a bit better.
So instead of them to go there to go and seek for debate for a major project that will come to the Southeast, all they do is to go there and ask on how to immortalize one former INEC chairman. To me, I am very ashamed of them. I am very, very, very ashamed of them. And I don't have anything to talk about. No matter what Humphrey Nwosu did, I don't care. I don't know. But immortalizing him should not be the major problem of our senator, especially at this point in time that the Nigerians are into. You understand? So Nigeria is in a very delicate situation. And what our senators do these days is to talk about women and how to immortalize people. It's very shameful that the country is going down every day. These senators will not stand up to talk about our electoral reform. They will not stand up to talk about our judicial reform and everything, and the independence of the three arms of the government that they are now taking for granted. They are not even talking about the River State government that the president has overthrown the state by military. It's now being run by military, and none of them is talking about it.
Hold on now. They've spoken about all that now, and all of those things have been addressed. They're talking about electoral reforms. Everything is going through parliament. Even state policing is in second reading. So they can do that and still do other things now. But really, why are they trying to rebrand the criminal Humphrey Nwosu is the thing. Somebody that a lot of Nigerians consider to be an enemy of the state.
Humphrey Nwosu is not an enemy of the state, no matter how you want to put it. I had the interview you were giving them and how you want to paint it. For me, if we still have a neck like him today, I don't think many Nigerians will be complaining. But it's quite unfortunate because maybe because of where he comes from, many people will not agree with his narrative. Maybe they think that he was the reason why Abiola was not made the president of this country. But it was a military there.
Well, it declared the elections as inconclusive, which then gave the grounding, it gave the base for the military to act. He declared it as inconclusive. He did not have the courage in the moment that courage was required of him.
The declared inconclusive declared inconclusive and all that. But he mentioned that a state was still remaining there. I think he said Nasarawa. He mentioned one state, that Taraba state. So you cannot declare election conclusive when one state is still remaining. So, but I agree that. So why should you say that he declared it inconclusive when there is a point that Taraba state was not in the office or in their collection center then? So what kind of talk is that? So it is very clear that you cannot declare the election conclusive when you have not collected all the results needed to announce the election. So are we daft or what? Are you not supposed to know that, one man? You're supposed to know that. So, and he made it clear that Abiola won the election.
But the Taraba election subsequently came in, which also declared Abiola the winner. So with all of the results, he said that in the interview with C0WARD, we just played it. So with all of the results coming in, he should then have stuck to the mandate, declared Abiola the winner, whether it cost him his life or not, because he died with that election. That was when his life stopped. Nothing else happened to him after that.
He was not the person that made the election not to be announced, because what you are saying is a military
meant to announce it. It was the one that was meant to announce it. And
the result that came in that Abiola was leading. So when Taraba State result has not come,
the final, did you not hear the interview with C0WARD? I just played it now. The result from Taraba came in and also validated, corroborated Abiola's victory. So all he then needed to do to complete his mandate, the task that the country set to him, is to then announce, then having then seen all the elections, I complete my mission by declaring a winner. And then if they decide to shoot him, let them shoot him. So he didn't have the courage that moment required, because he was a cowardly man.
It would be at that maybe is that like a 1 over 36. A 1 over 36 means absolutely nothing.
Please, no. Let's not. Let him have this moment first. Yeah, that's what carry on.
Well, however you want to put it, whether Taraba results, whether it's inconsequential, whether you need it, but the most important thing, even if it's leading with 50% margin, there is a must that Taraba result must be concluded before you announce a result. So I don't know what you are arguing or what you want to paint it. But even if the state don't want to immortalize him or whatever, me, I don't care. Because at this point in time, that is not the major issue in Nigeria. Immortalizing someone for Nwosu.
Yeah, but hold on, it's not even a matter of immortalization anymore. When do they go down in the annals of history in Nigeria as a hero or as a villain?
For me, Humphrey Nwosu is still a hero of our. He's still one of the best INEC chairman we have had in the past. So, however you want to put it, whether you like it or not, that hero-ness is still.
How is it so? He had all of the results, could not declare a winner. How is it?
Not the result because he never manipulated it. Everyone saw that he did a clear election, not like what you see today that you write numbers.
So who won his election then? Who did he tell us won? He told us his election was inconclusive.
The election is very clear. He had every result that shows that Abiola won. He never manipulated it at all. The numbers are there, everything are there.
Did he declare a winner?
For me, as far as he has showed you numbers,
you know what he had courage of conviction.
He had an order not to declare or whatever.
And
you know what it means. Yes.
He had the mandate to run an election. He had the mandate to run an election.
What he did was to show Nigerians that, see, this is your result. Now, you see your result, you see it in a clean paper, and everybody is not daft to know that Abiola won the election. So, if he wanted to maybe succumb to their threat, what he would have done easily was to even manipulate the number so that you will not even know that Abiola won that election. But he never go that direction. He made sure he corrected the real vote, what the numbers was given, and he showed Nigerians that this is the number. So even if they try to manipulate it, your number is still there, that showing that Abiola won. So for me, it's still a courage. It's not like what we have today, that an INEC chairman will manipulate number of whoever he wants to win an election.
The INEC chairman declared that a winner, and he stood by what he declared. He stood by what he declared. Mahmoud Yakubu declared a winner, and he stood by what he declared.
One man. Humphrey Nwosu was courageous enough to put the election on the portal. That's what he meant. Because you know the option I will explain to you. You know the option A4. As the results were being collated, he was displaying it. He was courageous enough to put it on the INEC portal, which was where
that's wrong. That's wrong, actually.
No. It's the same thing. Because that time there was no
portal. Is wrong.
Let me finish now. One man, you can take your position. Right. Let me take my interjection. Then there was no electronic portal. The only portal that was available was put it on a board and televise it live as the results were coming, which was what Humphrey Nwosu did. He didn't declare winner, but he showed it. Let Mahmoud put the election on the portal and not declare the winner. Then he would have done better. He would have done like Humphrey Nwosu. That's what the claim is trying to
say. Sorry, Kenneth. But what I was saying you were wrong is that wasn't where the courage was. That was a procedural thing. It was declaring results as they were coming in, up to the point that attempts were being made to truncate the election. So what he was doing then, posting it on the board, that was just procedural. Maybe he wanted to be innovative. That didn't require courage. He was just doing his job, trying to be innovative. But when they attempted to truncate that election, that was where courage was needed. And he failed because he was cowardly.
Well, you may put it as being coward, but if the previous INEC chairman we are to be coward as he is today, maybe Nigeria would have had every right to fight for their results. So even if Abiola wanted to take more courage, then the result was given to him by Humphrey Nwosu, so he would have taken it to the court, and he would have easily won the case. So I would say that Abiola is a coward there by not picking up the evidence that Humphrey Nwosu gave to him to go and challenge his result. So Abiola will be the coward there, not Humphrey Nwosu. So Humphrey Nwosu, knowing full well that
Abiola is a coward. He declared himself
Let
the
me
winner. You
let
don't
me
even know
finish.
history. Okay.
Let me in today election. If INEC declare winner, INEC will not give you any evidence that you won the election. Even if you go there, pay all the money you want, they will just tell you go and use the result you have from your polling unit agent and all that. But in this instance now, Abiola easily had the result shown on him on the dashboard that he won the election. You understand? The only thing remaining that Humphrey Nwosu maybe was being threatened by the military or whatever. So being a courageous man, for him not to
He told us it wasn't being
let me
threatened. But he told us it wasn't being threatened. So yeah.
whether he's not threatening or what or whatever, he did the right thing. So it's up to if Abiola was courageous enough and took that result to court, I think he would have won. Because I think the way Humphrey Nwosu presented it, he had every evidence given to him by the INEC that he won the election. So who is the coward? It's Abiola. Won't stop him from going to the court. When Humphrey Nwosu has given him the result that he won the election, what evidence again did he need to take over his mandate?
Hold on now, anybody. All right, let's do this. All right, thank you, Kene. Let's do this because the screen is filled, and I'm sure everybody wants to speak to it. I'll do 5 minutes monologue just around this topic. But somebody losing their life to defend what they believe in, I don't think you can call that cowardly. Literally making the ultimate sacrifice of their life. So what more bravery do you need? But we do 5 minutes monologue. Sorry, with your permission, everyone, I want to start off with Emeka because he's not been here for a good while. And people are constantly asking me about Emeka. So it's always good to have Emeka here. So we kick it off with Emeka. We go Emeka, Prestige Guards, enigmatic, and then we move it around. So Mekus, it's been a moment.
Man, you said I was supposed to go next.
No,
you said I was supposed to go next.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. I said, Emeka has not been here for a good while. So I was just trying to use editorial PR. So let Emeka go 5 minutes and then you come after him. So Mekus.
Well, one more, thank you very much. And it's been a while. Oh my goodness. Sometimes when I want to join,
Is it Happy New Year, even? Has it been that long? Is it Happy New Year?
It's looking like it's Happy New Year. I don't know. It's looking like it. It's been a while, and I've missed you guys so much. Good evening, everyone, for the platform and those in the comment section and the viewers at home. It's been a crazy period. Sometimes, when I get to want to join, get back quite late from work and being exhausted and anyway, it's an interesting topic and I listen to my brother Ekene, but I do not share in his opinion. 1993, we were very much alive. I listened to my senator from my senatorial district, and I think I'm not happy with Senator Abaribe and the motion he was trying to push today. I'm happy that it was turned down, regardless, because Wosu, I think he didn't even grant an interview. Nobody knew where he stood after that debacle in 1993. We didn't know, at least he didn't take a stand. Yes, we understand that the military decided to annul the election, but where did this, woman, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. What was his mindset all about?
I understand. Yeah.
He decided to just hide. You understand? He went incognito. Nobody knew his opinion. Nobody gets so. I didn't see him as one who was courageous enough. I'm not saying that he needs to put his life at risk. I'm not saying, even though some people died. And ultimately, the man who would have become the president paid dearly for it. Apart from him ending up, you know, transcending to the other side of life. He was in prison for almost throughout as a result of declaring himself a winner. He wasn't declared the winner. That was why he declared himself the winner. So if Nwosu has said Abiola won the election, Abiola would, it would have changed the direction of things. It might not make him president, but it's not like we are now arguing, oh, did he win or he was leading? He was the one leading, he was the leading candidate. It's just like we had the winner, but he never became president. And maybe it would have given him, or probably put a lot of pressure on IBB to annul that election. But because he didn't declare a winner, he didn't announce a winner, there was every right to say, okay, the election was inconclusive. We didn't know who won. Yes, somebody was leading, but they've not counted all the ballots. So the election is inconclusive. So also, in my own opinion, I won't say, I don't want to use harsh words. I probably would say he should have taken a stand. And that stand is either Abiola was declared the winner and he's the rightful president in 1993, or the election was annulled. So nobody heard from him afterwards. Nobody he felt till for quite a long while. I think the first time we heard about Wosu was when we were returning back to democracy, right? And now we are looking at immortalizing him. I didn't like the motion. I didn't like what Senator Abraibe was coming up with, and he was trying to make a fuss out of it. It's not necessary. These are the things we now go back to say, oh, Nigerians don't like Igbos. I don't like that narrative. He shouldn't have moved that motion. And the way he walked out of the Senate chambers was really uncalled for. He's my senator. He's my senator. And I would be thinking he should be pursuing more important matters in Nigeria. If he's looking at pursuing Igbo issues, he should look for something that would be very, very important to us. I looked at it, I was like, come on, this man is losing his focus. And this is not the first time he's doing this. You said?
It's better you pursue the release of
Exactly. That would make much better sense, in my opinion. Right? It will make much better sense that he's pursuing the release of Nnamdi Kanu. He's encouraging other senators to express their opinion over it. He's trying to, than what I just like, come on, this man, we have bigger issues than, well, what are you trying to do? And yes, it was turned that day you were now making an argument. I was like, no, this is not right. And some people were now like, oh, he's the lone voice for the Igbo people. No, I don't agree with that. I was quite embarrassed with his stance over it. I'm not trying to want to disparage the former INEC chairman, Nwosu. And again, just to pivot, we have truly not had a healthy conversation about the 1993 election. And my fear about it is that if we don't have a healthy conversation about 1993 election, history may repeat itself at one point in the course of the entity called Nigeria. We should have a healthy conversation. We should declare Abiola the winner. We should put him as president of Nigeria. Yes, he's dead. Yes, he's late. All rights should be conveyed to him as the president of Nigeria at certain points, and probably whatever penalties, whatever payments, whatever benefits should go to his estate. He won that election. He should have been president, but as a result of what happened at that point in time, due to I don't know what pressure IBB was under, the lies he was telling in his book, and I don't believe him. that didn't materialize. But I think we should have that discussion. I was hoping when IBB was launching his book, that was the right time to have that conversation. Maybe the president would have used the opportunity to, it's not about having a national holiday, but to say this guy is president, we have to give him that presidential honor and the benefits, accord him that respect and probably hang his picture at some point and put it in history that Abiola was once a president in Nigeria. Yes, he didn't officially govern, but he is either president-elect, who knows, or president, whichever one they want to decide on. But we have to have that discussion so that we can conclude that chapter. Why I want that discussion to be conclusive is because we do not tend to appreciate our history. We tend to forget our history most times, and if we do that, history may repeat itself again. Thank you very much.
I'm just going to ask you one question. Let's give a snapshot answer to it, and then we're going to gas them up. I agree with a good 80% of what you said, especially that that guy needs to be formally declared as the Nigerian president. But then where does this slot in? Do you move the portrait, move Shoneko up one and slot in between Babangida Shoneko then Abacha? So where does this slot in?
Exactly. Yeah, just after Babangida Abiola, then you put in Shoneko, then you put in Abacha. Or if they don't want to do that, they can just declare him president-elect and let it go into our history book. To make that man, we didn't conclude 1993. We didn't conclude 1993 at all. And and we thank God that Nigeria was able to survive. So if Senator Abaribe was pushing for such motion, right, it would have made a little bit of sense.
But
Right?
I want to ask you something. I think the presence of Obasanjo was to compensate the Southwest for that of Abiola not being declared the winner of that election. So, is that not the narrative, or is that not the purpose of Obasanjo presidency?
That was what we were told in the public, right? But Obasanjo won the election.
Very good point.
So
Very good point.
Obasanjo was not appointed.
He was not.
He wasn't appointed.
Let me. Obasanjo was not supposed to be the democratic president of this country. He was brought out.
No. Obasanjo was democratically elected. So there's a different. PDP also had a primary. Okay, so there was primary in PDP. Yes, maybe some things.
That primary is it not between two Yorubas?
No. Falaye was in ADP or AD. Sorry, I beg your pardon. AD. Right? Falaye was in AD. Obasanjo was in PDP.
Reason to support Obasanjo in that election.
And I think Buhari contested that election as well. But
Buhari didn't contest. Buhari contested in 2003. Buhari didn't contest 1999.
Obasanjo now in the primary.
Yes, Ekweme ran in 1999 primaries, right? And Ekweme didn't win the PDP primary election, right? So the delegates voted for Obasanjo, and then they went for the 1999 national election.
Hold on, again. We have to move it on. So thank you, again. Sorry, I apologize again. We will open it up a bit later. Let me go to Gas them up. We're patiently waiting. Good to see you, Gas. It's been a moment. To the topic, your contribution. Gas them up.
So quickly, just so I can know, we're not talking about the other topics. We're just talking about the Abiola thing for now, right?
Well, you have a 5-minute slot, so
I'll just talk about the Abiola thing. I won't be. I'll just keep my comments. So listen, like I said a while ago, when I used to come on your platform consistently, I've noticed this thing about Nigerians. We got this ethnic card shuffle game that we love to do. And unfortunately, you know, it just shows that we're not a serious people, right? A bank just was put into receivership. This is a string of successive banks that have been put into receivership in the Nigerian space. No one cares, it's business as usual. I told you guys last year
We did
when you
mention
had
it, by the
another.
way. Please don't
I know, I
mention
know,
it.
I know, I know. I told you guys last year that the Nigerian petroleum was actually in forward contracts till 2030. Then last year, you guys attacked me, shouted me down, said you're crazy, you're making stuff up. Dangote has just come out and admitted this stuff, right? That actually that's one of the reasons why he has to now sell his fuel in dollars and no longer in naira and all this other nonsense that's going on because he can't actively source fuel from the Nigerian state. So let me just quickly touch on Abiola, right? The point is this. Um, Nigerians, as Femi Kuti saying, truth don't die. That's just the reality. We don't know how to say the truth. We don't want to say the truth about Biafra. We don't want to say the truth about Abiola. We don't want to say the truth about any of these things, right? And the truth of the matter is this. Abiola was hanging out with the same people that turned their backs on him. He was friends with these people. Now, shout out to Yoruba people, Yoruba Ronu and all that good stuff. I empathize with them, right? He shouldn't have been killed in prison. It was messed up. But hey, listen, this is power, right? We all know in America that Al Gore won that election. But hey, power is power. And, the Bush family had the power and they were able to get their guy in there. It is what it is. So my whole thing is that, Abiola lost the game of power. It is what it is. Abacha had raw power. I went to school years ago with a senator's son, and I always remembered the guy would say something that Obasanjo would tell his father that you have people who are in power and you have people who are in the corridor of power. And I'm like, damn, corridor of power. And Abiola thought he was in power, and he wasn't. And guys showed him quickly, yo, listen, it's the military, man. That's how we get down. And if you're not ready to roll up your sleeves and get dirty and get gangster with them, then fall back and stay in your lane. Money is not power. And a lot of times, Nigerians, particularly Nigerian men, we often confuse money being power, only to learn the hard way when the real power shows itself that money ain't power. And I think that's a lesson for all of us that money doesn't equate to power, particularly in the African space where power is raw and brutal. So, the whole Abiola thing to now call this guy, and again, the ethnic card game, because he's Igbo, he couldn't declare the election. Listen, half of these punk coward politicians who are running around now, they were all shaking in their boots when Abacha was around. They were all begging for democracy, and look at the policies they're putting in place of some of the most anti-democratic policies. They want to stifle free speech. I was in Nigeria when they were protesting. These guys were slowing and jamming up the internet. I saw it. It's not someone telling me. I was there. I couldn't get on the internet throughout the whole day. They're doing the same things that Abacha was doing, right? So when Abacha was alive, and I'm not defending him or his time and power, right? But my point is, the money they say he stole, if you compare all the democratic regimes from 1999 up until today, and you compare all the snakes that have eaten money, all the Dubai trips, to Abacha who never even left the country, it's not even close. So what are we talking about here? So again, shout out to my Yoruba people, Yoruba Ronu. I empathize with you guys. It's messed up what happened to your homie. He shouldn't have got killed. That was grimy, you know what I'm saying? But remember, Abacha didn't kill him. Abacha had him in prison. It was another lady who, I don't want no problems with these people, but she was close to Obama. It's another lady who came in there and gave him the tea, allegedly. Bacha didn't kill him. He just kept him in prison. But Bacha was this crazy killer. He would have killed him and killed the messenger. He just put him in prison. Now, it wasn't nice, but sometimes you keep your friends close and your enemies even closer, right? So people who killed him, y'all got to look again, black men, We always look at each other. It's Igbo, Yoruba, this. Yo, the people who really screwing us over is the world global system that is keeping us under oppression. And we never take the time to create our own system to combat that, to come up with something that we can do to combat the system and thrive in the global stage. We're just too busy with this, big man mentality, big swollen pot bellies, nothing developed. So I don't want to, like I said, because I want to talk about the other stuff that you talked about. But yeah, like I said, man, the Abila thing is tough. You know what I'm saying? I empathize with him. It's messed up. But yo, that's power. If you ain't ready to get gangster with the gangsters, stay in your lane, mind your business. You know what I'm saying? They were all his friends. When ITT was cool, everybody was cool. They was sharing the money. Everybody was high-fiving each other. Keep kin. Then they flipped on him. He should have expected that, because that wasn't the first coup that he was a part of, that he was witnessing. So I don't know what he was thinking. Because you got money, they wasn't going to still do the coup. So, it's a lesson learned. But like I said, man, I know this is a Yoruba new channel, so I don't want to go too deep. But yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. It's not a Yoruba Rono anything, and the topic really wasn't even Abiola. It was really Humphrey Nwosu, but that got them up, giving us the flavor that we've always missed. But thank you, guys. We'll loop it around fairly quickly to you. Let's go from you, guys. We go to Man of Prestige. From Prestige, we go to Enigmatic Dentoni. Man of Prestige, you're up next.
Yeah, greeting everybody.
Wama, do you think I'm not here?
We'll come to you in a moment. I'm just moving it around.
Yeah, okay. Greeting everybody. Everybody on the panel. I will not be able to name every name, but everybody, I can see them. Greeting to everybody. So we have 5 minutes. I will try to condense one or two things together before you open the floor. No, you may be leaving soon. So having said that, I share what Ekene was talking about, that this is not a priority of Nigeria right now, so maybe the Southeast or whatever, they should be talking something different or whatever. But this is the Congress. They should be able to manage everything. I mean, look at other things that have been tabled. So this is not different, even at all. It might be minute when you come to Nigeria, what Nigeria is going through right now, that's a different thing. It's just immortalizing the guy name, which are 100% share. Because Humphrey Nwosu played a critical role in shaping Nigerian democracy, and his contribution cannot be ignored. So you may call it whatever you want, but is it the priority right now? Maybe not, but why not if they want to do it? So you talk here. I hear your talking point. I don't know, one man, you seem like you're always on a different side of things, whatever that maybe to ginger people or whatever you mean, whatever is, I'm not in your mind, but so let me leave it at that. But talking about whether he's a coward I believe he conducted the most fair election in Nigerian politics. You can never ignore that. Everybody said it. Forget whether they want to immortalize him or they don't want to immortalize him. That's Nigerian politics. I don't really care. But in my own opinion, he should be immortalized. That's how I think about it. And you spoke about how he was a coward. What do you want the man to do? The man made every effort, and he tell you listen to the whole interview. But people try to catch him. I've listened to several interviews, not even this C0WARD interview. The man has said it that Abiola won. He stated it after the election. And he went to Babangida, and Babangida said they should bring the chief of staff Abacha, inside by that time. And remember, all he has to do is to conduct the election. Remember, we're under military rule. It's not whereby he has the authority to go to the public. He has to take an authority from the military, National Security Council. He has to give them the result. They the one has to give him the authority to go announce. But he wasn't given that power. And we here, just condemning the man for nothing. How can you even compare him with the present INEC chairman you have? By that time, they have what they call NEC. Can you even compare him to the present INEC chairman you have? Tell me the anybody in NEC or INEC that is better than him, that has conducted the most fair election. And look at under the duress that he was muzzled. under the military rule.
But
And you expect that man to fire.
Mahmoud Yakubu, he declared the winner. Humphrey Nwosu did not.
We're not going to go there. Okay? I don't want to waste my time. No, I don't want to argue with you. Let me read let me just say what I have to say. Okay. I mean, I listen to your talking point, but that's okay. That's your opinion. But I don't share with your opinion. I mean, I completely ignore what you said. You have your opinion. That's the way you want to narrate your talking point. It's all good. But I have my own belief. Like I said, he deserves to be more immortalized, whether it's now or never or wherever, because it's not a big thing, what are they doing there? They can do about 7 or 8 things at the same time. So it's not like they are wasting their time. Is that a priority? No, it's not a priority, but there's nothing wrong. Whether, I'm not going to put the trap into it. It's not where I'm coming from. But I don't see no reason why, he should have, you say he coward.
Sorry,
How did he
man of
coward?
prestige. Sorry, 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
Go
Man of
ahead.
prestige.
Go ahead,
The
Patoski.
Senate is not busy. The Senate is not busy. If they can spend weeks discussing how Natasha and Akpabio are
Exactly.
proposing steps
So
to
somebody,
themselves, and
that's why I'm fortunate. Can they
both
say these
died
people
and face
like they're busy? I
they are
agree with you.
saying,
That's what I'm saying.
abeg,
I mean, it's not like
who's
there's no
busy?
time. I'm not saying this is their own. They have their opinion. They have decided. But I'm just saying the part of being busy, they can use their time for that. No, I don't believe in that. But so I don't really. I mean, I finished talking about that. Everybody know how I feel. I believe the man should have been immortalized. That's how I feel. He conducted the fair election, and he did the best he could do. He was under duress, under military. So to me, he's the best, and it's my own opinion. I'm saying it right now. So having said that, let me go
Can
to
I say
what yes. Did somebody say something?
man of precious, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want
Don't
to
take
say
much of
something,
my
Mr.
time. Go
Kene.
ahead. Yeah, I know.
I'm not saying that the senators are busy or they have something doing. I'm saying that these senators are the way they are serious about this immortalization of this man.
No,
They have
no, no.
not brought any
What do you
bill.
mean they are serious? You make it sound like they have been talking about it for months. It was just something that was stable. I mean, what are they
Oh,
serious?
the way they even
Come on, Kenneth. The senators are not serious in anything. Nigeria is a captured country. Look at the senators are not
it.
serious. What are they serious? Somebody, you have this Mwaboshi or whatever they
So
call
this
him.
this thing
And
is
even
not
some
a
people are.
this
Hold on. It's my time. Let me talk. You have this Mwaboshi, Peter Mwaboshi, coming to national TV. Look at the way he talk. I know he's only 42 years old, but look at the way he talk. I'm not even gonna go talk about the fracas that went between him and
Man of
the
Prestige,
other
sorry
lady.
sir, sorry
But I'm
sir,
talking
sorry sir.
about the way he
No,
behaved. And
man
you
of
have some
Prestige, what
Nigerians.
the Kenny
Hold
was
on.
saying is who are they
Look, I don't.
prioritizing,
Let me use my time, okay? Tony, just calm down. Okay, you have some Nigerians even supporting this guy. Mwabu is talking about he's not the most beautiful. Who's talking about beautiful? About chocolate because chocolate. The guy is full of it. I mean, even at time when they ask him something on a channel TV or whatever, they asked him about the lady, who was the vice president of the World Bank, an educational secretary, a Nobel Prize. I think he was nominated for Nobel Peace Prize. I'm not saying he won it, but she was nominated. And they was asking, he said, who is she? She's nothing. I'm a senator. I'm bigger than him. Look at, there's no decorum. You know, in Nigerian Senate, every day they're just messing up. I mean, look, you know what? I'm just tired of that
But
country,
he is
okay?
right. It's right. So it said in social stratification,
He's
he's
not.
higher than her.
You can't compare him in age and everything. I mean,
No.
that woman has more accolades.
It was quite specific. He said in social, he ranks higher than her in society in terms of the importance of positions held.
But he said the man is a disgrace. The way he conduct himself, okay. Both what happened, both the fracas that happened between him and her, at that place. I'm not saying that the lady should have said, please, can you shut up at least? Should have used the word please? So I fought her to a certain end, but Mwobosi took it to a different level. And start talking, calling her a hooligan and all that kind of, you're supposed to have more respect. She's an ordinary citizen. He's the one that's supposed to have more decorum because he's serving us. He's a senator. It's just like me going to my local government right now to question. We all see what's happening in the USA when the Congress people go to their town hall meeting. See how people talk to them anyhow. You're supposed to listen. It doesn't matter. They cost you out. This is what we call, Nigeria need an education about how to. I'm not saying America is good. I mean, Trump is messing up, doing everything, breaking all kind of laws. So we know what happened. I mean, I mean, even leaking private, leaking, the national security with their private chat. So America is not better, but at least there's a little bit of check, So the Nigerian Senate, they are not doing nothing, And look at what's happening in Kogi right now. You have all these scam. I can't even believe Nigeria. Sometimes it make me cry about that Nigerian space. I mean, how can you have people that voted during the election? It's about 100 and something, 150 or 160, and you collected 260 signature, and you see you forging. INEC said we're not going to take it. Then on Wednesday they turn around say the address has been corrected. Can you even believe what is happening in Nigeria? It's just a shame. Sometimes I don't even like to talk about it. That's sometimes I listen to you most in a lot of time, but I don't like to comment because it's so annoying that that country is not going anywhere soon. And moreover, we have the worst president in my lifetime. It's a terrible president. Hashtag, and I put it again. It's a terrible president. And I mean that the Tinubu is maintaining illegality upon illegality. Look at what he's doing with the sole administration in River State. I mean, fired all political appointed people. Who does that? Eh? And you ask him, why did you do that? He said it was the mandate of Tinubu. Is Tinubu the constitution? Is Tinubu the constitution? And now you tell me for them not to. I don't fault Remy Krimbo. I don't have anything against her, whatever, But that just get to show you. Look at those kids singing. No be our mama, na mama be that. It's not even about the singing. That get to show you about something that how people feel about the country. And I told you, didn't I tell you about what number one APC guy is telling, said on Dr. Damage. You know about Sam. Oh, he came to there and defend him. He said what he saw. It's not an Igbo. It's not. He said he was trying to see what he said. They nearly beat him up. I mean, that's his own opinion. I'm not saying it's going to happen. He said if election is held today, Tinubu is going to lose it. I'm not saying that's what is going to happen. Which are probably is not this case because they're going to ruin the election anyway. So I'm not going to bank on that. But he was just telling you people are mad in Nigeria. That's exactly what exemplify what happened in Abo, Delta State. When those kids are singing that, I mean, you want them to sing. You want them to take Remi Tinubu as their mother. But it's not only that. He said we don't get another mama. Who the hell are you telling kids they don't get another? Why not say this is our mama? At least that's to a certain degree, okay? And you tell them, when I don't get another mama. Something is wrong with Nigeria and their sycophancy. People don't read the room. The MC doesn't even read the room. He should have just shut up immediately when they say, now your mama be died. He should have just ended. He keep on going. This is the problem in impunity when it comes to Nigerian people. Look, not just the president, not just Nigeria get what they deserve, okay? Nigeria get what they deserve. In what I do in Nigeria, I have empowered the people that I want to power. I don't send them money again. Get paid from from my organization. That's it. I'm done with Nigeria. Empower them, and that's where I'm coming from. So you all keep sending you all your money. I don't do that anymore. So I'm after my own life. Thank you.
Thank you, Prestige. So thank you, Prestige. Enigmatic, you're up next. 5 minutes monologue. Enigmatic on D.
All right, thank you. Man of Prestige, Peter Obi is still going to run for election, so you are still going to send money very soon. Don't worry. So,
thank you.
Just to start, Tinubu is going to be the president until 2031. So everybody we won't cry, make they cry where make they start to rehearse their cry. So thank God, my people are doing very good. All the people that I associate with, they are doing exceptionally good. So if the people around you are not doing good, don't blame anybody for that. So on the issues of Natasha, what's his name? Prof. Humphrey Nwosu.
Humphrey Nwosu.
Yeah, I mean, may God Almighty rest his soul. He's gone now. He's done his bit. He's done his part in life, regardless of whatever we want to say. Most of us don't really know him, but we are all subject of imperfection, right? We all make mistakes in life, and no human in life is infallible. So if you have a project and then it's just like maybe we in the IT space when you are supposed to have
go through the entire process, the entire gamut of a software development process, and then you don't go live. You can't. Nobody can actually attribute any success to that project. That's a failure. So, and then nobody will actually give you a promotion or an award for leading an unsuccessful project to go live. So that is that would be the easy way to describe the situation, regardless of what happened, because people want to choose and pick. We could flash back to the last election, 2023 election, in Abia State particularly, when Alex Oti was almost on the brink of losing the gubernatorial election, but that lady who was the INEC executive in Abia State, she stood her ground regardless of the intimidation of the incumbent PDP, instrumentalities of power and everything gone to her head, and all those stress and everything. She ensured that she declared the result. That was a woman. So if a man who, and we should not forget, we should be reminded of the fact that Prof. Humphrey Nwosu, from, like I said, there are so many people here who are older who probably know him very well, but from what we read, I think he's the longest serving INEC chairman, if I'm not wrong. I think he's probably the longest serving INEC chairman. So he dropped the ball, right? He did not declare the result. So whatever happens after that, he didn't really give a good account, a historical account, or probably the graphic details of actually what happened. I was just even getting to know about him today when I was seeing Omoyele Showore's stuff, and then does it deserve the whatever they brought to the Senate to? No, he doesn't deserve it. For what? For what? I mean, for what?
For simply being a next chairman, that's all.
For doing a shoddy job that you completed, you didn't finish. So, in life, you either die, for something, or you die for nothing. He died absolutely for nothing. So that's the way I see it. So whoever.
How many awards have Nigerians received that have done a shoddy job? Let's not be hypocrites here. How many Nigerians have received awards for bullshit jobs, and you people have nothing to say? But one Igbo guy.
We should give awards to him because he did what?
I didn't say that. All I'm telling you is let's not be hypocrites.
Don't
be a hypocrite. Don't pick and choose. Don't pick and choose.
Who's picking and choosing what? We are speaking on a topic. You are coming here doing all this.
You guys are hypocrites, man. Typical Nigerians.
Then get the fuck off the channel, then. If you don't like the channel,
why are you so upset? Don't be upset. Don't be a hypocrite.
You shut the fuck up and listen. Shut up.
One man.
Do you go to other channel? One man. Let me address this guy real quick. Hold on. No. Shut up, man of respect.
Telling people to fuck up.
Shut your dirty mouth. Shut up.
You see?
One man. Let me address Gasimo real quick, please. This stupid guy, I've never seen him go on any other channel and talk about them being hypocrite or tribal or anything, which we all know. He come here to say someone is doing something to Igbos. This idiot, I never seen him call on iPop channel or all these channels where they are talking. You've never done any of that. You only come here to be accusing. This is the only place they allow you won't be your dirty mouth to talk. First of all, you can't go anywhere. You can't go on any Nigerian channel, even Dr. Dami, to even talk freely like you talk here. But yet, there's the worst channel, and you still
talk too much.
Allow you to express yourself. Yes, it's still the worst channel.
We should not be allowed to use foul languages on each other. Mike, that is wrong.
I didn't use foul language. I didn't use foul language. He cursed me out, so I just for the
First and foremost, you come here all the time to talk about people are hypocrite, people are.
Okay, so yes, thank you. I'm a dumbass. But just for the record, hold on, for the record, I've gone on. Hold on, please, if you don't mind. I've gone on every channel from.
I've never seen you go on any channel.
Can I finish? I let you go. Thank you. Listen. I've gone on Rudolph Okonkwo's channel and insulted them too. I've insulted them too. I insult all Nigerians because you guys don't want to face the reality. So don't pick and choose.
Stop lying. I've seen you go there. Oh, you do stop dance. I agree with everything.
The point is, we've given awards to Nigerians who've done shoddy jobs, so he should get his award too.
Let's let the man. Let's let where the floor continue, man. You just an annoying clown. That's all I see, man. You don't have your own channel, then go do your own crap there.
Yeah, but Balawa word ain't working anymore. That little juju you thought was gonna do, you gonna do to people. That shit's not
Do it
working
before I
no more.
crush you, man. Trust me.
One man,
We'll
why you
catch
dey
That
up.
little
quiet?
bullshit that Balawa work you was doing ain't working
I thought
anymore.
any market has the floor, one man.
Can you Americans please calm down? I know that you're a bit wild over there. Enigmatic, back to you.
Yeah, one more. Thank you.
But sorry, Enigmatic, can I say something? Sorry, Enigmatic, sorry. One man, that is not enough to just say calm down, but it's enough, it will be proper for you to put rules on ground. That people should not use foul language on other people, even when they are your junior brother or anything. That is wrong. You are not only insulting that person, you are insulting everybody here. I've seen people, I don't think I've provoked any situation here. I've seen people here call me idiot, call me stupid, and took me out of the platform. That was what Mike once did to me. It is not right.
Well, if you act like an idiot, then I'll call you
I
idiot
don't know
now.
this other guy.
Why are you only mentioning my name? Why don't you
he said
mention
the same
Gassimo?
thing.
Gassimo is calling people hypocrite.
Okay.
Oh boy,
Because I
goodness,
held
on
a
Joe.
different
Gassimo call people
opinion from
hypocrite.
him.
Oh, correct it. You know what?
Because I
Correct.
had
Oh,
a
Delshi.
different opinion from him. You
Oh,
call
real,
people
wait.
idiot. People
What goodness on Joe? Delshi.
You see me now.
Well, man, he's not even
What did
mentioning
I do?
Gassimo's name. Gassimo
What did
that's
I do to
insulting the panel, insulting,
Everybody hold.
what did I
calling
do
everybody Romo.
to deserve that?
Patrick, Mike, everybody hold. Patrick is right. We can disagree without being disagreeable. We used to have a zero tolerance for offensive language here. We still do. So we can have intense conversation, but you lose the argument once you start to revert to guttural sort of language. That means the wit cannot surmount. So you are reverting to brutish behavior. So let's just be elegant in the language. Enigmatic, back to you.
Thank you. One man, if not for the season of Ramadan and because I'm being godly now, I would have, you know what I would have done, because I was in my lane, and then you said being hypocritical, and nobody actually cautioned you where you were. Nobody actually interrupted you while you were going on your own tantrum.
No, sir, I didn't say you were hypocritical. I didn't say you particular. I said Nigerians. I wasn't insulting you. So for the record, I never insulted you. I said Nigerians. So if you thought I said you, my apologies, but I definitely did not say you. I said Nigerians.
Got you.
Enigmatic,
So
so we can get around to other people. Yeah.
So in dealing with all this nebulous, this nebulous shenanigan and the inanities of award and people who do not merit award, if we actually want to speak about that, and like I said, even when you look at the theatrics and the performative, Lilliputian of those senators, sometimes I reason, how are these guys actually not politicians? Don't they even have uh, the the sagacity to actually even play the politics as she should played? Did they actually have to resort to emotional blackmails at almost everything? Tony Nwoye was there, and after everything he said it because it's Igbo. Nobody want to, at that level, nobody want to listen to that kind of lazy argument. Those type of at your level, you are still talking like that as if you're on a platform like this. And like I said, even if you want to plead your case, there are ways you do it. You have a senior member of the Southeast Senate Caucus, Senator Abaribe. He was a deputy governor, very close to Orji Zokalu. Orji Zokalu is very close to Tinubu, right? You can go through the political means, through backdoor, back channel lobbying. They should learn to lobby through back channel to negotiate and see your numbers before you cast your egg. That is what it's like. They're putting the cat before the egg. You came to the Senate, and all of you got yourself embarrassed all over the place. Tell me anytime in Nigeria that you've actually seen that an award or probably an individual is immortalized and they bring it to the floor of the Senate, because that place is it's a multi-ethnic place that emotions will fly and people will have different diverse opinions, dissenting issues, but you can get yourself together as a caucus, as a group, right? Tinubu is a very lively person. They hate him for no reason. They can meet him behind the scene. Hey, Baba, this is what we are proposing for Prof. Humphrey Nwosu. You being a Nadeco person, June 12th opposed to, stuff like that. They should learn the art of politicking. Everything is not gra-gra, everything is not agidi, everything is not gidigbo. If they cannot do that, they will keep embarrassing themselves in the public space like that. That was what I was expecting, because no matter what we say about Prof. Humphrey Nwosu, he still did something, right? Because on the 10th of June, from what I was able to gather from my own research, the election was supposed to be stopped by a pronouncement of the court. He was the one that actually, even without invitation, that went to Aso Rock under the barrels of the military cabal. Excuse me. He went to Aso Rock. He convinced them that they are ready. Everything is in motion. The election cannot be stopped. That the election must proceed. Right? He was able to convince them. The election proceeded, and they had the election on the day it was supposed to be held. So after having the election, even when there were skirmishes here and there were signals that the election must be stopped, right? He was still courageous enough at a point to go ahead and release some of the results and stuff like that. So those are the points, right? Those are the positives right there. Not just, and then let's say, okay, the guy, the longest serving INEC person, he was the one that laid the foundation of INEC headquarters and all those kind of stuff. And then you meet through the back channel, meet with your northern senatorial caucus, meet with the southwest northern caucus, meet the southern national caucus, and then see if you can go through the executive channel and see if they can do something to for this man. Not the way they did it, and then everybody will be yearning, they are marginalized. If you don't know how to play it, you will keep getting this same result almost every time. And these are the things that I think we should be talking about. And people will come and say, okay, they are seeing the worst of everything every time, throwing Nigeria under the bus because of diverse of opinions and diverse of politicking. So I think I'll just leave it like this. And they should, like I said, there are ways you can do things. Not only one way does not enter a vehicle. You can go through any back channel or through any lobbying, calculation, and you can get your result. They should learn to do that and thus stop all this Zobo thing. Thank you.
All right, stay with Dr. Enigmatic. We're still going to go to Natasha Akpoti versus Obiete Kwesele versus Matsua versus Senator Nwamboye, and the whole of we're going to go through all of that and everything else in between. But we move it around so that everybody documents their voice, and then we open it up to a more rounded conversation. I'm especially wanting to hear Emeka and yourself, and even gas them up, because you've not been here that frequently on that Senator Natasha space. But we move the conversation around to land on that. Up next, Tony. Tony, you're up next. Tony, Baba.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. What a word piece now, because it's making up from Japan. Let him come in first before me.
No, I think it dropped. That's
okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, I think the problem we have in this country is where that guy was referring to when he said that we are hypocrites. I think by including myself now, then I wouldn't be directing my whatever at anybody here, because it is our war that ought to be honored as a president of Nigeria, not be Abiola. Because where was Abiola when Deleji, when was he not part of that club that murdered Deleji? That prevented Awolowo from being the president? That could have prevented all this problem that we're having today. Imagine that if Awolowo was the president for just 2 weeks, Nigeria would have been like USA today, or even better. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why we're talking about Abiola. And then to this woman, who happened to come from our place also, Remi Tinubu, I'm surprised that people should be calling her mother, by killing people with hunger. Look at Stella Obasanjo. That is the real mothers of the people. See the mother of the people of Nigeria. If Stella Obasanjo, apart from that woman, man, you see what he had. So we don't want to, talking about Nwosu, Nwosu, that guy was a great guy. If you look at the way he was analyzing all the results and everything, all the activities that took place and everything, it's okay. But I know that at the end of the day, he didn't. He wasn't courageous, enough to declare the result, despite the fact that he was having the more than 99% of the result. According to him also, because only one state out of 36 means nothing. You know what I'm saying? He should have announced his result, then and get arrested. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, he didn't do that. But at the end of the day, I think they need to be telling his stories, or his actions, or teaching them to the schools, as a role model. The guy is a great man. Forget about, what is the benefit of honoring somebody after his death, by the way, or anyways. What is the point? So it's a tribal something now. It turns to tribal something, which now lands us into my narrative of say that, okay, there's no other way for Nigeria other than to divide it. Let's divide the country, and then nobody so we just go on our way. You can see the way they are fighting there. You can see people from our side against the Easterners against us. You know what I'm saying? And then the outside people, they are laughing at us. So make a job pause there till the next time when I will come again.
Thank you, Tony. So that's Tony, of course, the inimitable Tony. We go to Patoski next. Usually we skip through Patoski because he's a host, but Patrick more started off. So let's hear from him as a panelist before he takes over as a host. Patrick, you're up next. 5 minutes monologue. The topic really. Humphrey Nwosu.
But meanwhile, one man, sorry, please get well soon. I can notice that you are a little bit not okay. Huh?
Yes, my voice is nearly gone. I'll be handing over to Patrick shortly. But saint or villain, Humphrey Nwosu, Pato.
Yeah, thank you very much, one man. I sent you a video. I don't know if you had time to look at it.
Yes, I'm looking at it now.
Have you seen that before?
No, I want to see if it's violent before I can play it. So whilst you're talking, I'll look at it.
Yeah, just look at it. Yeah, with respect to Humphrey Nwosu, you see, that man is a major part of our history. It's a major part of our history. And if there is no Abiola, you take Abiola out of June 12 becomes nothing. Abiola is a key player there. He's the primary player, but Humphrey Nwosu is a key player in that process. Other players too. Professor Momoluyi is a key player. And there are other players who also are key players and played a maybe very wrong role. People like Nduka Obagbina, who was the NLC spokesman then. You know, the controversy started with Abiola's dress. They say, he was campaigning on the day of election. Campaign was supposed to have been over. The embroidery on his agbada was a horse. And then the SDP PR was saying, no, it was a unicorn. And small before you see it, another very terrible player was this man. What's his name now? Zeribe. Was an embarrassment to his people. Another sellout was Abimbola Davis, the Yoruba man also, who was it was the alternative ABN. I think alternative something like that. If I can remember. A lot of people they played their role, and history will remember them for the role they played.
Hey, Patoski, do you have time to tell us, those 3 or 4 people, to tell us just briefly what they did wrong, the ones that did something wrong?
Let me tell you, Abari Zeribe was I think he was at the center of procuring a judgment.
No, he procured an injunction. He wasn't at the center. He got an injunction from court.
He was at the forefront of procuring. He was one that procured the injunction that the election should be stopped.
Midnight too. Can you hear me?
You understand?
Hello? He procured an injunction midnight to stop the election from holding.
Yeah. So it was really, to me, he was the primary player at that point. And then you remember Abimbola Davis too. The guy just came from nowhere, and he was used when he bought Ibadan guy like that. And so many people, some traditional ruler in Nigeria in the southwest, also played very terrible roles. And it was among the traditional ruler in the southwest, it was Alaafin of Oyo, the late Alaafin of Oyo, and the current Awujale of Ijebuland that stood their ground. They stood their ground and stood behind the mandate of the people. Even the Oni of Ife then was a sellout, according to Alafi and the rest. So they all play their role, and history has put them down. But we speak to of those people of Oni and the rest as people of honor. Then why can't we see Nwosu as a man of honor who has played a role and has written his name? Some of us have no name in Nigeria. I don't. People don't know me. I've not really played a major role like that other than pay my taxes and employ one or two people. But that guy has played a more major role than me, that so many of us here, that so many of us would ever play. And that's the truth. Apart from being he was a professor.
Patoski, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Just a quick question. In your opinion, do you believe that Abiola would have done a better job than Abacha?
Than Abacha, absolutely. Abiola would have done a better job than any other president we've had.
Even though Abiola supported the IMF structural adjustment programs to continue.
Forget it, that one. Yeah, Abiola would have. Do you know what Abacha and the rest did to that country?
I have studied it extensively.
Let me tell you, Abiola was a businessman. He does these things. But Abiola was a man with a human feeling. If you look at his personal life, I know people. I used to work in Abeokuta. That's the state where this town, the city where Abiola was born. I know Abiola is from Agura. That's a group there. I know a lot of people in Agura that would have been able to go to school if not for Abiola. One of them is a man you know very well. That's Tunde Bakare. Tunde Bakare is also from Agura. He called him my uncle. It's not as if they are uncle like that. The man, he said, when he couldn't go, his mother took him to Abiola. Abiola was paying him to go to Unilag. That was how the man studied law, started chamber, and so many other people like that. Yoruba.
So let's look at it objectively.
What kind of?
I'm not against.
Wait, let me land. You see, that's his personal life. A man who has a generous heart like that means he has some, at least human feeling that all these people you have seen, than all these people that you have mentioned.
But charity aside, when we look at his running of ITT,
sorry guys. Sorry, Patoski. Patoski, I just watched that clip that you sent, and it's one of the most grim things that I've ever seen. Sadly, I'm not able to play it, or unfortunately, they will take us down immediately. But do you want to? You can carry on with what you're saying, or you can spend 3-4 minutes.
I will speak on it.
Yes.
So it's Abiola has that human feeling. All these people, I don't know whether you were in Nigeria when they were ruling. I was in Nigeria, and I was already grown up. I was already working.
I was in Nigeria during the time of Babangida. My question to you is
Abacha. I was already working. I was already. You understand?
So that's what I'm saying. If you look at charity aside, let's analyze his use of ITT and let's look at
Abiola would have done. Let me tell you, Abiola would have done better than all of them put together.
I'm just talking of Abacha. No, just let's focus on him versus Abacha. Let's see the way Abacha ran Nigeria versus.
Abiola will do better than all of them. Abacha.
No, don't mention all of them. Just focus. Just focus on Abacha
better
alone.
Than all of them put together.
No. But I wanted to get one man. If you
bring it down.
I know one man. Can I just dialogue with him quickly?
Let me tell you.
Can I dialogue with him, one man?
No, you asked him a question.
I know.
So let him respond.
I know, woman. He did respond, but what he's not doing is I'm purposely asking you, Patoski, to let's focus only on Abacha so we can look at the actual results. So the way Abacha ran ITT versus the way Abacha ran Nigeria, let's compare it.
I will explain something to you. Take all the good that all of them have done let's assume that they have not done, they didn't even do any bad. Take all the goods and put it together and see them as, oh, these people have done no bad. All this good is all they have done. Put everything together. Abiola would have done better than all of them. And then let's look at Abacha. What did Abacha do? One thing, Abacha was at the center of truncating democracy and suppressing the people. Abacha killed an environmentalist who was fighting for the cause of his people. Despite the whole globe saying, no, don't do this, don't do this. Overnight, procure judgment, kill them. That's Sariwa and his people. Then, for saying, look,
We also had the economic sanction during Abacha period.
We had those economic sanctions. Why? Because they saw him as somebody, they saw the way he came in one, and the way he was suppressing the people.
Is that the case, or is that because he removed the IMF structural adjustment program?
And the country was still functioning. The country was still functioning more well than today.
Nothing was functioning under Abacha, and not just that.
Compared to now.
No, hold on now. Abacha was insensitive to the yearning of the people. The yearning of the people at that time was that they don't want him. That's if nothing. The people don't want you, and you force
the people or the
them.
media.
No matter the amount of the people. Look at you. When you say you were in Nigeria, I took to the streets. I knew how many protests I led.
The people that fought him out. Hold on. The people that fought him out, what are they doing today?
Saro-Wiwa protest. I know how many I've led. I know how many have led. Several. Shegun Mayegun, Omoyele Sowore, Femi Falana, Beko Ransom Kuti, Chika Ubani, all these guys now that you are seeing.
Why is it that they protested Abacha but they didn't protest Babangida, and Babangida brought structural adjustment programs and destroyed their life worse than Abacha?
No, I'm asking. You were not in the country. Hold on. They protested Babangida now.
One man, will be 5 minutes. They give everybody.
Yeah,
Wow.
the 5 minutes about he wants to lead him to the answer he wants.
IBB, do you know how many anti-IBB protests? Do you know how many anti-IBB protests you participated in? You said you were in the country, so you didn't know that people protested IBB. Plenty. Why do you think that address were up for a lot of them?
Not aware of Babangida must go and all that.
Selective and for a whole year, ASU was on strike, and some of us in school. By the time we came back to school, all our friends were pregnant. We lost touch with school under IBB. Do you know how many times he shut the universities because of protest? So that means you were either not in the country or you were too young to know what was going on.
And Abiola was in the same pocket of the same people you were protesting.
Let me ask you. So you were in the country then. How come you didn't
don't listen? I don't ask personal. One man will tell you I don't do personal.
Too young to know what was going on.
Listen. Don't worry about me personally. We're asking the specifics
if you didn't know what was going on during IBB.
Oh,
no,
man.
hold on.
Sir,
if you didn't know what was going on
this is
during
a force.
IBB,
sir, the way to collegially.
Obviously, you didn't know what was going on during Abacha because
the way to collegially debate is to focus on the facts. The personal or the ad hominem is not important. So what I'm saying is the same Abiola. Listen, the same Abiola that you're talking about was in cahoots.
Again.
But you knew about all those things about Abiola, but you didn't.
But you are defending, saying that Abiola would have been better.
Can you hear me?
I'm not saying Abiola is an idiot.
Hold on, Batoski. Gas, you are moving the goalpost all the time. You asked him about Abacha. He gave you a response. You pressed him. He answered. You moved it to Babangida. He told you. So now you are just moving it around.
No, I didn't move it. I led him to the point to show that he said Abiola would have been better. He said Abiola would have been better, and I let him see.
I was not following you. You didn't lead.
He did, and I let him. I led him
You asked a
exactly to the
question.
point to where he has contradicted himself with his earlier statement that Abiola would have done better when all of these things were happening.
How has he done that? How has he
How I
contradicted
contradict that?
himself?
I say Ebola I've done better than all of them put together. You didn't even you had
Because
problem
Abiola
understanding
was
that.
in business and in cahoots with these same people that you said the
So you
Nigerian
knew that
people
he
were
was in business,
protesting.
you didn't know.
Yeah, but what that got to do with governance? It's
International
telling you that
thief.
oh God, can you just let the conversation? It's telling you that Abiola would have done, and that's his subjective view. It's telling you that Abiola would have done better than all of these people put together. And then you were saying, you were trying to say the IMF was stifling Abacha, etc., etc. He told you that Abacha was neither the will of the international or the local or the domestic space, that it was foisting himself upon the country via the brutishness of force, and he administered the country in the most corrupt way. And we all know that because they're still recovering from him till today. So I'm not quite sure why we're just looking around it. Bring it on, Patoski, and then we move it right.
Yeah,
Okay,
can I just
thank you,
make a
Woman.
quick
Let me
point?
just
Can
close
I,
with
Patoski, can I make a quick point? Guys, them
that.
keep mentioning about structural adjustment program. I'm not trying to question how young he was when that happened, but he must understand that as at 1984, I think late 1983, Nigeria went into recession. So Buhari then was the head of state, and they were IMF was making that loan. We were actually in recession; things were getting bad, and he didn't take the loan. I don't know. Maybe that was the reason why he was kicked out of office. I'm speculating here, right? But immediately Babangida came in. He took the loan, and they started implementing the structural adjustment program has been advised by the IMF, but Nigeria was in a bad state before the loan was accepted. So I'm trying to put things into perspective and in the right space. So
Yet
it was
Abiola was
either with
making billions while Nigeria was in that
it
bad state.
was Abiola was a businessman. You make money whether he's not part of the government. Yes, he was getting government contracts. So I don't know why you intend. Maybe you've listened to
Even
too much
that time,
Fela's
you say
music.
they were
You've
not
you've listened to
making
too much.
billions that time.
I think you are
Sounds
getting your. I think you are getting
Obviously,
your
billions for
your.
Nigeria.
No, I think you are getting
There was no billion
your.
that time.
Yeah, he's getting his opinion from Fela's music. Abiola was a businessman.
sounds
He
sounds
he
like
was actually, as at that point in time, Abiola was one of the richest men in Nigeria. He was providing employment for a lot of Nigerians. He had
How did
sounds
he
like
get
newspapers.
rich? How
excuses.
did he get rich?
He had. Hold on, guys. Come on. Hold on. Let me put it. Many of I was young too. I'm not trying to say I was old.
Abiola
But
actually got first rate through international franchise. And
yes,
that's
yes,
where his first wealth came. Yeah.
$2.8 billion
true.
that was stolen
By whom?
By who?
By whom?
by
You guys forget
Obasanjo
the
and
ITT
the
scandal?
international thief. Yes,
These
Fela
people,
told us now.
I think
You
some
are
of
you
these
have
Everybody
listened.
have a
See,
problem.
you have listened too
Woman,
much.
let's get
You see.
some of these
you don't listen to too much Fela
2023
music, true.
2023 electioneering process.
No, they're listening to too much fella. That's why when you are
But Emeka, even if when you
yeah?
know you are young, that's why some of us are on this platform. I think you will
We
learn
are
from people
not even
like that were actually that
we are
saw the
from
action, and then you
state.
go back and
The other guy is Oshari from
read.
Urobo and I'm from Benin.
You go back and read and see what. That's why sometimes, right?
No,
The,
I'm not saying I was, like Patoski said he was working there. I was not working. I
not even
was,
you, not even you. I'm
yeah.
saying that even that some, right, that the essence of this type of platform
No, I was
is
working. I was
you
not
hear
working during IBB time, but I was working during
you
Abacha's
learn.
time. So I knew.
Yeah, you learn some things, then you go back to go read about them and see fact check and see what. That's why people cannot give you lamba if you are able to fact check things and then independently make researches for yourself.
I agree with you, Agmatic, but in that situation, that was what I was trying to. I'm not trying to. I didn't want to say if or say to disparage gas them up. No, but you see, once you experience something, you know what was happening then. So that was, I wanted to correct that impression, and also the ITT stuff that what's his name? I can't remember his name. Tony was talking about. Please don't take your narrative from Fela, please. Yes, that was what some media people were spinning, but that's not the
But we dey
accurate
refer to
point of
Fela
things.
today. We dey always make references to him.
No, that one
But
no
some
go
of the
say
things he was saying are not
not
true.
means that
They
everything
were
was true.
still
Not means
rumors.
everything was correct.
It was not true. They were still rumors.
I'm somebody, some random weed smoker. But Patuski, if you're happy to, we move it on. Take it to. We move it on with. Sorry, did you want to round it off?
Yeah, I sent a video to one man. Unfortunately, couldn't.
Yeah.
It was very heart wrenching. The DSS and the army, thanks to the new GOC and other people that went there, they were able to dislodge the ESN, or what do you call them now, from their lodge or their position between the border of Imo State and Anambra State. And there was an international market around there that they took over. And when they dislodged them and they entered the place, you needed to see the devastation, the amount of lives that were lost. I mean, you would think you were in Rwanda. You would think you were watching Hotel Rwanda or Memorial.
Pato, is it one video that there were bones and skeletons all over the place?
Yes.
Very
sad.
And some people will say they should release
tens
that
of
terrorist,
thousands.
Nnamdi Kanu. That guy, they should just lock him
I
up
was
and
surprised. They said thousands. I
just
said, what?
throw away the key to the
They
ocean.
finished
I
those
wish I
people.
could play it.
Nobody.
Patuski, why you are not talking about our own? What happened yesterday?
Oh God!
We saw. Let me tell you, when I saw it, not like the. If you see the video, you are looking at it. I said, what is happening? And our people are shouting Nnamdi Kanu. People are saying this and that. That's a big problem. And the guy was thanking the president, was thanking the military, was thanking the DSS for coming to rescue them. Was not just thanking, he was praying for them. And some of us will be in diaspora, will be in Lagos, will be saying Tinubu this, Tinubu that. Now Tinubu, with the instrument of government, is helping to deliver your place. We should appreciate that.
What do you mean, your place? That's his place too. He's the president of Nigeria. He's not the president of Yoruba.
Chairman, I'm speaking in context and in response to some people's narrative. So I'm responding to that. So I'm trying to drive my point home by saying your place. I know the place belongs to all of us, right? But I need to do that so that they will know, because they claim is their place, which also our place. But I'm saying, look at it now. Look at what has happened. And if we continue to speak this way, we will not set the people free. The people there are, that means it's just a few of those people that are making all this noise. The real people, innocent people, are suffering in that place. And it's so sad. We can't even bring ourselves. One man couldn't bring himself to play it.
Patoski, please, I didn't catch what you were explaining. Can you take it from the top again?
I've sent it to you, Emeka. You will see what he's talking about.
It's at the border of a place at the border of between Imo and Anambra. And the DSS just liberated the place from ESN. And you need to see what are the people, the amount of lives that were lost and were buried there.
Patoski, good evening, yeah. Good evening, everyone. One man, good evening. Good evening to our listeners.
Long time now.
Yes. Thank you, my brother. I saw the video you're talking about. Patoski, it's very pathetic. They couldn't even bury people anymore. The DSS were walking in that land and they were kicking the head of a human being everywhere. On skulls everywhere. It is well. In Nnamdi Kanu, sorry.
In short, there's also declared state of emergency in that region. If they want to really do something serious, this one is a state of emergency, democracy. that region, that is enough to declare state of
But
emergency in
Pato,
that place.
Tinubu can't do that. The last time that Buhari tried to do it, they blackmailed him out of that place and he left them alone.
It was the jail speak that used to expose those things before.
What does that mean that
the
Tinubu
guy has
can
been
do that?
arrested, so there's
I
no one
mean,
to
he's the
expose him.
commander in chief. It doesn't even make sense that he can do that. What kind of blackmailing?
Tinubu does not have business there. They should figure themselves out.
He doesn't have business there, but he have business every. You see, so you are bring what is it? Tinubu not the head of state? He's not the
No,
commander in chief. Why does
it's
he
not the
have business in the
commander-in-chief
southeast?
it's not the
Is
commander-in-chief
southeast not part of Nigeria?
But let me tell you the truth, enigmatic and
Buhari that tried
enigmatic.
What happened to his former president?
What did they do to Buhari? What blackmail?
If
You started this
if there's any place
bigotry narrative. That's why I don't.
Hold on, Prestige. Check your WhatsApp.
If there's
bring
any
it to,
place,
yeah, bring it to,
if there's any place that
Senator.
deserves a state of emergency, it's not even reverse. It's that the southeast.
If I have to do Taju, then if I have to do Taju for 30 days, that Tinubu shouldn't even go there or do it. He shouldn't go there at all. He should leave them to feed themselves.
All this bigotry here, I'm out of here.
It's not bigotry. It's not bigotry.
No, do you know why? Do you know why I say that now?
Okay, one minute.
Because let me tell you, let me tell you why I think so. Yeah. Now, yes, you see, it's just like I think I said this before, and man of prestige, you will remember when I first spoke about that Nnamdi Kanu, and I knew the way you got at me that time, that it will come to a time that what the northern leaders went through, the southeastern leader will go through it. You know, when Boko Haram first started, they were shielding Boko Haram, and it prevented Jonathan from doing a good work in that place. And that was what happened. That was what the Southeast were doing with ESN. Now it has become so embarrassing to the north that they are even ready, that they are using drones in the north now. The northern leaders are not saying anything about that one anymore.
But
now
it's
coming to that point now in Southeast.
Even their golden son, Peter Obi, he's always quiet. He's always he's always avoiding even that conversation. Even call out IPOB.
Now that's what it means. He doesn't love his
people. Call out IPOB, he won't do that. Let something happen in Kutuwenji, he will be the first person tweeting all over the place.
Enigmatic, please. Sorry,
you want to put his head.
Point of correction. Peter Obi is not our golden son, no, please.
Well, you are not even. You are not even a golden son.
Let me just pass this on. Let me pass this on our side. So I believe that we have more serious things on our plates now than Natasha and all these things, that the lives are being lost in that place. People should allow government to do their job. The new guy that is there, the GGOC there, that just came to this, is a very young man, but very tough. He has a very good record from the beginning of his career. He was in SETI, he was in Takri, he was in Bakassi, he was in India, he was in Harvard, he was commandant, and I think was commandant director of Nigerian Army School of Infantry, a Yoruba guy, and he's just got in there like I think like last month or so, and he's doing a very, very good job. So I when they move him there, a lot of people are saying, yeah, this guy will do something. So it is key that they be allowed to do their work, and I'm sure with this result they are seeing, they will definitely allow them. That market was supposed to be a produce market, and they almost killed that industry in that place. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. I've sent the clip round to the people that have. You have it as well if you want to see it, Ayo. Prince, you're up next, Prince. Prince Daddy.
Can you hear me alone, man?
We can. Good to have you.
Oh my! Did you send me that video?
I don't have your phone number now, so that's why. If I had your phone number, I'd send it.
Oh yeah, my Instagram.
Let me see if I can send it to Instagram. The person sent it on WhatsApp, so let me see. But yeah, Prince. Please.
All right. Patoski, that was the longest 5 minutes ever. 1 hour for 5 minutes. Good job. So what is the topic, one man? Talk about Alexa Quayman, right? Yeah, I remember that guy's face, man. Oh, I remember his face. But one man, I don't agree with you that the man should have challenged the military by doing otherwise. I don't agree. The man was right at the barrel of the gun. He probably did his best. So, but to try to immortalize him, I don't know. I don't know if to that degree. I don't know why. Was it because he presided over Abiola's election? I don't know all about that. But one thing I do agree with Enigmatic. You know, if you approach a matter from the point of entitlement, you're bound to lose if the decision does not go your way. And I think a lot of people in the Southeast, maybe the leaders, they tend to do that a lot. You know, they don't resort to negotiation or being strategic in their approach to matters. They just put things out there, and they think they deserve it. And if it doesn't go that way, therefore, you know, it's tribalism or these other forms of marginalization that they claim. And that's a big problem. And I guess that's why one of some of the leaders, you know, invoke this term micro zoning. It's a testament to the fact that they can't negotiate and get a buy-in from people that they may consider less than they are or less brilliant than they are. But nonetheless, we live in the real world. We live in the country. You have to negotiate with people and talk to people to buy whatever you're trying to sell. They don't do a good job of that. And their leaders are, you know, they're not the best. Not like we have great leaders all across the country, you know, but, you know, they, as the representatives, they don't do a good job helping them, you know, put forward their case. What is the next topic on there? What else are we talking about?
We were also still on the Natasha Akpoti matter. She has now gone to court to have the person sitting in chair over the disciplinary committee disbarred, because the guy is a lawyer, of course. So she wants him disbarred, and all manners of. And also there's this clip actually. I'm going to do a session on Natasha tomorrow afternoon session. There's not so much still. There's a clip going round. There's so many clips going round. The father of the lady that she stole the husband from, he has come out to paint a green picture. The women of the Arewa space, which is the north, they've come out to distance themselves from her. The people of the Niger Delta, let me actually show you what the people of the Niger Delta are saying about Natasha. She doesn't have the moral fortitude. She doesn't have the moral stand. And it's a shame, actually. She's the wrong person fighting this fight. And she doesn't have the where is it? Let me play you this one, then you see.
It's Nigeria in trouble.
That's Daddy Freeze, actually. So this one, let me play you this
As
one.
a Nigerian concerned debtor women, I hereby we are hereby issuing Natasha Akpoti a warning to reduce a step and not to completely destroy a family foundation that we have built. She should not destroy a family foundation that was built on trust. That was built on trust. If our sister and daughter cannot fight for herself, we will tell her, we will tell Natasha, we don't play with our own daughter.
So those are the people of the Niger Delta calling her name mud, you know, all of that. So
what are they saying in that video? I don't even get it, man. What are they accusing her of in that video?
No, in that video, I don't think they
They call him, you know, husband snatcher. Husband snatcher.
Yeah,
what? Oh, so those are the.
Well,
I don't get it. Husband snatcher.
Yeah. Okay. So Natasha as that lady was calling her yesterday.
Yeah, can you imagine? She's a PhD lawyer, Natasha. Did you? Was I wrong to pick up on that? It just irritated me.
Oh my, you were not wrong. I was about to
Prince Daddy, please give me microseconds. One man, I sent a video to you. Obi Ezekwesili and some ladies at the panel, at the Senate panel, dealing with the harassment she alleged. How right it was. I don't think maybe you've seen it. Check your Insta.
Okay.
One man, I want to say something, please.
Prince Daddy has the floor. If it's letting you
okay, one minute. So I didn't watch the entire video of what occurred at the Senate, but Obi Ezekwesili, she may have obviously she instigated the whole thing by calling the senators that they were stupid or insulting the senator. This has nothing to do with age, it has to do with respect for the office or the position the person occupies. So, and people saying that she's older and she's more distinguished and all this other garbage. I'm not sure what it has to do with anything. That's our problem in Nigeria. We African, we're so enamored with titles, but not really doing the job. If I always say, people with power will always oppress. If she thinks she has power more than the senator, well, she's gone there to oppress the senator, and whomever else she can. See, this is how we run our society. It has nothing to do with age or your position. Just do your job, okay, that you're given, that you have to do. Not go there because you think you're more important. If you were head of World Bank or whatever position she had, that's not the way to go about it.
Do you think it went too far, Senator Nwosu? Do you think it went too far? Shut your stinking mouth, you're a disgrace to women and all that, just because she told him to shut up. Do you think she was a bit too...
One man.
See, that part, well, obviously, that's what engendered our action or words. Well, it may have gone too far, and this is the problem. If you attack somebody, the way they respond, you cannot control it. You see, that's how life works. You can't control the way they're going to respond. Obviously, it would have been better for him to have maybe kept his mouth shut and say a few words, right? But he's a human being, just like Obi Ezekwesili did, and he replied the way he could. But anyway, I blame her from the onset. She had no right insulting the man.
Wait, sorry, Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, are you saying it was right of her to tell a distinguished senator to keep quiet?
Oh no, Emeka, you're not listening. Of course not. That's what I'm arguing.
Yeah. So, okay, sorry, maybe I didn't hear you properly.
Please, can I say something, one man?
So yeah, I was arguing against.
Sorry, Benson, Prince Daddy has the floor. If he
I was actually arguing against her insulting the senator, that she had no right insulting the senator, regardless if she thinks she has a distinguished title or position than he does. The senator of the country is a senator. So it was a big full part.
Yeah. So sorry, I thought you were arguing that she had some rights. I didn't know that you were against her behavior and attitude. She's just a common citizen. You don't talk to a senator that way.
Yeah, but the response was excessive, Emeka.
Oh no, it is appropriate. It's appropriate.
Yeah, but its behavior was unbecoming. Its behavior was unbecoming of his position.
The senator's response, in my view, I think it is appropriate. Yes, he might have raised his voice. That's the only way where I might slightly fault him a bit, but his response was quite appropriate. You don't talk to a senator that way. Once you're a senator, you're a distinguished individual. It's not. You see, we don't respect our leaders. We have our reasons why, but it's not easy becoming a senator. If it's that easy, go and be one. It's a distinguished office. and it's meant for distinguished individuals.
Emeka,
You
when
know,
Obi was a minister, she wouldn't take that.
I agree.
She wouldn't even take half of that before she.
But
Excuse me. Who is but excuse me. In Nigeria, who is a senator in Nigeria? Who is a distinguished senator in Nigeria?
Now you now.
You people don't know. You people support all these people killing. You are abroad. Excuse me. You are abroad today. You are abroad to spin nonsense, and you allow these people to be deceiving you. Who is a senator?
Yes,
Who is
yes,
a senator?
yeah, you are right. Because if they are doing the right thing, we will respect them. They will command our respect.
Oh my God! These criminals. These criminals are calling senator. These criminals earning this kind of money. Excuse me. What law have these people done for you that helping those in Nigeria?
Go and recall your own senator if you are mad at any senator. Go back.
Exactly.
My brother, I don't. Let me tell you, I'm not a psychophant for hypocrites. No,
I'm just saying.
I go for the truth.
Senator, go and recall
These people you are talking about, what have they done for you? What have they done for any? What have they done for you?
Go and recall your own senator.
My friend, I see on some local what. Let me tell you, my brother. Let me tell you, my brother. You're a young man. You are a young man. You are a young man. You are a young man.
Hold on. Benson, you've asked the question. Let them respond. The senators, they are passing laws that guide the way you live in that country. So that's what they do.
Which law? Which law have they passed that is helping Nigeria? Just be honest with you.
Okay, what are you? Do you even follow anything as of today?
I follow. I listen to news every day.
Okay, tell me what happened today. Tell me what happened today. One man, don't say anything. Tell me what happened today in the.
What happened today was the shenanigans they did there. They said they cannot. What they call it? They cannot immortalize what this man Humphrey Nwosu.
If that is why you are mad. If that is what, if you are mad.
Excuse me, my brother.
Hold on.
Excuse me, my friend.
I asked you a question.
Hold on, Benson. Let me give you the answer.
The answer is today there were 35 bills from the House of Rep that will be moving to the House to the Senate when it gets to that level.
The bill that they say they want to remove immunity from the deputy president and so on and so forth. The bill that they want election to.
First of all, you said they didn't do it.
Benson, let someone speak now.
Let someone speak. Okay, the bill that you are talking about, the one about that one, it has been stood down. The bill is not moving forward. Out of 35 bills, they stood maybe 3 or 4 down. 34 moved to the second. You guys do not follow anything, but you talk like
I follow. My brother, I follow.
Hold on, Benson. You asked the question. Also,
I didn't ask the question. I did not ask any question.
You asked what good the parliamentarians are doing.
Yes.
What good have they done for? They let people respond. The bill for state policing is passing second reading in the House of Reps, goes on to the Senate.
Why the bill on what they call on these cows? The bill on that. The bill, why the bill didn't pass up till now? Okay, they can't pass good bill. They pass useless bill.
Which bill now?
To make ranching and so on and so. Why did that bill didn't pass? What is passing to tell these Fulanis? Why can't they make bill to disarm the Fulanis?
This guy's not
here. Are you aware of a Ministry of Life? No, don't. Who's removing people? Don't remove people, please. Are you aware of the Ministry of Livestock? Are you aware of that? Ministry of Livestock.
Yeah. No. That one. Excuse me.
Hold on.
Why can't they make bill to stop the Fulanis from killing people? Why can't they make bill?
You asked the question, so here's the response. There is a Ministry for Livestock that's been created with the special purpose of addressing that. The former INEC chairman, Atahiru Jaga, is the one superintending that. So that is being addressed, and then there's additional. Let me show you something. Actually, there's additional security. There are people going back to the farms. There are additional securities being put in place in order to ensure then that let me show you this.
This guy said they should pass bill for Fulani to stop killing people. What kind of dumb comment is that? How would you feel someone is saying they should pass bill for Igbo to stop killing people? Does that make sense?
No. Hold on. Let me show you this. Let me show you this, Benson. If you look on the screen here, that's part of what addressing, and it's also been acknowledged by all the international bodies. If you look at the trajectory of terrorist type attacks is at its lowest as at 2014. Can you see the charts? And we're seeing people going back to the farms. We're hearing reports from Southern Kaduna that so all these things have been addressed. So I'm not sure what to want, but
do you know today that ISWAP took over some place in Borno State? Do you know that? One of the military barracks, ISWAP took over it. Do you know that? ISWAP took over that place today.
Things will happen.
What do you have to do with Senate then?
Oh my God.
Things will happen, okay?
Okay,
Things will
Market, I
happen
just
like this.
can I chime in
What
some?
stopped the government from the? What stopped Tinubu from disarming the Fulani herdsmen? What stopped him from disarming the Fulani?
This guy
When
said
Buhari was here, when Buhari was here, he said the
Go
Buhari.
and stop it
Talk like
now.
the
He said
moon.
it's their people.
Go and this is why you guys should not even come to a platform like this. This is not an echo chamber. You should understand how to have a segmented and an intellectual conversation. First
Okay,
of
you
all,
have spoken. Let me speak.
when
Yeah, I've been watching.
you
I've been hearing what you're saying. Sis, no problem. Let me speak.
whatever
Can
you
I
feel,
speak?
well, hold on. The thing is
Someone
that
has the floor now, but someone has the floor before you speak. Someone has the floor.
when you're on a platform, like we've been listening to each other and we learn, right? You cannot just be throwing everything to the wall and say do this. No. First of all, we said what are the senators doing? If you are mad at the senators because of what they did to Humphrey Nwosu today, that is valid, right? But they have their right to do anything they want to do as senators, and you have a right as a citizen, right? As a citizen, you do have a right to mobilize and recall your senator from your region. You can do
It's
that.
not just even mobilized to recall the senator. You also have the right to go and contest to become a senator if you think the senators are not doing the right thing.
Yeah.
If you think senators are useless, if you think it's not a distinguished office, if you think it's an office that is irrelevant, or if you think you feel you are better off than your current senator, go and contest for an election. Maybe you might learn a few things.
Everything is wrong.
Yeah.
Nothing is good in
My
Nigeria.
friend,
exactly.
Are you guys living?
One man, can you give me some minutes? Can you give me like 5 or 10 minutes?
But Prince Daddy is too
Okay,
gentle.
let me finish. Let me finish my
Go
point.
ahead,
Prince Daddy finish you now.
all right.
Okay.
So
Thanks,
just so that it's structured, Prince Daddy has the floor. Benson, after Prince Daddy, Mike, after Mike, you, Prince.
Yeah, with a minute I have left. In regards to Abiola, the time, if there was at any point in time there was an interregnum from the last leadership when Abiola ran, I think they should allocate that those days. I don't think it was that long, perhaps days or a few weeks. That time period should be headed to the history of the country, and to recognize Abiola as the president for that period, because it's almost a consensus everywhere across the country that Abiola did win that election, and it should not have been annulled. So for that reason, maybe I know Buhari did something. June 12th, right? Made it a national holiday. What else? Tinubu needs to do more. Yeah, it needs to put that time slot, that time in history for Abiola as the president of Nigeria, even though he never assumed the position. He was, I guess, president-elect. I don't even think that title was even given to him as president-elect, because he was never officially declared as the winner.
Prince Daddy, please give me 1 second. One man, is it possible in Nigeria law, maybe they can just make him like a president for 1 day? Just like a honor. It's just like to douse all this tension. Maybe make him like Abiola will be the president. I'm just suggesting, as Prince Daddy is saying. Yeah, go on, Prince Daddy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unless Tinubu or anyone at any point in time steps down, and I'm not sure how the Constitution would address such a situation, but I don't know if it's possible. I mean, anything is possible. But again, I think those days that there was a vacuum in leadership. If there was such a time, those days should be allocated.
Prince Daddy, sorry,
officially.
Jerry. Prince Daddy, sorry. We are gonna have a crisis if they try to do that. Even if they say let's make him president for 1 day, because he's dead now and his vice presidential candidate is still alive, and he's a northerner, and that guy will say no, it was a joint ticket. So if they want to restate that ticket, he should be the one that will be the president. That would
Well,
be,
that's what I'm
it's
saying.
going to create some.
Patoski, I was talking about back in 1993. I'm talking about back then, not now.
Oh
That
no,
that time
I'm
period.
talking. I am only responding to Thomas' name.
Oh, okay. Anyway, woman, I think the next person should take over. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So,
Woman, please
is it
allow
my
me
turn?
allow me to just address this issue quickly, and then we can have Benson. We can hear what you want to tell us. You see, I know many of us are not happy with our leaders. I can agree with that. It's something all of us can come together in full agreement. But we must understand something, right? To become a leader is quite not an easy task. I hear Ben say, I understand his emotional rants, but you cannot ignore senators. Getting to that office is a tough task. It's not easy to win an election. Let's be very honest. If it's that easy, everybody would go out to go and become an election holder. It's not that easy. It's a tough thing to mobilize people to vote for you. Yes, we might all say we rig. Yeah, it's even difficult to rig an election too. So let's respect those who have accomplished the feat of putting their financial resources or even trying to convince people to bring money so that they can win elections. So it's not moi. And yeah, you might want to
But
say,
Emeka,
oh,
please,
what
let me just interject you a bit. Emeka, it is for do the right thing. Do you know that if a policeman is
hold
injured
on
here,
with the right,
we all go to
hold
the
on with
square
the
to drop flowers.
hold on first.
Hold on. But
Hold on.
we're not getting benefit of the of the democracy. All our environment is destroyed, dilapidated. That no road, no light, no water, no food.
Hold on first. Hold that thought.
And this one they are buying jeep.
This Emeka, sorry, Emeka King, Emeka. Are you an Igbo? Are you an Igbo? Yeah,
Hold
because it doesn't sound like Igbo. You're not.
it
You're not
doesn't.
Igbo. You're not.
I am Igbo,
You're not
but
Igbo.
What does that mean? What does that matter?
No,
it
it
doesn't
doesn't.
matter
Your
now.
name.
It
This
doesn't.
doesn't sound Igbo.
Let the Emeka
Accent
respond.
doesn't
Let the
sound
Emeka
Igbo.
respond.
It doesn't matter
Hold on.
now.
Yeah.
No, you be
I was not. I was not talking about. I was not talking.
We
Yeah.
listen, we have cycled that wagon too many times. Emeka is ego. It's
No, it does. It doesn't matter.
No,
Whatever.
you can't steal a name to be deceiving people here. As if
Hold
you're an
on.
Igbo. You can't.
Hold on. I was not talking
You
about.
can't. That is not good. You
Benson,
can't
can
steal
you
the
hold
name
your?
and call Igbo name. Come to here to support nonsense. That's not good.
Benson, hold your emotions, right? I was not talking about Igbo senators. I was talking about Nigerian senators.
It
I was
doesn't
talking
matter.
about.
But you answer.
I was
Bring their real name. Bring their real. It's better.
hold on. My real name is Emeka. Hold on. But becoming a senator, whichever senatorial district you belong to, I don't know if you understand. There are 93 senatorial districts in Nigeria, right? To become a senator is a difficult feat, right? That's why they are called distinguished senators. Okay? Not everybody in our lifetime will become a senator. If it's that easy, Benson, I encourage you to go and be one. It's not that easy. Yes, they might go there and do a different thing.
I cannot be any senator in Nigeria. I can't.
Hold on, don't worry. They might
can't.
go.
Honestly,
They
I
might
can't.
hold on. Don't worry. Let me land the point. They might go there and do something different. That's okay. That's their prerogative. But let's respect the office, okay? Whoever is in that office, give them that respect. Then
They will
again,
get the respect
I
when we
want
are
to. I
getting
want
benefit
to
of democracy.
hold on. Don't worry. I'm almost done. Then again, today, right? To borrow off what Enigmatic was trying to say, for us to be in tune with what's happening in the news today, they were passing bills that are quite relevant. I don't know why this one didn't come out for discussion. Talking about creating the office of a prime minister in the country, and also ensuring that all elections are held in a single day, gubernatorial, or every elections in just one single day, past second reading. Okay, those are very important bills that can shape Nigeria. So yes, we are angry with the way things are going. It's fine, but at the same time, our senators are also doing their job, right, to pass bills. Okay, so let's try as much as possible to respect some of the things they do. And there are some senators that are not also active enough, right?
One man, I'm very sorry to
But
do that.
let's respect them.
That I'm interjecting. What are these senators doing for us? Is what I'm asking Meka to explain. That I mean, in Europe, if
What
a
do you?
policeman is hot, or a senator is hot, we will go and give them flower. What are they doing other than going there to share money to fight themselves?
Tony, Emeka is taking time.
Go and replace your own
Do you
senator.
know?
Or go and replace your
Do you know the
senator.
problem? Do you know problem I have with some of you guys is this? You have your right to be angry with anybody, but when you are angry, just speak from in an informed position. Don't just go and just be misleading in a misleading argument. Senator, this Emeka is talking about. Did they get there? Was it very easy for them to get there? No. Are they doing anything at all? Yes. What are those they are doing? Mention them. Come and tell us what they are not doing. But you just brush everything as if these people are just there. They are just nuisance. They've not done anything at all. That is misleading.
Because
So
they see
let us
Akpabio,
be
they
let,
see
let, let us
Akpabio,
let us just have
they see
educative
Akpabio and the APC. They have problem with that
contribution.
already.
All right. And we can land that point, and then we go on to Mike, from Mike to Benson. All right.
Mike,
Mike, floor is yours.
Yeah.
Mike. Yes. Another day,
Sorry.
another one.
I got a call. A call was jamming through. I'm almost done. I'm almost done now. I'm almost done. So thank you guys for chiming in into the discussion. Um, you see, we are mixing up. Our emotions is getting very high, and I'm not saying we are not. It's not right for us to express emotions. It's fine, but that's the reason why I love this platform, because we still have intelligent people who would come in and try to correct things and try to put things in the right perspective and try to bring the facts, even though we are upset. They will still try as much as possible to present the facts and show you that, okay, this is what things are like. What is the true thing? Picture of things. I beg your pardon.
But my brother,
So
this you are still going round. Let others speak. You are speaking. Let me speak.
I'm landing the point.
Run.
I'm landing the point. Why? I am preparing the table for you, Benson. That's what
No,
I'm trying to do.
don't prepare for me. Don't prepare for me.
I'm preparing the
Prepare
table
for
for
yourself.
you.
Don't prepare for me.
It's
People,
fine.
you have to come here with your name, your real name. Don't know who you are. You can't come with anybody name. Then talking like somebody from
It's a Nigerian.
Yes.
Life will be easier for you if you were obedient. I think you should just adopt me.
No, but you. No, you see, I can't. You see, I can't. You see, woman, I understand politics enough to know that the obedient movement is a movement that is dysfunctional. It's filled with people who don't know their left and right. They don't understand the Nigerian political structure. They don't know how power is.
armed robbery. Just let him land. So that we can move it. You know, Mike is waiting, and you know Mike is not an often patient man.
You see, but there's something we share with obedient. We share some similarities with them.
I'm not obedient. All these things obedient or no, I'm not obedient. I'm here to say what's my mind.
The similarity we share together.
I'm not devilish. I'm not obedient.
Hold on, Benson and Enigmatic. Because you won't believe it that Emeka was just interjecting. He would have rounded off,
honestly speaking, the similarity we share with the obedient is that we all want Nigeria to be better, right? And though we have a lot of differences, but we share a common goal of ensuring that Nigeria gets better. So let me stop here, because I think the more I speak, the more Benson gets irritated. He's saying I'm not Igbo. It's laughable. I am not worried about that. However he wants to perceive me is fine.
How many
But I
times
will
have you
keep
danced
standing.
that? Emeka, how many times have you danced that dance here? Yeah,
It's
I'm
quite
not Igbo.
unfortunate. You
It's almost
understand? You see,
every time you come, there's always one.
so you see, the truth is really painful to hear. You understand? When you speak the truth or when you're putting context in the right perspective, people just don't want to hear it. They want me to come out to say things, that toe the line of, oh, Nigeria is good. Nigeria, yeah, Nigeria is there are certain things that are not right in Nigeria, but there are things that are going well. I supported Tinubu for president, but I have also criticized him, and I'm still criticizing some of the economic blunders that he has made. And I'm hoping that things get better. It doesn't mean that I won't support him. It doesn't mean that I don't think he's not the right president. He was the right candidate, the most qualified candidate among the three popular candidates. And as a Nigerian who understands the political structure of Nigeria, I knew he was the one that would win the election. And in 2027, he's still going to win the election. Yes, things are difficult. Things are not going the way we want it to go. But if you understand how power is being organized, how politics is being discussed, what base you need, and the structures you need to win an election, you would know instead of wasting your energy screaming and ranting or supporting a useless candidate that will take you nowhere, you would put your money where your mouth is and call the result before it's been announced and say, C0WARD will win this election because he knows how to win an election. That's why I'm challenging Benson. It's easier to speak. If you can win an election, if you know what it takes to win an election, you will not be saying the things you are saying or trying to insult senators. If you know how they go about winning an election, you will say that. I allow Benson to go ahead. I prefer the
No, Benson, don't come back at it because then you have to respond. Let me. I'm going to play a 1 minute clip that just cuts off where Emeka is, both in terms of what he said, his political journey, and his interaction with governance. So I think this speaks to pretty much where you are. It's about 1 minute. Then off the back of it, Mike picks it up.
Is Nigeria in trouble?
With President Bola Tinubu, I would say no. I was scared initially, but I'm seeing the work he's doing in the power sector. Nigeria is a big, overloaded tipper with a bad engine. So anybody you bring, any mechanic you bring, will struggle. The leadership is that mechanic. Nigeria has so many problems. So sometimes us expecting a particular government to be able to just come and fix it is a bit ambitious. But I was worried initially. But with the way this regime has handled things up until now, I'm leaning towards the fact that we have hope.
And that's broadly where the country is. Next.
Yeah. Well, I kind of I kind of share similar view like that. Kind of like the way what he said. Hey, I don't know, but I'm yet to see. But yeah, I mean, I always said it. For Nigeria to reset, I mean, there's no way you won't create some kind of hardship. To reset because the way things were being done, man. I mean, before the status quo, I mean, they needed to make some. Even what's his name? Ziman just said, he said, "Are you guys sure?" When he was the vice president, people asked him, he said, "Are you guys sure you want things to change? Are you sure you are ready to face some kind of hardship?" So everybody knows there's got to be some hardship. The only thing hope is, hey, hopefully there's a light at the end of the tunnel. That's where I'm looking, towards to like, hey. Even if you're doing the right thing, maybe you're trying to, when you're getting close to the finish line, some kind of thing like sabotage you, God knows. So that's the only thing. I just keep my fingers crossed,
regarding what's going on. So, well, Tinubu, we shall see, sha. With this June 12th thing, you know, honestly, I think it's high time that we kind of move on from this June 12th. Nigeria should move on from this. I'm not saying we should forget the past or anything, but that June 12th politics, to me, that June 12th, what I always saw is it was just a military coup. It's just like Abacha just didn't wait for the. He wasn't patient enough. It's just a military coup like the other military coups. To me, I don't see it as different from the when they overthrew Shagari, overthrew other people. The only difference is just Abacha didn't wait for the guy to swear in before overthrowing him. So that June 12th, I just see it as tragedy, just like many other tragedy in Nigeria. You know, the execution of C0WARD, the even the civil war, all the crazy things in the past. So it was a tragedy. I never saw Abiola issue as an ethnic issue, to be honest. I never saw it as an attack on the Southwest. I just saw it as Abacha wanted power. No matter who that was in his way, he was going to get rid of that person. So I never, and Abiola himself didn't run as a Southwestern person. He wasn't even a person. There was no in Yoruba land as some kind of ethnic leader or anything like that. Even till today, even those that were even standing, those that stood up against what happened in June 12 were just standing up because there was something wrong being done to the country, and that's all the way I've always seen it. You know, it was just something wrong being done, but then we moved on. That era is gone. So now people trying to make hero out of themselves, out of June 12th. It just doesn't make sense. Barry Bay I mean, I thought that Barry Bay was the IPOB sponsor or supporter or whatever. What can the guy sponsor bill for Biafra or secession or something? That's what it stands for. Why does he go out there? I mean, the guy on the Senate floor is always speaking about things that really doesn't cohere with what he claims he stands for. You know, you come here saying you want to make Humphrey what do you call it? You want to immortalize Humphrey because he was a neck chairman, and then you claim because of June 12th. I'm like, does that even make sense? I'm glad Oshomole came in to, put him in his place. Like Humphrey, what did he do? He was a neck chairman.
Sorry, Mike. Sorry, I didn't want to interject you, but I couldn't hold this. I'm sorry. He's not a supporter of IPOB. He's pushing for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. He's actually my senator. He's from my senatorial district. You see, I think Edematic explained what he should have done properly. You don't push emotion in the Senate. It's too ridiculous. Like you're pushing a person, promoting emotion to immortalize him. You can go through to the presidency and lobby for that. The presidency can do that. It's the job. The president has the power to do that. So trying to go through the Senate is the wrong approach. And he's an experienced senator, so I'm wondering why he decided to go through that route. And then when he was shut down, he was not trying to argue. It's just I was really ashamed of his behavior. It's not right. If he truly wants that, he can go talk to the Senate. To the president, and the president would consider it.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking too. If you want someone to be honored, you go through the president. I mean, same way every other person have been honored in that country. I mean, the president can say, okay, let's honor this guy because this job, whatever. Even when Ojukwu passed away, I mean, what's his name? Jonathan honored him. Well, even though I didn't agree with that, but I mean, we're going to the Senate. I mean, Patosky just gave us a story of terrible thing going on in Southeast. Yeah, you don't want to tell me that Barry is not aware of something like that, So he's not focused. He's the guy, just like Obi, they just ignore the things that's really going on in their place and focus more on just connecting dots with the other region. Trying to, I mean, how can you say the guy? Obviously, to me, I think he's just trying to go after the Southwest. That's all. So, I mean, he was a hero of knowing that people knew that this guy was the one that is a neck. He never declared Abiola a winner. He never So it's not relevant to that struggle, the June 12 struggle. And then you came up there to say we should immortalize him for June 12 struggle because the hero of June 12. Are you kidding me? What the hell are you talking about, man? That doesn't make any sense at all. Like, what is this man doing? Barry, I don't know. I always tell these people that come and say, hey, give me Biafra. Hey, go and tell Barry to sponsor beef for Biafra, man. And then you don't come and be. I think even man, all these guys that come here to defend, I'm like, dude, this guy, no. The guy, obviously, you say he doesn't support IPOB. He does. You know, every interview, he always justify everything about IPOB. So he's a member. You see that? He let us know where he stands. Are you. I mean, address your people now. Address the IPOB, address the guy. He was always a supporter of the IPOB movement. When they ask him question, he was, yeah, I agree with them. So if you're with them, then if you're on the Senate floor, then speak for them. Bring bill on their behalf, something, you know. I mean, that's what I think he should be doing. Well, come in to say, want to make this guy a hero of June 12. Are you kidding me? The guy that didn't, I mean, obviously, even if you say was afraid to announce, give his opinion on whether Abiola, you know, during military time, then after just like what's his name said, Oshomole. But after the military left, you had the entire civilian era. He never came up to speak anything about the June 12, you know. But then somebody want to come out and say, oh, he's a hero of June 12. That doesn't even make sense at all. I mean, distorting history. That doesn't make sense to me at all. That's well, Barry for you guys. This Senator Natasha, I think people are, yeah, she made a lot of mistakes. To be honest, I don't agree with her actions and everything, but I think she's way being overflogged for what she did. To be honest, because I don't think she's the worst senator out there. I mean, there was one senator, he showed us one man that was passing one tire to people in Kogi, or is it Kogi or one state like that? Or was it
was Kogi, yes.
Most of those guys on the senators, they don't have brain at all. Man. Sorry. And Natasha, that's what our character, I mean, our behavior towards maybe feminist or whatever you want to call it, narcissistic behavior towards men or whatever, you know. But I still think she's still one of the better senators out there because I've listened to her propose bills talk, and she always makes sense. When it's time to do her job, I think she makes a lot of sense. I cannot look at her. She's a bad senator. Do what she did regarding this whole attitude and accusing this girl of sexual harassment. I don't agree with that, especially when she went to that UN to go and embarrass her country. I don't agree with that. But when it comes to matters of Nigeria, I don't think that's what people should be focusing on that heavily. You know, to me, I don't. And yeah, that punishment, I'm not sure whether that 6 months was good, it was justified. But that, even giving her that 6 months, that's enough. Any further attack, I don't think it's necessary, to be honest. And I don't think she's the worst senator. She's to me, she's better than most of the senators on the floor there, man. Because most of them they go there to sleep. Most of them are old. They don't care. They don't give a crap. But I've kind of done a little research on her, and I see that she was actually doing some work in our constituency. So to me, I'm more focused on who can perform. I don't really care.
Yeah, she has done a lot, Mike, my brother.
Yeah,
she has done a lot. So, if you see her the videos, you know, I mean, it's like her village is looking like Lagos.
There was a time where a road in our place, she literally fixed it, a federal road. She used her own money to fix it.
Yes.
So we have to look at good side of people. You like me,
to
you
Ondo and Edo. To Edo also, he did the same thing in Edo State.
Who?
Natasha. She also extended the road from Lokoja, you know, Lokoja to around Auchi.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say, because I've followed that for a while.
She's very good. Only that the way she dresses, that's my problem. All this Boko dress. Otherwise, she's a very perfect human being. Sympathetic human being. Very good woman.
How should private dressing affect you?
No, all those monster dress. Now that one
don't open up that space. Let her Mike carry on, and then we go to Benson.
Yeah, I don't think she's that bad of a person, to be honest. I think she's done some good work, and I mean that action, what she did on that Senate floor, I don't agree with it. That's the first time I ever disagree with her. Like, wow, I mean that's, and then this sexual harassment going. I mean, I'm like, dude, she's kind of misbehaving. Well, everyone misbehaves, no one is perfect, you know. So to me, I think we should really take it easy on her, to be honest. That 6 month suspension, that's enough punishment.
But our constituents they are starting to recall her. In fact, they submitted the recalling documents to INEC. So she
I
might
can
well not
guarantee
even
you,
get
if they call her, whoever is going to replace her, it's not going to be anything as good. I mean, near quality.
It's
I
going
don't.
to be Yahaya Bello. She's going to be replaced by Yahaya Bello.
Can you imagine? So, so to me, I think this whole thing is just kind of ridiculous. Like, are we overflogging it? The all women going to protest. I mean, what the hell is going on here, man? That's when I want to step in and start defending her, to be honest, because I don't think she's that bad. You can't tell me that all those senators on that floor, they are not. I mean, their character. I mean, things they do in their private life is not worse than what she's. I mean, what she did as far as this whole wrong accusing men of sexual, whatever. Most of those guys probably have a bunch of concubines, and if you look into their life, many of these guys have like 20 baby mamas and things. I mean, trust me, man, she's not the worst senator there. Trust me, she's probably one of the best. Yeah, what she did is wrong, but
you know, she actually got the Parliamentarian of the Year last year.
Yeah,
she was voted
Natasha,
the best senator last year.
Yeah, Natasha is a competent senator. In fact, if you run for president, I'll probably vote for her over many of those guys, man. Yeah, she's on point, man. I'm listening to her. I mean, she's really on point. Not that bad. She's not perfect. No one is perfect. You hardly say Nigerian as perfect. What she did, Nigerians, trust me, average Nigerian worse than do worse things than she does.
Me too, Mike. I will vote for her.
So she's not really that.
Which
bad
vote
person.
you get,
You
Tony?
don't kill her.
Which vote you get?
I learn from her mistake.
Hey, Mike.
I think she can learn from her mistake, but she don't kill her.
Mike, let me ask something. You see the attempt to recall Natasha, although I believe it's sponsored. This is one of the reasons when I give my opinion to Nigerians that even if you disagree with someone, you should not just go absolute. You should just let your eyes and your reasoning be opened to the alternatives you have. Look at people saying they don't want Natasha now, assuming it was true, and look at the replacement. You understand? Oh, because you don't like Natasha, then good for you. You have Yaya Bello trying to call me.
I think you guys. I think America was mentioning recalling senators, or I don't know if we're in the matter. I mean, if we got to recall senators, man, Natasha should not be the first, man. I mean, if we want to start recalling senators in Nigeria, I don't think Natasha should be the first. Should be the one. Should be the first person you think of recalling. You know,
I don't think she was the first. She's not the first. She's not the
I'm
first.
saying she shouldn't be. If you want to start recalling senators right now, or say firing or eliminating senators in Nigeria, I don't think she should be one of the first people we consider recalling or getting rid of. You know. Yeah, what she did, like I said, is not good, but I don't think it's that bad, man. I don't think she's that bad of a senator. To be honest, I don't think she's that bad of a senator.
But she's not. She's not the first senator that has been suspended. The way she went about it is wrong.
Yeah, the suspension, I agree.
You know,
obviously wrong. I get it, but
it
looks like
is
people are
wrong.
trying to kill her political career.
Senator Ningi was suspended, wasn't he? And
Yes.
Yeah.
You just accept it, and then you come back.
Yeah,
no, her career is. I think her career is done. Her career is done.
I think so. How can she go back to that parliament and continue to sit with Senator Nwamboye, Senator Omatswe, Godswill Akpabio, you know, all of these people that she has rubbished all over the world?
I bet
how
she
able to?
One man, we can't do this. So we can't support that kind of thing, man. I mean, how many female senators we have there? I mean, I don't think we should kill her career because she offended her.
But she's written not to have too many females now. If this is the behavior, then do we even need any parliament?
It's our first time now, first offense. Are you kidding me? We can't kill that kind of quality of a person now. She's a right.
But woman, why are you not looking at the things that her performance?
She can perform. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We have to look at.
Yeah, because you can see, for example, those states share border with them, and those states, and then this woman is constructing road into Ondo and Edo. You know what I'm saying? What are you saying? This is a very good woman.
Performance, yeah, but character, I don't know. I don't know her personally, but from what I'm hearing, it looks like she's one of those typical Niger babe that just like to.
Now, character will chop, my brother.
Yeah, exactly. So at this point,
she's not. Point of correction. She's not constructing any road. I don't know where you are getting.
Oh, she didn't.
They construct her with the Siam.
No,
Well, I
and
follow
they tell
this.
you she's not. Things does not work like that in
yeah,
the Senate. Don't you
one
guys
man. I
don't you
want to I
understand
want to speak and
parliamentary?
go and sleep. But not this. It's even this guy that is talking now. It's my turn before he's supposed to talk. I came before him.
No, not before Mike. It's the
No, I came before
interjections,
him.
but
I know when he
I'm
came.
not
I
sure
came
that you
before him.
did. Mike has
No,
been in all the way through.
You're talking about.
give
After
me 5
Mike,
or 10 minutes. Let me speak and go
yes,
and
you are
talk something.
after Mike. So let Mike land, and then the floor is yours.
Yeah. So to conclude, yeah, I think Humphrey should not be honored as immortalized or whatever. The man is not relevant, man. I'm sorry. I mean, if the president want to recognize him as somebody, yeah, he can do that. But to be passing something on his behalf or making him, that's just rubbish. And Abaribe should focus on, I mean, what's going on in his region. He should let us know. I mean, people like him and Obi, they should be the one dealing with the IPOB issue, or you should be the one talking to the agitators or whatever they want, and instead of them crying this, give me Biafra, talking to going to other region to disturb other people. So, well, that's all I got to say, man. I don't have much to say, man. Let this guy go.
Oh, all right, Bilal. You better be good for all the pushing you've pushed. Benson, you're up next.
Well, I want to say hi and hi to everyone here. You
Hello to
see,
you.
yeah, it's hello, hi to everybody there. And the one man, God bless you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. You see, in this life we live, we have only one life to live. And whatever we do on earth, whether we support evil, if we continue to support evil, we will die under evil. If we know the truth and hide the truth, well, God will judge us. And that legacy, we're going to have a bad legacy, and it will affect us, affect our children. There's nothing like being truthful. That's only what helps a nation. A nation cannot build or grow with hypocrisy and sacrificing. That is where Nigeria is today. Where Nigeria is today is because Nigeria no progress is coming to Nigeria because we have failed to say the truth. We believe that tribalism or hypocrisy or this thing will help us in life. It cannot help us. Many countries are growing today because they are truthful, they are there to help themselves, they are there to see the truth, and that's why they're moving forward. But I can't say anybody should have his own opinion. It depends on where the person come from. If you come from a good family that can be able to speak the truth, fine. But if you're not, fine. On the issue of this Humphrey Nwosu, well, I don't know why Abiribe bring that to the Senate. Because for me, it's not one of the most important things. For me as an Igbo man. But to say the truth, even today, Arise News, Abati, that even people say he hate Igbo and so on, even Abati today commented on it. If what is that commented? Other people commented on it. But I don't look at their comments. You see, Humphrey Nwosu made the best, one of the freest election in Nigeria. Humphrey Nwosu was on the verge of, he has already contested the result. It's only Taraba result that remain before this went to court and stop him. I don't see anybody in Nigeria that is doing something and the court says stop doing and he does that. I don't know where we cannot be able to open up ourselves and say the truth. Today, the Buhari, Babangida that annulled the election, last 3 weeks, people were hailing him. Somebody who annulled the election, that made people to die in Nigeria. But he was a hero. He was a hero. But the man who stood firm, said, no, I want to finish this thing, he's not a hero. He's not the most stupid man. He was doing it for who? He's not even doing it for an Igbo man. He was doing it for Abiola. This Abiola election, Igbos voted for Abiola. Igbos didn't find any sentiment also. They voted for Abiola. But we know that if it was an Igbo man, we know some regions will not vote for him. But Igbos voted for Abiola. Igbos died in this problem. But that is, by the way, no problem. Even if they are immortalizing or don't immortalizing, it doesn't make any sense for me. You see, the guy who said that in people were dying ESN killed many people in Anambra and Dimo. Let me tell you the truth. What this that is also dangerous propaganda with APC. That also people were running away from Uzodinjo. That is useless governor in Imo State. Is the one with DSS who we are buying people. Not ESN don't have any this in there. Those people run away. Now Uzodinjo with DSS bring those people there to come and say, this ESN, ESN communication. That is lie. Truth will come out very soon. The truth has already started coming out. Igbos are like Yorubas. Igbos don't kill people, their people. Yorubas don't kill us with their people. So anybody who come in here to talk all these things, well, good luck to you. We know people who are doing all this nonsense in Nigeria. But again, I want to ask, everybody wants a country to move forward. How can a country move forward when there is big nepotism in that country? Today, this oil you people are enjoying is coming from the South or former OD state.
Are you there, Benson? Or am I here? Can anyone hear me?
No, okay, I'm hearing you. I said.
Yeah, carry.
Okay, you see, no country move forward with tribalism, nepotism, and wickedness. In government of Nigeria, it doesn't matter who wins or who rich religion is ruling, but everybody's supposed to be a participant. Everybody's supposed to be carried along. Fulanis went there. Buhari went there and put only his people there, and they think Nigeria can move forward. It didn't move forward. Tinubu now went there and put only most of Yorubas there, and think Nigeria can move forward. Nigeria can move forward because why? The people that have this oil that is helping Nigeria, where are they in everything of the country? They are not there. And you think the people will be praying good for Nigeria? They can't pray good for Nigeria. How many people from the South have a good post in this region? None.
Wike is there.
My brother, you are for Wike is a minister like others. There's a minister from every state. How many? Let me tell you. Please let me talk. Let me talk. Let me finish what I'm talking. If there are many different posts. Police, what they call it, commissioner of police, inspector general of police, army, financial, many different posts. Which one was given to this? Is given to the South?
They have very good positions.
Wait, my brother, forget it. Leave. I think that the country will move forward if it is your own thing.
Let's people put this straight to you.
Please let me don't interject me. Let me finish.
We have to put it straight because it's like you are not putting.
Excuse me, my friend. Leave me, please. Leave me. Let me talk. Finish. Leave me. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Now you are asking. We know in this administration.
I didn't ask any.
You have interjected, Siso. Let this man interject you. You have interjected us.
In the South, Wike is a de facto governor in FCT minister. Number one. Number two, the petroleum minister is from Bayelsa State, Lokobiri.
This is states in the law. Every state has to get one man.
Just hold on.
Every state has to get.
Minister of gas is from Delta State, Akwa Ibom State. Yes, Minister of Niger Delta is from.
You don't even know the constitution of Nigeria, my brother. In the section of government, every state you have to get two ministers.
I understand you.
So let me finish. Okay, I understand. Okay, I hear you. Okay, fine.
Don't lie.
The issue of let me tell you.
Don't just speak as if we are all living in a midsection of the world.
Let the man tell us the NDDC minister now.
Let me continue what I'm saying, please.
And the NLNG project, right? The Director General of the NLNG project is from Delta State. So I can count 17 for you from Niger Delta. If you don't know, you say you don't know. Don't come here and blanket lies.
Benson, just can't come here and lie now.
But on the way back to you, Benson, if we are fact checking, only Anambra State voted for Abiola, so I don't think you can say the South State voted for him, but carry on. Only a number.
That is all. Even the most, it's all the whole site is voted for Abiola. Even the most voted for Abiola.
No, I've got the results on my
No,
screen.
you don't. Let me.
I've got the results now. If you want to
Okay,
say, if
fine.
you want to say,
Now on Natasha and this man, you see, nobody in Nigeria, no man, all this money. Nobody ask yourself, all this money, these people, senators are making. What are they making for? What? They are making it to send these young ladies abroad, buying things for them, giving the holidays, all these things. Most of them are using their money to chase married women and so on and so forth. That's what they're doing. When that woman said this man is accusing this man, she's not making a mistake. If he's making a mistake, why did Akpabio and Akpabemi call her the previous night, warning her? You don't, if somebody who accuses you, you don't call that person. You're not supposed to call that person. If you know you are not guilty, you don't call that person. So you see, Nigeria is what it is. People will try to, that's why I say people. You see, Nigeria gets what the kind of leadership they want. And you see, in Nigeria, I'm not blaming Tinubu what Tinubu is doing. You know why? If Tinubu today goes after the Fulanis or start doing good for Nigeria, you see they remove him. If Tinubu today start doing good for Nigeria, they will remove him. So what Tinubu is doing, even Tinubu said he's not going to fight this, he's not going to fight insecurity. So Tinubu is there to get what he can get and also give to his tribe what he can give to them. Because even if someone goes there tomorrow, it's same thing that he's going to do.
So you want him to go after Fulanis? Why?
What?
You want him to go after Fulanis? Why?
Hold on, Benson. Benson, can you see the chart on the screen? Can you see the chart?
My brother, forget this propaganda of APC. We know propaganda of APC. Leave the chart. That thing. ISWAP have taken over one this thing.
You don't want facts. You don't want facts.
Which facts am I going to? This is propaganda of this propaganda. They say this thing is coming down. What they say
Benson, this is why when you guys are challenged on a level playing platform like this, you guys are flustering all over the place. This is a table that you are seeing. You say
excuse me. They said the inflation in Nigeria has come down, while inflation has gone up. So this propaganda of
bring your figure.
Hold on, bring your figure. Let me play you a clip, Benson. I'll play you a clip. So if you are not accepting the data, then maybe you'll accept the lived experience of people at the heart of it.
All these poor people will just come.
Tinubu is a terrible president. 30 days challenge, 30 days rant. But let me advise you, before you say this statement next time, look left, look right, look left, and look right again. I swear, if you see a Southern Kaduna person around you, no trial. Southern Kaduna from Kaduna State, no trial. If you see anybody from Southern Kaduna, no trial. No matter what is moving you, do not say that. Not trial. Because what will hit you, you will think is a trailer. I beg of you, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. If you see anybody from Southern Kaduna, no try by mistake call Tinubu a terrible president. You know why? We know what we went through in the hands of El-Rufai. Under President Buhari, we know what we went through. Our people were like, they were killing. For the first time, I feel like a human being. I feel like a human. I feel like I have a right to be in existence. Do you understand what I'm saying? No trial. We know what we went through. At the point, El-Rufai even said, we paid them or to stop killing them. We paid them.
I think when some of Nigerians are now ranting terrible presidents, as if Tinubu the terrible president, I think it's unfair. We are not being fair to ourselves. We are not being sincere to ourselves, honestly. You see, I don't know why we Nigerians are just like this. You know, we should not use personal hatred or religion or tribal bigotry just to discredit someone. Now, Southern Kaduna is a very good example. You know, now people can sleep with their two eyes closed. Now, in Southern Kaduna, whereby before it was terrible.
So you're hearing people's testimony backing up the data on your screen. So you have to go with facts, Benson, not emotions. Benson, you don't run. There it is. I say don't run. So are you there, Benson?
Now fight in Caricom.
Yes, but that's the thing now. You know, it's very easy to do all of this screaming and shouting, but you know, the facts
In
don't
the
bear it out.
interjet of Sisu, you know what we could just interjet
Forget
at all.
forget the interjection. He was saying the data was wrong, but the lived experience of people at the epicenter of insecurity is backing up the data. You know, the data tells us that insecurity is being addressed aggressively. The international community is acknowledging it. We're seeing people going back to the farms, and people are coming out to give us. There are people at the heart of insecurity. They are coming to give us their personal experiences. So you cannot go against fact now.
And we are showing them video. We are showing them video. We are showing them video. And he's saying he's open Zodima. Just because we don't want to acknowledge. Is that being fair to the people that lost their lives there in those videos, those bones that we saw? Is that fair to them?
You wonder why Zeta calls them headless mobs. That they to me.
The anointing most of the time is that they all just think, okay, when they hear probably you live abroad, that we are just coming from Pluto, that we don't even have family.
We didn't live in that Nigeria.
We don't have fathers, we don't have mothers, we don't have sisters or brothers, we don't have people who live in that place.
I'm the only person abroad.
You are the only person in the world that, and then this a bag of beans that used to be maybe 130 something is now 38 or 33,000 naira now. 33K, because I know how many I just bought for zakat and everything last week. 33K from 110.
Can you buy a bag of beans 33K? Yeah.
Yes. For zakat, it's Ramadan time that we are sharing.
Where we live now, we can't buy a bag of.
So, but
like
when you get all these
bag
people,
of beans here.
2
kilogram bag of beans that I'm buying here. If I put price to it, 2 kilogram pack is equivalent to 25K. That I'm buying 2 kilogram pack.
The yam that we buy normally here a box, you buy it for like 40 bucks. But what I'm saying that things are coming down, right? Things are coming, but when this guy come or Ekene come here, Ekene will be speaking as if he's living in a different part of Nigeria as against every other people, and they will say you are not on ground. Do you know if even some of us, do you know if we come to if we go to Nigeria maybe two times in a quarter of the year, and they will say you are not on ground, you are not on ground. It's good for you. Nothing is telling you it's good for you to hate APC. It's good for you to hate Tinubu, right? But don't come on the set. Except you're on the WhatsApp echo chamber platform that people cannot see things the same way in a diverse opinion. That's why you can be lying. In Kaduna State, we know what Kaduna State was, particularly the southern Kaduna, and now things are changing, and you still want to say Nigeria is bleeding. If Nigeria is bleeding, go back to your place and see. And people are saying they are ranting. And I was speaking, I told somebody today, if you guys really want to rant, right? Rant on the governors. One man, there is a governor that I know, you know the governor already, was taking 3.6 billion. The state was earning 3.6 billion monthly from fact allocation between 3.6 and 4.2. As I'm speaking right now, the state takes 50 billion every month on fact allocation alone. And this is an NDDC state. All the derivation alone is like 4.2. The NDDC shares alone is like 2.2. So in a month, this state governor is taking almost 19 billion every month. So if the federal government is releasing those funds to you and you are still crying on the federal government, are you not stupid? And you say you are ranting. You never rant, you go cry where. So these people are not serious. They just want to. And then when they are talking APC was formed
in 2014, 2015, right? In your region, APC was not there between 1999 to 2014. So who were those politicians? What were those political parties running your region for those years? And in the same region, you never accepted APC. Right from day one of inception of APC, that they tried to bring it to your region, you guys killed it down, that it was Fulani and Islamization party. You never accepted it. And even the few people that will accept it, you never support them. So all of a sudden, everything is APC. You are showing him video now. He says propaganda. You showed him shout, it's propaganda. You showed him everything, it's propaganda. And then when he can't say again, he ran away.
Yeah, but enigmatic. You have to know that there are no institutions or grant to get this money be given out to those governors. Those money are be given then like dash money. Then they dash the money now. Without no accountability.
The president does not have power.
Hold on. There are institutions on ground. It's just that they are not effective. That's the role of the state assemblies. So just like the Senate supervises the budgetary space of the federal space, the state assemblies are meant to superintend the activities of the state, but it's just that it doesn't work because they co-opt them,
The governor,
they have the right. So the institutions are there, but they just don't function. Yeah.
The House of Assembly, they have the right over the House of Assembly.
Yeah, the House of Assembly, they have right to impeach the governors. But what we've seen in Nigeria, and that's why I say Nigerians, when they are serious, when they really want to rant, they will rant to the local government and the governors. When the governors have the houses of assembly, the several houses of assemblies that we have in Nigeria, they are appendages of the executive. They are subservient to the governors. The governor, they cannot even checkmate the governors.
Governor can lock their office
and lock their office. Look at what Obaseki did in your state, in Edo State. Obaseki ran Edo State with just 9 House of Assembly members
for about 3 or 4 years.
For an entire term, he didn't have he didn't even spread them in, and people will be crying today that they will be crying Nigeria is Nigeria. When
the governor went to demolish House of Assembly.
Kubara was there demolishing House of Assembly. They didn't say anything. Kubara was there running an entire state with three members of House of Assembly. They didn't say anything.
He took the rooftop off.
Kubara was running government with unapproved budget. They didn't say anything. But when federal government took action, they are crying now. If the federal government did not take action, you guys will cry that federal government they are not checkmating them. What do you guys actually want?
No, that Fubara one is different, my friend. It's different. I bet we will not just go there at all. Because
all right. Since Benson has dropped, thankfully, Joel is here, so Joel can pick it up from there. So Joel, you're up next. Joel of Nashville. No, Joel. Oh, okay. Until Joel indicates that it's with us, we go. Yeah.
And one person go, then I'll take one person.
All right. Yes, because we need a better audio from you anyway. So let's go to Simba. So Simba, the floor is yours. Simba the Sailor. All right, let's go to Zita. All right.
What are you people talking about?
Oh, we were talking about
woman.
Yeah. Are you ready, Simba? Or?
One man, I did now.
Oh no, we call you now. You know talk.
So okay, let him continue.
Okay, the floor is yours, Simba.
One man, I did now.
Where am I going back from?
Okay, let him continue.
Okay, the floor is yours, Simba. Oh God, what's going on? Is that Simba that I'm bouncing back from? All right. Let's go with Zita. Then I'm not sure if Simba is fully ready for us. Zita.
What you now they discuss?
Oh, we were discussing Humphrey Nwosu. They were looking to immortalize him, and a lot of people are saying that he did not do sufficient.
Want to sideline me?
We came to you now, and we were echoing back, and we didn't speak, and then we go to Zita.
I was trying to, because I was watching this thing on my television, so I was looking for my remote to turn down
All
the
right.
television.
All right. Floor is yours.
Hey.
Sorry, Zeta.
You know what I wanted to say about this immortalization of Humphrey Nwosu. Because at least I was in the university then. I even voted during that election. And if you look at the people that actually truncated that republic, if you want to call it a republic, I can single out about, let's say, 10 to 12 people, and I'll mention their name. The principal participants are the two presidential candidates, Babangida, Abacha, the Humphrey Nwosu himself, Otto Nzeribe. Then even the two vice presidents, Tommy Kimi. That time, Tommy Kimi and Babagana Kingibe. And then the other actors, like Tony Anini, even people like Doyin Okupe.
The vice president was Sylvester Ugo. Was
Daniel Kanu. Even if I mention this name, most people will not agree with me. Even Lateef Jakande was part of the people that, because he actually one of the Yorubas that were against Abiola that time, and he took appointment with Abacha regime. Lateef Jakande. You understand? And if I start mentioning their role, if you look at because Patoski, do you remember one man called Emewa?
Yeah.
He was the one as FEDECO. He was the FEDECO chairman that time before Babangida changed the name to NEC. That time we were using FEDECO.
Yeah, Emewa, yeah.
Emewa. He had a problem with Abacha. And Humphrey Nwosu, and with Babangida, Humphrey Nwosu worked under him that time. And he now replaced Humphrey Nwosu with, Emewa with Humphrey Nwosu. Otto Nzeribe, if you look at most of these people, they have a link with the military regime. Otto Nzeribe, actually, he is an in-law to late Yaradua, the senior Yaradua. He was one of his wife, Asabe, was actually Yaradua's sister. You understand that? So most of them, they work with it, and we know the role Otto Nzeribe played that time. ABN, Association for Better Nigeria, that was working for Babangida that time.
I've been bothered.
And it was one. Yes, it was one that went to court, secure injunction to even stop that election in the first place. And even after the election was held, even with that, when Ofiwosu even went on with the election, it was one that also went to court, secured the injunction to stop announcing that result.
Yeah.
You understand? And at that time, this so-called man that is
who did step down? Who secured? Who went to court to secure the?
Otto Nzeribe.
Okay, thank you.
So, and in this time around, since somebody that actually, said no, he was not going to obey the court injunction to stop the election, actually now said, okay, now this time around, when they said, okay, stop announcement, he now obey the announcement that to stop the announcement of the election. And that precisely June 18, 1993. 1982. You understand? So the issue here, I don't even know why this senator, I don't know what came to his head that he's now sponsoring such a bill. What has he done that make him an hero? What has he done that made him to now say want to immortalize him? He was appointed as the chairman of NEC. He was doing his job when it became critical for him to even now announce the result, he cheated out and he went to Eden. Even for so many years, he could not even come out and say anything. Until 1998, it was 1998, you know that this man published a book. And it was even in his book, he was saying that Babangida was right. Go and check that book. All of us here, go and check that book, that Babangida was right to annul that election. So I don't even know where all this useless thing is coming from, that everybody will now come and say blah, 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 blah. And then even at the floor of the house, they're not making it to look like a tribal thing. That, okay, because the man is an Igbo, that's why they are against the immortalization. He has, as far as I'm concerned, has not done anything spectacular. You are not an election. You did not even give us the result. And then, so what has he done? You understand? And let me even speak about the man Abiola himself. That man, he made a lot of mistake. Because because I'm very sure most of the people on this platform, they are new needs that time. They don't even know what was happening. His vice president that time, Babagana Kingibe, you know that they contested primary together, if you remember Patoski, with Atiku.
Yeah.
With Atiku. In fact, after Abiola emerged as the president, Atiku and Babagana Kingibe were still slugging it out. Who will be the vice? Who will become vice president to Abiola? And if you look at some of the comments, even before the election, before their primary, Babagana Kingibe was saying that there is no Southerner that can win a presidential election in Nigeria, that doesn't belong to us. It's for the Northerner. So somebody that is making such a comment, now you not took him as your running mate. Though that time, it was even before that time, they've already had governorship election in 1992. And the governor, the SDP governor that time, they actually supported Kingibe. That was how Kingibe became the vice that time. And he was one of the first person to even become a minister under Abacha.
Yeah.
You understand? So you see that even Tony Anini, the so-called Edo this thing, man, he also play a useless role in that this thing. The problem I have with Nigeria is that we don't know history.
You mean Mr. Physics or Mr. Physics?
Yes.
Yeah, it was
so because immediately Kingibe relinquished as the chairman. I mean, what's the name? Who as the chairman? Who was the chairman that time, Seth? Babagana Kingibe.
Aneni was chairman of
SDP chairman.
It was Aneni. Then NRC
no, Anini was NRC now.
But PDP Board of Trustees.
NRC was Tommy Kimi.
Sorry, Simba. Let me hand over to Thomas. Patoski is here as well. Ola is in the background, so I have to shuffle and bring him in. I thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Sorry, my voice. I have to go take care of it. I thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
He was one that replaced the chairman before Kimi became chairman after Kingibe. I think who was the chairman of SDP?
Kimi, you are missing it. Kimi was chairman of NRC.
Yes.
Aneni was the chairman of SDP. He took over from Kusama II. Kusama II was originally chairman of SDP. And then he took over from Kusama II as chairman of SDP.
I know that he was not the initial chairman. He became chairman.
It was Kusama II that was chairman.
But Simba, can you hear me? It's like someone is not hearing me. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
You see, on that of Nwosu, I think it depends on individual perspective. And I think we are not being fair to that man. You know what it means for someone to be able to stand up against the military those days? And you don't just want to put that as a child play. This Humphrey Nwosu we are talking about, if not because of him, we won't be talking that, Abiola won. You understand? This guy could have taken bribe and go the other way. It was his stubbornness that have made him to roll out to that result, that people got that result to the point of we discussing this. Some of those INEC chairmen will have taken bribe and just mess up the entire result.
Did you hear Simba said he wrote in his book that it was okay that
No, he didn't listen to that one now.
Forget about what he wrote in his book. I was not a kid.
How can you forget somebody what
I'm
somebody
talking,
wrote in his book? How can you say you forget about that?
Wait. What he said later is another thing
It was a
entirely.
skit. Let me tell you, Ola, you might continue what you want to say.
Simba, it was his opinion, but the truth is this: I'm talking about what he did. For what he wrote, totally, what he did that time is even the reason that we are still talking that Abiola won. If he didn't allow us to get the facts, we would have got a totally different opinion of that situation.
Simba, let me respond
because
to
of his. He was stopped, but he stubbornly went ahead to announce the results. And here we had now, we knew that Abiola won.
Don't forget that the coup wasn't during the election process. The Abacha and the whole coup thing, when Abacha decided they wanted to take over, was after like election was done. Because Babangida initially his idea was to pass on, just move on and do the election because he organized it. Because if they didn't want to pass hand over to the civilian, they wouldn't have done it. Because don't forget about even Abiola is Babangida's friend, but it was later among the military that they decided that okay, Abacha wants to take over. So it was during that election time they didn't decide that Abacha didn't decide wanted to take over. So don't say Abacha wanted to take over. This guy just kind of look out for Abiola and gave result. No, he was going to give results, but it was when that coup now took place was when things turned around. So you need to understand that.
Mike, let me respond to Ola in a way. Ola, you see, I hold the same opinion as you, but in the light of this new information that he put it in his book, it meant that even though he was doing something else, what he actually believed was something else. That's it. That's duplicitous. He believed that election was supposed to be annulled, whereas your action shows that it was not supposed to be annulled. That is duplicitous. And even after the election, that means he still hold that belief and that opinion. He still held that belief and that opinion. So that destroys whatever. But I wonder why he would write that in his book. I don't know. Maybe he repented or something and he felt he had to just open up. Because I expect him to be silent on that.
Everything that they were doing that time, it was a skit. They knew what they were doing. If I can boldly tell you that if Tofa had won that election, they will have handed over to him.
No, and let me tell you this. You think Abacha would have handed to him?
Abacha was not the one. Babangida will have handed to him. It's
not Abacha. They may hand it, but Abacha will still have done it.
Babangida could lenumbe morara. It was just
that's what I'm thinking too. I think Babangida was the power more.
Do you know that even before the election, immediately the election started, Abiola was even thinking that he might not be able to win that election and was already even sending message to Tofa. But it was later when the results started coming in that the whole thing changed.
Let me tell you why I knew they didn't want to hand over. You see, after Oka's coup, when Babangida went to Abuja, if you remember, during Babangida's regime, Babangida was a 5-star, was a 4-star general. Abacha was also a 4-star general at a point. The two of them were generals together. When Babangida went to Abuja, Abacha remained in Lagos. You understand? Abacha was like running a cabinet of his own. If you remember, Abacha remained in Lagos long.
Abacha was the one protecting, keeping Babangida alive now. He was the one that was making sure coup doesn't happen against Babangida.
Babangida could not have dared Abacha that time. And mind you, the army boys prefer Abacha because as a chief of army staff, Abacha treated the soldiers better than Babangida when Babangida was the chief of army staff. I know that time,
Abacha is a Korovo now. Abacha was a Korovo. Like he started from ground coming up. But go ahead, I'm coming in.
Abacha, they were wearing Abacha's lapel. They were wearing Abacha's picture as lapel to tell you how much the soldiers boy love him because he improved them. He did houses. Some of those officers, they have houses in Lagos now, courtesy of Abacha. even other ranks. I know soldiers, sergeants, staff sergeants, corporal, warrant officer that have houses in Ojo, Yano Basai,
Are you
all
saying
of
during
them.
Babangida's regime?
During Abacha, I'm telling you,
Yeah, during
surprised.
Abacha during his regime, took care of all these people. But
He took care of
anything that was done
soldiers.
during Babangida's regime was on Sunday.
I think Patoski, if you want to pick out of the two of them between Babangida, who took care of the soldier better, I think Babangida did a better job.
No. Babangida was
Babangida took
If
care
you
of the
look at,
civilians
let me tell
more.
you, do you know what Babangida was doing that time? You know, every
He
2
bought
years,
spirit.
he
He
changes
bought car for
military
them.
administrators. He was one that was sharing pigeons among the soldiers that time.
I think both of them did the same thing, man. Both of them were
Let me
taking care
tell
of
you the
their
truth.
friends.
Let me tell you what IBB did. IBB bought a car for Captain Major,
yes.
Colonel.
Yes.
He bought Pojo and this thing. But Abacha gave even other rank houses. I'm telling you, sergeants have house in.
I was in Abuja during Abacha time. The guy took care of even any officer in the army. They were all money. They were all
so they
having
really
money.
Babangida took care of officers.
What
Abacha took care of soldiers and officers.
What Patoski and the Simba are doing about praising Abacha and one over
We are
there.
not praising anybody.
Them.
Nobody is
We are
praising
just saying
anybody.
that they didn't want to hand
now.
over. They didn't want to hand over.
IBB didn't want to hand over. It's a fact.
Yes. And Abacha didn't want IBB to hand over.
The only reason IBB handed over, because I was reading his book when his security person was telling me that he was telling his chief security officer that I think we were still in power. We are still in power. That man had a responsibility or gap. We are no longer in power. Because as at that time, Abacha already withdrew all his guard. He already withdrew all the brigade without IBB knowing. He was still thinking he was in power. When he had realized that Abacha has removed all those guards, it was when IBB handed over. Let me tell you, if IBB had his way that time, he would have pied Abacha to remove Abacha. So Abacha just outsmarted him. That was the thing. So IBB didn't want to hand over.
I think IBB knew it's a matter of time. Go on rule for like 12 years before they overthrew him, right?
And now,
so he knew it's a matter of time. He knew how Nigerian military just know that it's a matter of time.
Why did you think Abacha didn't go to Abuja?
Also, don't forget that during his regime, there was like several coups that happened against him. So he just knew that let me just get to a point and just leave, man. I don't chop and also, all over Africa, coup was happening. It was happening all the time. So the guy know he didn't want to end up something like Samuel Doe or end up like one of these military guys in Africa, the way they were killing them when they overthrew them. So the guy just knows that it's a matter of time, man.
Mike, what actually happened on that August 26th that people were talking about is that because he didn't go into full-blown coup, it was like what Abacha did to IBB that time, it was like a coup. Not that IBB wanted to hand over. So all these things are well documented there. At least especially Tell did a lot of job then, to the point that Abacha was even running after Teller. I think it was New Wash again that you really got on.
The reason Babangida was comfortable with Abacha taking over is because he knows Abacha is not someone that will come after him after he leaves. Because you know that that's his friend. You can hear more if you want to take over.
Mike, he wasn't comfortable. He didn't get time. This guy pied Don Kabali. See, IBB then, I think soldiers were no longer comfortable because he was framing them up. He was finding a way to pie them. You understand? So for people to say maybe soldiers love Abacha more than IBB, I don't think that was the situation personally. It was just a situation of who outsmarted the other. The two of them, they wanted to be in power forever. You know, so
please, who is talking, please? Who is speaking, please? I don't know. Who's speaking?
This Ola.
Ola, I wanted to ask you a question, please. I just want to ask you a quick one. That flight that killed those 50 generals.
Ejibo.
Who planned that? Who planned that? Who do you think I know that, I mean, everything just like
it was under IBB. That was why I said soldiers were no longer secure with IBB. You see, one of those people that made our
he said that was Buhari.
No, it
was Buhari.
No, that was
IBB. Ejibo.
So you didn't think it was Abacha?
No, it wasn't
No,
Abacha.
it was IBB in power. So it was IBB in power.
It's
That's why.
IBB that wasted those guys, all those young military officers. It was the one.
So guy, it was Abacha and IBB that messed up our military mostly because all of a sudden they took all our armor personnel carrier, all those things. They took them to the. You said what?
They politicized our army.
Exactly. They politicized our army. They reduced the capacity of the army just because they wanted to stay in power forever. They were the one that started framing up their men. IBB didn't frame directly, but he was spying them through one seminar or the other, load them in the aircraft and pie them through that. Then Abacha was busy framing up all those people that we shall like. It was obvious.
Let me call your attention to something. If you look at throughout Abacha's regime, do you know that even though it was after pro-democracies, Abacha didn't kill any soldier. He put them in prison. You can't point to one officer that was killed by Abacha. Even do you know that?
These guys were sentenced to death.
Let me remind you another thing. Do you know that that Vasa coup, the tribunal that was initially set up for Vasa was chaired by Abacha, and the verdict of that tribunal was to retire them.
Thank you.
Go ahead. IBB reconstructed another one and put, I think, Aziza. And immediately that tribunal said they should buy them, he just signed it. They didn't even wait to deliberate it. Because he knew that if they deliberate it, Abacha would insist that they should release them. And that would have pitched him against Abacha because Abacha was strong. Abacha had no by anybody.
Dia was sentenced to death. Those guys that did that,
he didn't touch him. Now, if you wanted to
kill he sentenced them to death. They were supposed to be executed now.
But they didn't do how long it took
Patoski, they were in different situations. Look at what happened to IBB. IBB was in Dodan Barrack. After the guy survived the Oka school, the next thing, he rushed quickly and moved to Abuja. And they relocated most of those weapons, especially the one from that Ikeja cantonment. They relocated the armory. They started putting some people in Kaduna. And then, Abacha came up with the excuse that they were not fighting war in the city. So he relocated some of those weapons, all those heavy artillery, listening to the border town. That's where they needed them. So everything that will make coup effective in Nigeria, already IBB, they've already taken care of that. So Abuja was like a fortress that was very difficult. Immediately they moved to that place, coup became difficult to plan in Nigeria.
You remember?
During Abacha, Baba, it does not really matter at this time.
Patoski,
Abacha was in Lagos. Abacha was in Lagos, but he moved all the armor personnel carrier. No, Abacha was in Lagos. Abacha was in Lagos, but he moved all our armor tank out of Lagos. And so the one you will find in Dodan Barrack that time, even if it started, it will not stand. It's on record. It's on record. So the thing you could have used to tackle Abacha, you already moved them.
The two military affiliates on this platform today, Ola and because I know that you have an affiliation to military. So let us end that military discussion.
Okay, yeah. We are continuing that, Zimba.
Okay, so the issue I want to even raise now, to immortalize somebody is not even the right or the roles of the legislature. That is the role of the executive. So I don't even.
They can propose it. The legislator can propose it. That's the point. Even you, that you are not a legislator, you are a citizen, you can propose it. How many executive won't see? I mean, it was in that June 12th stuff was proposed to Babangida to Buhari.
The question that came to my mind is that, is it because of the book that Babangida wrote that is not give that guy effrontery to
whatever? But I mean, you can propose it. There's nothing wrong. I know the man might have done something wrong,
sure.
But I think he played some role which
what I'm saying is this: do you think that if Babangida has not came out with his book, he can come out and be saying such a thing on propose that
said it before? In short, let me tell you why. That time that Buhari honored Abiola and Kingibe, they were saying, because this guy was there too, though even though it was not honored.
You know, Batoski,
People
let
are
me
already
tell you.
saying that Humphrey Nwosu should also be.
The Babwari that honor Abiola, it was not out of love for Abiola.
It was
It born out of his hatred for Babangida.
Politics.
Yes.
No, politics was even going to run for 2019.
No, Simba. I forgot. I said I was still going to take you on. You know, on this Humphrey Nwosu, you said he wrote in his book. I'm interested in that book because this man did interview with Sahara reporter. Wait in Patoski. This man did everything this guy did publicly with either Channel TV, Sahara reporter. He never said.
Go and check. I cannot come
give
here
me
and
the title of the book.
He
I'm interested.
he never did, and I didn't want to talk. He never did, but
what do you
what he actually said was that Podolsky, what he actually said was this, right? What he actually said was, he said that IBB did not allow the election, but people like Abacha, he mentioned Iyako, and one, I think 2 or 3 other officers were the one that actually annulled the election. But when it's my turn, I will elaborate more.
You see, Joel, that thing you said, Nwosu granted several interviews, and he never for once, because at least if we are referring to the book, we see have the live interview on the internet, and good that internet is a good repository of knowledge and cross verification for us. This guy never said, to the best of my knowledge, never said IBB was right to annul June 12th election.
Of course. If he did, they'll say the Senate today now. If he did, they will raise it up in the Senate.
And the way we are underplaying the effort of this guy,
the issue here, you know,
Simba, wait now.
I'm the one on the floor. I granted you this thing, so you
sorry.
can't just
Sorry. I'm only interjecting. Let me just round up.
You see, so if you want to support, let me tell you, if you want to say your own and say, okay, whatever, if they want to immortalize it, they are right, they deserve it. You cannot come and rubbish what I said by saying be telling me that I'm telling lies. No, you understand? Say your own.
I didn't use the word lie. I said I'm interested in that book.
So go and check. So
I said we want to
don't
cross check.
Just come and say whatever I'm saying. He never said that. He has granted so many interviews.
But I didn't say you are lying. I just said I want to see evidence.
So
did I say you are lying? So the evidence you see. No, I said I'm interested in seeing the book because what I see, the numerous items you can find on the internet and the interview someone has listened to, I've not seen where that guy made that statement. That is my point. And what we are saying, if you say we cannot immortalize, wait now. If we say we cannot immortalize this kind of guy, that will say we are just saying people, the effort of our heroes past shall be in vain.
I don't even know what hero, what is heroic about what he has
seriously
done. Yes.
Like seriously?
What is heroic?
Seriously?
Somebody who choose, let me tell you.
So now somebody did his job. Now he's a hero.
Normal
job.
You are saying that.
Let's go and make Jegan all these guys hero too.
Mike, I know he did his job. But one thing is to do your job with courage. One thing is just to panic.
Which courage? Was he on that threat?
Was he able to display it? When that courage was actually needed, was he able to display it?
How did you know?
Was anybody threatening him when he was doing it?
We knew how many people fought for this June 12th. People died. A lot of people died because of it. A lot of people business
would you have
and then
Simba, I want to ask you a question.
What will you do to such people? And then
no, Simba, are you telling me that
then you see somebody that chicken out and went into an oblivion? That is the person that is your hero.
Simba, Simba, can I ask you a question, please? Because this is dragging too much. Look, Simba, none of us here will stand to any military regime. talk less of a ruthless regime like that of listen, hold on now, let me finish now. I'm asking you a question now.
Person that time.
I am a young person, but the issue is this. The issue is this.
We were in university and we know the protest that we did that
Let me
time.
talk now. Let me talk now. You are just only protesting. You are protesting.
I knew
Listen
how many
now.
years. Wait, hold on. Just you are a kid then. I knew how many years I lost in university because of this, and it affected my life. So you cannot just come here and be trivializing the issue.
No, but the issue there now, allow other people to talk. Let me ask you the question now. Why did Tinubu leave Nigeria?
After fighting and standing up to him.
But nobody in
hold
the
on now,
Senate
hold on. No. Why did Tinubu leave Nigeria?
Let me answer that question. Sorry, let me tell you. You see,
Patoski.
Let me answer that question. You asked the question.
Okay.
Let's answer your question. Why did Tinubu leave? Tinubu was a senator. When the election was annulled, the National Assembly was dissolved. Tinubu and other senators reconstituted the National Assembly.
Yes.
That's a very that's a very courageous. They reconstituted the Senate and said no way.
Okay.
And they came for him. They almost
okay. No, now hold on, please.
That is not
they are just here to be shouting.
Patoski. So why?
Tinubu almost lost.
Patoski. Why did he? Okay, I understand. He did all of that, right? That was the reason why I asked you the question, right?
Because of this thing. Do you know that?
Hold on now. Patoski. My only question is this. Oh no, hold on, Patoski. My question is this, right? He did all of that. Why did he still leave?
No, he left to fight.
Why did he run away?
He left to. He didn't run away. They went outside. No, let me tell you. I think.
Hey.
Let me tell you.
You see this life, eh?
Hold on.
But Ojukwu also ran away now. But why they still made him a Nigerian hero?
Let's talk now. Let's talk. When they say run away, it's different from you are fighting. This guy left, and they were fighting. How did you think Abacha died? How did you think all those sanctions? Those guys were outside. No,
Radio Kudrat. Don't forget Radio Kudrat too.
The bottom line is this, Patoski. No matter how you want to switch it around, the bottom line is that it was. Hold on, now let me finish now. The bottom line is this: that Tinubu ran away from a dictator. He ran away from a dictator. He knew why he ran away. The likes of Dele Momodu ran away. A lot of them ran away.
You know the funny thing, Patoski, he's shouting about somebody that ran away.
But Obi was working for the dictatorship.
I think it's your turn.
Simba. You know what I was trying to pass across is this. Look at Dr. Adedabo. I don't know whether that's the way to call. When we want to say what did they do, we will say Dr. Adedabo did that job too. You understand? What happened to her along the line? He laid her life just to make sure that more Nigerians were not infected.
That's courage.
Wait now, no, wait, Patoski, please, I'm begging of you. See, the thing is this: what we do here sometimes is this: when we see people that display exceptional courage, we just say he's doing this job. This is not fair. The same way we can say footballers that won off Cup of Nations, that won us Olympic, we can just discard them and say, what did they do? You understand? This is unfair. Because when we look,
we should go and honor all our chairman, electoral chairman.
What has he done
differently?
What this guy did on June 10 at 9 p.m. One high court order just came from nowhere that they should hold that election. Even the FEDECO illegal officers that they were panicking. And this man said, guys, forget that because the way that thing said that this was coming at 9 p.m. This guy said we will go ahead. Don't forget that the administrator was there.
Ola, let me ask you this question.
Simba,
I know that you to talk now. Abba.
He's saying something that doesn't even.
Can you check your mic? Your stuff is very. I don't know what's happening.
See, Simba. The thing was that they were trying to stop this man, and against all odds, it went ahead because this man was sitting out on June 10.
Let me ask you this question: if the military, Babangida that time, wanted to stop that election, do you think that he has the power to hold that election? It was a skit. Let me tell you, all these things that you are saying, let me tell you, there is no electoral, there is no INEC or NEC or what Fedeco chairman that can go and hold an election without the permission of the ruling government.
Simba, in Abia State, in 2023, in Abia State, this Alex Oti that is a governor now, right?
How can you be saying such?
Yes, they wanted to truncate the result or whatever. That lady stood her ground. She stood her ground.
That is different. That's different. You were trying to entice her with money.
She demonstrated the courage that
No, you trying to entice her with money. It's different with a gun.
This one had a gun to her head.
You cannot say that.
She had a gun to her head as well.
No, she had no gun to her head. She had no gun to her head.
Joel, hold on, please. Let me even finish with Simba. Simba, let me tell you something.
God rest
we were all alive during IBB. We knew how IBB was operating. IBB was not so brutal in the way he operates. He operates in a corny way. He will hide under disguise to operate. So it will be playing along like a Democrat. It will not come out at.
I was telling you that it was a skit. All these things, what injunction, all these things, it was a skit. Let me ask you this question.
Come out. IBB was using the instrument of the law, but Abacha will come out and use the key immediately.
Wait, let me ask you this question. If IBB that time did not want that election to hold, do you think Humphrey Nwosu has the power to hold that election?
Wait and listen to me. IBB was using courts, the courts. It was Abacha that will come out with effrontery and use decree that say this thing and no, this thing, this stuff. But IBB was the hand. But he will be using the court. It will not come out. That was the style.
The same person that you said he didn't have the courage after the election. He has the courage to annul the election.
If it was Abacha,
he had the courage to annul the election. No.
Simba,
when is it my turn?
Who annulled the election?
Who is coordinating?
So you don't know the person that annulled the election?
Who annulled the election?
It was IBB. It was Babangida that annulled the election.
Hey, now, sir. Okay, I thought you were trying to say it was Humphrey. What do you want him to do? He announced 22 states.
So if we cannot do the unusual, so then why should we immortalize him?
Simba.
What do you mean?
That way.
No. The thing is this: they might not have known that Abiola will win, and so when they announced that, because IBB didn't want that election to hold at all. Two different things. Now, when the election went ahead, probably the gamble
that it doesn't make any sense.
It's Tofa.
They believe that Tofa will they believe Tofa will have won.
No, I told you that earlier. I told you that even Abiola on his own at the preliminary stage, he was congratulating Tofa.
That's what I'm telling you. That okay, maybe you said they will have stopped the election. They wanted to stop it. I said probably they thought Tofa will have won when they tried to stop them. I didn't stop, and eventually it became Abiola. Because you asked me why did IBB now?
You guys allow Madaya to talk now. She's trying to come in since.
No, me, I never talk. I beg. Me, I never talk. I beg.
The way we dismiss our heroes, no.
It's not our heroes. That's not the way they
go ahead and talk.
How can you say
how did you become Abiola? You said at the end of the day, Abiola won. So, please, what are you people discussing?
No, if you don't know, always you come here and
let me brief you.
Are you not
listening? Abaribe sponsored a bill that they should immortalize Humphrey Nwosu.
For what?
Generated.
But excuse me, Madam AI, please. I was meant to go because after Simba, I was meant to go. And enigmatically just making it look like I am not here. But I am meant to go. And I need to talk.
Speak now, speak.
Thank you very much. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. C0WARD of Nashville. Today I will be talking about Humphrey Nwosu, a legend. Someone that went against the military regime to conduct what has been tagged the freest and fairest election ever conducted in Nigeria.
But failed to finish his job.
His ingenuity with the A4 voting system was one thing many people wanted to or were calling for a emulation long after that election took place. None of us here, none, will stand against a military regime. It is different when you say you protested on the street. When you protest on the street, you're not an actor. So they can, I mean, you say you protested in the street, yeah? You could have also protested into or to Aso Rock and say you want to bring Aso Rock down. Why did you do it on the streets? Because they know that your strength lies and stops on the streets. For the principal actors who took part in this election, in that election, it was clear that the northern hegemony was not ready to hand over power to a southerner. And it was clear.
So who did they use? The northern hegemony? Who were the main actors that they were using? Can you mention their names, including Humphrey Nwosu?
Please. Is anyone hearing me?
Go ahead.
Can anyone hear me? Okay.
I hear you.
Yeah. So now I am coming from this angle. Abiola on his own was not a saint. But we're going to leave all of that aside. Let us concentrate on the 1993 election. IBB wanted to stay in power far beyond when he left. I'm not sure. And it was clear to everyone. Abacha on his own, my dad would tell me those days that IBB owned the top officers. Abacha owned the barracks. For some of you who don't know, I was born in Kano State. And those days when you meet soldiers and they tell you about Abacha, it is not just, at top level. You at a very the minute level, 10 naira, 1 naira, 2 naira, make I go chop. Abacha was running these guys. They had so much trust. They loved Abacha. So IBB knew that he lost the barracks. And if Abacha wanted to take over power from him, it would have been easy. Easy. So when we are looking at Humphrey Nwosu from that perspective, knowing the power blocks that were involved in the 1993 election, it will be foolhardy for anyone to say that he was not a hero. Remember, Humphrey Nwosu organized also the governorship election, the local government elections. At the same time, all those results were announced. Why did the presidential, he announced the presidential election up to, I think, 22 states? Why was he stopped? Do you think he just stopped it willy-nilly? There was a force that made him to stop. And as human beings, none of us is infallible. None of us can say, oh, you can stand the heat. You never can tell. You never can tell. So trying to make this man look, trying to whittle down the effort this man made in making sure that Abiola was elected It's only unfortunate.
Joel,
Okay,
Now,
let
is
me
it
add
my
something along the
turn?
line, if you don't mind.
IBB,
Joel, no, not say
IBB.
AI.
Hold on now. Let me hold on. I'm cooking. Please leave me alone. IBB only admitted to Abiola's victory about 3-4 weeks ago. Someone already said it before. And whether you want to put it, I see Simba trying to use semantics. He only said that IBB cancelled the election while Abacha and Yako and others annulled the election. He's a professor. And he was, if you had listened to the interview, when he actually went into the Supreme Court Council, where he was not invited, he went in there. And when he got there and he said what he said, they shut him down. That was when IBB told him, don't say that nonsense again. They didn't want to hear it again. So he knew, who are you to talk to the president, especially the military president? So I would wish for us to be fair in our detailing of who Humphrey Nwosu was and his efforts towards making Nigeria a better country. I asked the question: why did Tinubu run away? Why did I ask that question? It was not only him. You had the Momodu, a lot of them, even the ones that engaged in June 12th. Some of them ran away. They went on exile. Why didn't they stand? If Tinubu loved the country so much, he shouldn't have gone on exile. He should have done what he did and said, no, I'm not going nowhere. I'm going to face these people. But he understood the force.
So you should face them with what?
He who
Guns
leads,
or what?
he who, how do they put it again? He who,
He will fight one day, he live to fight another day.
yes, live to fight another day. And that is, and even in Igbo land, I know the other one that came here and said he was an Igbo man. I know he's not. But he wouldn't understand this one. In Igbo land, we also say,
You don't need to say
we're
it. We
not
don't
out to.
understand what you are saying now. You know what you are.
I will explain it. When I'm not like you that will
It's
come
the
here
same
and speak
thing.
Yoruba
You
without.
already say it in English.
Well, please allow me to learn, please. Allow me to make my speech, please.
Now we are continue.
And what that means is this. It means that you stay from afar and point to the house of a warrior, because usually those warriors die early. My people, Eyinaya Baribe was not wrong. The Senate cannot make or cannot posthumously accord Humphrey Nwosu that right. However, they can make recommendations, and if their recommendation is that he should be immortalized, I think that is the right thing to do.
Immortalized
Because
for what?
that man,
What did he do?
that man fought a good fight.
Which
Okay.
fight?
Thank you.
Is it
If
my
there's
turn?
anyone that wants to ask me any question.
Is it my
Zita,
turn?
thank you. Just take over, Jerry.
So they want to immortalize Humphrey Nwosu, right?
Nobody want to. It is a bill that somebody is proposing. Nobody
Okay.
want to immortalize.
Did he tell you people why he's proposing it? What he did?
It was just blabbing. He couldn't make any sense in whatever it was.
Because number one, the guy did not declare a winner. That's the most important thing.
Okay.
He did not declare a winner. When you say he fought, sometimes when I talk, some people know they like me, but I would still say it. When you say he fought what? You wanted to do something. Somebody came and said you shouldn't do it, and you didn't do it. So how did you become a hero? I don't get it.
So Madam Zita, can I put a position to you? You're the floor.
Yeah.
Now, look at it this way. IBB find a crooked way as at 9 p.m. on June 10 to stop the election. Then the legal officers to the then FEDECO ran to Humphrey Nwosu that, okay, this is what is happening. The guy just said, I will do everything to make sure the election went ahead. And after that point, he said, Director of Legal Services reminded him of the provision of Section 19 of the Decree 13 of that presidential election. I told him that, okay, nobody, it was clear that what he did at that high court could not stop that thing. This guy went ahead with the stubbornness 2 days after to conduct the election. He announced 22 of that election, and the military now looked at this guy was stubborn and was announcing. And because of that threat, IBB quickly
It
moved.
was not military. It was not.
Simba, let me land the job. Simba, let me land.
It
Simba,
was
leave
a
him
court.
now.
It
Let
was
him
a court
finish.
injunction. Don't say it was military.
Wait,
It was a court.
Let him finish.
Simba, wait now. Simba, wait.
The military were
So
behind
this
it.
guy now went ahead based on that provision of the decree to conduct the election, and he was announcing. In Zeribe, try to use court too to get injunction in the midnight to stop this guy. This guy didn't stop. He was announcing. The next thing, IBB just came online, annulled the election, and deployed the CSS, DSS, and the military to go after Humphrey Nwosu. As a human being, tell me what you could have done at that time. You will continue when someone deploy DSS and military after you.
Okay, so what
when
made
did they
him
deploy just when did that
So
happen?
hold
They
on
deployed
now. It's
DSS
my
and military after
turn.
him.
How old were you
It's
that
my
time?
turn now.
How old were you?
No,
So
no, don't forget how old I
How
was.
old were you?
let me
We're asking
finish.
you a question, you're asking my age. What the
Let
heck?
me
What's that?
ask him a
Because I know
question.
your position already. I'm tackling Simba and Patoski that were even older
Boy,
enough.
you have to based on fact now. We're just asking you a question because he wants to himself.
No,
He
I
said
don't want to
after
engage.
him.
I want to engage Patoski and Simba.
Forget
Okay.
you.
Ola, he's a human being. Will he have continued? Because he's a human being, he didn't. So why is he a hero? That's the question I'm asking. Because
he is the reason we are even discussing
hold
this
on.
children matter.
You cannot be a hero halfway. Heroes are people who completed a mission. So why is he a hero?
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you something. Most of you don't know. You see elections as Jega Day. By 7 p.m. on that day, you already know who is the president. That's one thing you people don't know. Ask anybody. That's why when an election is going on, that's still counting votes, you will see somebody's camp. People are dispersing. Meanwhile, another person's camp, people are jubilating. They're happy. Everybody have field soldiers now. And those field soldiers give feedback to their candidate. Why the men INEC people give feedback to their boss. So Humphrey Nwosu actually, if truly knew who won the election, whether he's manipulating it to call another person why they beat him up, I don't know. Or he actually, that person won and he's delaying from calling that person, I don't know. But calling somebody a hero.
Madam AI,
Hold on, let me finish now. It's
he
my
must
turn.
announce all his days. No. We need to put in the right perspective. He already had those results. He was announcing. He already announced 22 to go to the 23rd. And in the middle of it, IBB just came online, stopped, and now deployed security operative after him.
You see, election result. Listen, election result. Any serious-minded person who is in charge as chairman, presidential election results should not take drama. But countries like Nigeria, they intentionally delay it to make it look real, like every process was looking, everybody came and brought their own result. Oh, no, ridiculous. They already know who won. That delay of a day, 2 days, several hours doesn't really make sense to somebody like me. That is, by the way, the question I am asking is, what made him a hero? Because heroes finish job.
Yeah.
You don't abandon a job halfway and become a hero. So what made him a hero?
Nothing at all. Make him a hero. Nothing at all.
So why are you calling him a hero?
AI. You see something.
Let me also contribute now. You have been talking.
Wait, now you are just coming. I'm the one that brought you in. Now you are saying you've been there for.
So you return him back. Return him back. I want to return him back.
No, he want to be playing victim card. He want to be playing the victim card. Now my person now. The thing is this. We need to be encouraging those people that are brave enough.
He's not brave. Forget it. What is brave about this one?
Uncle Simba, I agree with you. That's your opinion.
No, wait. We you know, sometimes when we use words, we confuse our listeners, and we even confuse ourselves. The word,
Madam AI,
the trigger. Wait now.
Simba and Patoski are the one manipulating the people against the history.
Hold on.
This man is an hero. Are you want to start defining criteria for hero?
No,
what criteria are you doing?
The word.
Not be immortalized.
The word that triggered me was the word hero.
Somebody says enough hero.
So
okay, should he be recognized? Okay, let's forget the word hero. Should he be recognized for his slavery?
No, of course no. For doing what? For doing what now?
And you, at least for bringing the election to the point where people can say at least they have something.
You know, Patosi, let me say this.
For giving a weapon to
AI, sorry.
Do you know that Humphrey Nwosu, if you people think he's stubborn, which I don't think he is, would have still announced a winner.
Exactly. He can even go somewhere else and go and do it.
Simba, you guys, you are not being fair to this departed soul. You are not being fair.
No. But why you
AI. IBB under the fact that...
Look, I know they talk like this. Why are you calling him a hero then? That's my question.
Okay, if the hero is the vocabulary you have a challenge with, I say, is it good to recognize him? Then, because I don't want semantic words.
No, it's not good. Even this recommendation they are giving to Abiola, doesn't like it. Because Abiola never was announced a winner. So why are they doing Abiola this, Abiola this? Nobody announced him a winner.
Simba and Patoski, you see yourself now. This is the type of
what is there?
Let me tell you.
Whatever they do after, does it really matter?
Simba, someone aborted a fetus, and someone was saying no life was taken. That is exactly what Madam Zita was saying.
No.
The fact on ground pointed to the fact that
Madam Zita, just a second. I started with a scenario earlier, that you are starting a process, right? You are supposed to go through the fulcrum, the entire all-encompassing software development process, and you did not go live, right? Would you be called? Is that a successful project?
Guy, don't even
no. Yes or no?
It depends on your ways.
Can I also contribute now?
No, it's not adding up.
So
if you don't go live, that is failure.
Can I contribute now, Ola?
Wait now, already.
Let's AI round up. AI, but I mean, I can you round up?
All right, but I be ballet. Not the problem. I'm actually okay. Please continue.
You see these things, you guys do, more especially these liberals. is what is causing catastrophe in the world. You guys are neglecting the institution that actually have the power to pronounce who is a winner in an election. He called 21 states, he called 33 states, he called this, he called that. Was somebody announced a winner? The answer is no.
No, that's your question was
hold on, let me finish.
Question will not even pass any hypothesis.
You
was
don't let everybody
just...
talk. Was somebody announced a winner? The answer is no. Did he have the balls to announce somebody a winner? The answer is no. So why are we even discussing it?
That's a representation of the situation. It's representative of the situation.
He has, hold on, Ola, he has the power given to him by the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
You are misrepresenting the situation. That's what we are trying to correct. That's what I'm trying to correct.
Ola,
I want to not let you talk. It will be interjecting every 10 seconds.
To declare somebody
Ola, we don't want
winner.
to hear your voice again. Let's Zita finish what she's talking.
To declare,
we don't want to
he
hear your
has
voice
the
again.
power, legal power to declare somebody a winner. And then, how many states do we have then? And according to you people, he has called almost to third. And he didn't have the balls to say, this is the winner.
Oh,
and
Simba, you are misleading the future generation. This is what I don't want. And Simba and who they are comfortable with this just because it's playing to your sentiment. The constitution requires you to announce everything before you declare the winner. And you say you should declare the winner when they are 22.
Ola, who was the next chairman before Humphrey Nwosu? You know the person before Humphrey Nwosu. Do you know the reason why he resigned from the position? Before you've explained to him. Before IBB was chopping around and finally settled with somebody that will help do the architect work.
He was even working. Humphrey Nwosu was working under him then.
Look, this man, we can say he's a Nigerian that carried out his assignment, but it's not an hero.
It was a kid.
If there's a way they want to immortalize him, let them name a street after him somewhere in Abuja, but not to the post. Well, for him serving Nigeria, the capacity.
How many people? So is there anybody that serves Nigeria? Me too, I serve Nigeria now. What are you saying? So must he name everybody in citation?
I mean, if we are to name every INEC chairman before Humphrey Nwosu, or even after Nwosu, we've seen what would you call the person that organized the election that sacked Jonathan from power? So what would you call that man? When I hear people saying, "Oh, he conducted a free and fair election," no, he conducted an election that was prepared by the military. The military made it free and fair. Okay.
Let me say something, Adewale. Sorry, Ola.
Wait.
Please, Ola, please, I beg you. Let me say this, and then
we are going to give you pass now, Uncle Remy. We are going to give you your floor. Don't worry. You know you have your floor. No, you will have your floor after me, Madam AI. All these are interjection. Adewale, the thing is this: you are a Nigerian. Nigeria immortalized coup plotters like Murtala Muhammad. They immortalized a lot of people that did bad things after they gave them presidential pardon. And you are saying someone that exposed the wrath of disunity and attempt for some gang of coup plotters not to position us from democratic path. This man exposed.
So, what national assignment did he do that qualify him to be honored with?
There are so many other Nigerians. Okay, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, continue.
No, come on, man.
Madam Mayor, please continue with your this so that Remy can come in. Please continue, Madam Mayor.
Ola, please. Humphrey Nwosu, how many months did he serve as the INEC chairman? 1, 2. What did he do as an INEC chairman for arguing with the military? Then he's a hero. I don't get this. He didn't do anything. Murtala Mohammed, you just mentioned, they concluded a mission. You said they did a coup. And it was successful. Abi? So, what did Humphrey? Heroes are even, some of them will be conclude that thing and die with it. They make them a hero. If he has announced that result and the military, IBB, buy him, if you're saying, okay, let's immortalize him and say, yeah, this guy was so
Murtala died in
stubborn
service
that he
now.
announced
So
this result and he was spied. So what did he do? I asked, what did he do? You will run how he was in Lagos, this place, they run to this place, and they did in the nightclub, and this. That is not the question. The simple question is, what did he do? Nothing.
What
zero,
did Murtala
nothing.
Mohammed do? Because I see Adewale now saying this thing, because Murtala Mohammed announced his program. He never completed any of this program before.
Ola, if you are to go, memory lane, if you are to go memory lane, Ola, don't let us be a reductionist that want to change things the way we want it. If you are to go memory lane, did Murtala not die in active service?
Let Remy speak.
Yeah, sorry, Adewale. I will start my own. I will start my own analysis from the election itself.
Remy, Adewale will come after you.
Okay, I will start my own analysis from the election itself. The election was programmed to be easy and simple, which is option A4. You either line up to the right or line up to the left. And we have two major political parties, SDP and the other party, I forgot.
NRC.
NRC. So it was programmed to be easy. So from that angle alone, and at that particular moment, Nigerians are tired of IBB politicking and IBB lying, so many stuff. We are tired. We just want him to go away. Or after the election, all what he has been saying, they are pure lies. Now, let's talk about the man in question. He is the INEC chairman at that particular moment. You had the result in your hand. And I think by that particular time, I don't think they beam it live for everybody to see when he's announcing the result. You already have all the state in your hand. If you are really to be a hero, why don't you just damn the consequence and announce all the 30 states at that particular moment? Nobody is pointing gun in your head. Or where exactly are you announcing the result?
Okay, Remy, I didn't mean to target you.
If you know,
I want to put something to you.
Yes, I don't want to waste too much time on it.
Wait, no, don't worry. We are granted you the floor now. Just take this question along with you. You were Humphrey Nwosu. You had the entire election result with you, and the constitution, the decree, gave you the instruction that you announce all the states before you declare. You were announcing when you announced up to 22. Suddenly, your president annulled and sent soldier and DSS after you. So you will say
where? How can you kept on saying this? To where was he running and they are following? So what happened? Was he arrested?
So that brings me very.
Was he ever arrested?
Let me continue.
I'm addressing Remy.
Let me continue.
Augusimba, I'm addressing Remy. So you now knew that just like soldier were after Sunday Boo and DSS when the man ran away. So you saw soldier and DSS coming for you. You will stay there and keep announcing.
Let me continue.
You were so strong and they were so powerful, right?
So what I'm trying to say is where exactly is the location that Humphrey Nwosu is announcing this result? Where is that place in Abuja or Lagos or Anambra or Cross River?
Wait, no. Let's answer that question. Let's answer it, Remy. If you remember, he was meant to announce the result. But when Humphrey Nwosu saw the handwriting on the wall, he adopted writing the result on a board and televising it. That televising on a board was not part of the arrangement. It wasn't. It was the one that brought it. It's like taking the result to the press. That was the risk. Okay. It was not meant to show the result.
Thank you.
Because
Let me continue so that we don't waste too much time. So
if you remember, let me just finish. He was releasing it the way they collate. He will not wait for the rest to come. He will write that state. How did we know he already had 22 states? Because of that board, if you remember. That thing was not part of their plan. It was his own strategy to play them. I think he should be recognized for that.
Patoski, let me ask you this. Which election result did they wait for the election result to come before they announce it? It's not the same way. For you to even be saying this, that is not true now. How can you say it was
so your calm, and also another fact, and it's not
okay. Let me continue.
He was in your camp earlier today, and Patoski now saw a new fact. I was going, but you don't want to say this because you don't.
Okay.
Let me continue for the coming generation.
You know what?
Even if you for the coming generation,
if we are going to
our own personal interest.
Wait, stop that. Wait, don't twist history.
Sorry, Simba. If we are going to
go ahead.
Patoski input now, that should have even made the man to be more bolder and announce all the results, because we don't know where he's announcing the result. He's placing it on the board and then he's televising it anyhow. That shouldn't have stopped him to announce all the results. That should have even made him, I am bold.
I'm not sure he had everything. I'm sure he did not.
No. Patoski, don't go there again. You have pointed him to be strong and courageous to be doing that.
Which but he did that. That's it.
Under the normal decree that he should go ahead. For him to be bold enough to be doing that, what stopped him from announcing all the time? No.
Let's even be fair.
It's not that we
don't know.
Patoski, let him finish now. Let him finish.
Let me conclude. From this analysis, you clearly show that this man is not courageous enough to announce your result, and it does not merit to be an hero. How can you call him hero? Do you see, if under civilian rule, do you see the way Jonathan continued to play Jega? Because Jonathan knew that the handwriting is written, he was going to lose the election. They were trying to say, no, we are not ready. The security report is not good. They were postponing the result, the day of the election. But the INEC chairman, in case of Jega, continued to do the right thing until we have that election.
Government now.
No. What
Jega would try that.
No.
Patoski,
please, I beg everyone here.
No, don't beg now. Let's say
no. Listen, whether
Jega would try that under Abacha. Don't beg.
Listen. Whether civilian or military, they are the government. If government does not want you to do anything, the civilian government, they can set soldier, they can set DSS, they can set police to use to stop.
The military government can buy him.
Are you sure the civilian cannot buy him? Obasanjo does not
buy him without anything happening.
Obasanjo buy Bola anything happen.
Don't talk as if we don't know what we are saying now.
No, I'm not saying
if Jonathan had tried, let me also interject you. If Jonathan had tried that, it was not possible now. But in Abacha's case, it was possible. Abacha arrested a former head of state, general, put him in jail.
Abacha or Babangida?
Abacha arrested Obasanjo, put him in jail.
We are talking about the election now. It was not
that
Abacha
election. You see, the mistake you are making is that election, the annulment and everything was not just a Babangida arrangement. Abacha was involved. Debi was involved.
Babangida was the head of state that time, so we cannot be talking about someone.
Simba, let me call. If you guys are exonerating Babangida, that is Abacha.
We are not exonerating him. We are saying that
that's what people are doing now.
Can I just go real quick? I needed to go to bed. Can I just go real quick?
I waited.
No, you continue after Adewale. Let's listen to Adewale.
Thank you, sir.
Everybody wants to sleep too.
You know, I would like to go. Thank you, sir. I'll be very objective. Honestly, look, the people that submitted this bill to immortalize this man did the man a very great disservice. Okay, you know, we know who Nigerian heroes are. What makes a hero? Someone who paid a price. Serving your country does not make you an hero. Okay, and I asked a question earlier, and I said, look, I have nothing against.
It's a privilege.
It's a privilege to serve your country, and you haven't really paid any price for serving in that capacity. Now, I asked a question earlier, and I said, who was before Humphrey Nwosu? And thank God, Simba remember it was Awa. Okay, Awa was appointed in I think 88, 87 or something like that.
No, it was appointed in 1987 and was
87.
left in 1989.
1989. And the reason why he left was because the military were playing chess with Nigerians. And he knew, him coming from academic also, he knew that, look, these people, they are not ready. And the way they were interfering, and, today they will announce, tomorrow they will counsel, even materials are not ready. Even the party that was established, the two parties, they too were confused as anything. So what did they do? Decided to quit. Have you guys ever wondered why military kept going to the southeastern part of the country to shop for NEC officials? There's a reason behind it. Now, the same brother, Afan Zeribe for Association of Better Nigeria, was used to go get the court injunction. Anyone who cannot tell me that is not aware that there's an injunction coming his way. He said in the interview that Commissioner of Police served him. He knew what the military was doing right from the get-go. And that was the reason why he couldn't come out to say, oh, we are announcing. He was trying to play safe, even though he was already told, the job. And when the government said, that's it, your job is done, it's done. And he went back to academic again. But the bottom line is that what price has he paid? Zero, because he served his country, he served his fatherland diligently. But that does not make him an hero. An hero is someone who paid a price, who lost something because he was discharging his duty. Now, if they want to immortalize him, they are so keen in immortalizing this man, they can do that in their own capacity. They don't even need to. I don't know why Abaribe came to the National Assembly. It could as well lobby the executive. They
He
could
can
name
go and buy a street in one of
somewhere
the
and name it, but to name INEC of official office as Henry Nwosu, what about other electoral umpire that have occupied that position before him and after him, that have discharged their duty even in the face of oppression, in the face of their own risk? So what I would say is this: no, but the thing is, the man doesn't need all this go around about the southwestern senators are trying to play card. No, it to me it just make mockery, and that is why when I hear some of my brothers from southeast this evening, I listen to Ekene and I just listen to I think Man of Prestige or so. That no, is this what is next for them? That they will be fighting because they knew that man cannot be classified as their hero or hero of Nigeria because he hasn't paid any price. So, as far as I'm concerned, they should have taken that fight or that whatever it is to the Aso Rock and lobby Tinubu to help them immortalize him, maybe in a little way. But to now try to categorize him in the same category of Abiola, that not just losing his own life, his own family is now in tattered. So to me, they should just keep quiet and go with whatever is remain with their integrity and go and do something about his name, but not just to the way they are making it look like he's an hero. No, I'm not saying the man should not be named after one. I mean, the street should not be named after him or something, but not to that level of, you cannot immortalize him as an hero of Nigeria, as a hero of democracy. Look? He knew he was coming to do an actual job. He knew that, and that's why the position he was occupying was a political position, not partisan. But as at that time he was appointed for a purpose, and that was the reason why he kept going back and forth to the Federal Executive Council and all that, because the people that employ him, he has to report to them. The man look. What do you think gave Adam Oshiomhole to stand up in the Senate floor and oppose that bill? Because they knew the role everybody played during that time. They knew who was going behind. They knew who was, to be honest, this is not a story, but unfortunately, it's taking the national discussion and all that. Everybody knew, and that's why nobody will stick their neck out and say they want to because this man served the country with the capacity and they want to vote. Nobody will stick their neck out for that.
Adewale, I beg to disagree with you. You said something that triggered me. You said they should not put him in the place of Abiola. Then Anna asks, did Abiola serve the country? That is one. He's just an ordinary Nigerian that run an election to become the president that he never will be and will never, till Jesus come, will be. So why are they immortalizing him?
Because he sacrificed.
Sacrifice what?
His life, his family, everything about the man was completely sacrificed on the platter of the democracy that we now have.
Hold on.
And the thousands of lives that was lost during the struggle as well.
No, please.
Why would you say no?
I think, Madam Zita, it's not your turn, it's my turn.
Let me ask you a question, a simple question. Immortalizing Abiola, is it born out of emotions or merit?
Whatever we want to say about it, the man merits.
I wanted you to answer that question.
He merits to be.
Emotion.
No. There's no emotion. There's no emotion here. He merited that. Him being immortalized as an hero of democracy in Nigeria, because he offered himself for the service. He's offered himself for the service of his fatherland, and in the course of that service, he offered. No. He offered. Okay, and that is the right of every Nigerian
to serve your fatherland. Does that make you a hero?
No. Let me rephrase it back. He offered himself for a service to his fatherland. In the course of that, he was denied that opportunity, knowing fully well that he actually won the election that was supposed to usher him to the office to serve his fatherland. And the government of the day deemed fit. Hold on. No. Because he has not gotten to the office does not make him, does not disqualify him as a hero of democracy. Reason being is that before he even contested for that election, there was numerous party elections that were truncated by the same government that was trying to put those transitions in place. The same SDP, which even Babama Ghana Kingibe contested, even the same article contested, and numerous of them. Adamu Siroma was one of them. Babangotoko was one of them. They all contested primary at the point. But when the general election was now,
let me ask you a question.
But none of those people lost their lives in that process.
Hold on.
Let me conclude my own thoughts, Madam. You have had your chance. Let others also speak. Adewale, sorry, let me conclude. Please, I beg you. Because I cannot just keep on waiting or whatever. And you are digressing. If we look at the old scenario, a candidate won an election. He was not sworn in because the election results were not announced by the so-called person you wanted to be caught as an hero. He didn't announce all the old results. And you guys are coming and telling us there was a gun on his head. We didn't see where there is gun on his head. We don't know where he even announced the result, the location, the place. We don't even know. We cannot even see him that particular moment. And then this is an election. If Madam Zita is claiming that he did not win the election, the major player in that election, which is IBB, just came out recently that he won that election. So whether they did not swear in is another thing entirely. But when you look at the whole scenario,
you can choose to believe what you want to believe in.
It's the personal opinion.
He was not declared a winner. He wasn't declared a winner.
Yes, we
no
understand.
Official pronunciation that he was the winner of that election.
I got you, but this guy Buhari also that is in power that confer him post-human award as that he truly won that election, and all those BP players that said they won that election, the guy is no more here. He cannot be Nigerian president anymore. But that injustice,
hold on.
Let me finish. Let me finish, please. That injustice will remain part of this country history, and we don't want a situation like that in the history, in the future. We don't want that kind of thing. Unfortunately, it's a country that has been brought together with a lot of division among major tribes and ethnicity, and that is one of the major problems because when we talk, I can say that people talk on tribal lineage or sometimes on religious lineage. So this is not good. Humphrey Nwosu does not deserve to be an hero, and he can never be an hero too.
I want to
But
ask you. I want to ask you a question.
Abiola, what?
Let me ask you a question.
Why?
This is actually ridiculous. The man who called several states, according to you people, to give Nigerians a glimpse of who is about to win the election. The man who made that move by calling several states to give Nigerians a little view of who might win this election should not be honored, but the person who he was trying to show you people.
What exactly
let me finish. Please, can I finish? Please, let me finish. Because this is becoming very ridiculous in Nigeria.
But I have the floor. You said you want to ask a question. Ask your question.
Let me finish. Then the man who ridiculously was not announced is the person that jumped up and said, because this man who has the power to call an election called some states, and it's assumed that I might win, jump up and started demonstrating, started making trouble that cost his life. Now you people are immortalizing that man here and there. But the man who gave you people the glimpse of that he might probably be the winner should not be immortalized. I am not interested in Humphrey Nwosu, but I believe.
Okay, let
me
time
finish.
say.
If you people
I don't know why we're comparing Abiola to
then Humphrey Nwosu should be immortalized.
Please hold on, please hold on.
What's your question?
You know the interesting thing, Remy, hold on. You will continue. You know the interesting thing about this is now, I've seen the way you are counting now. Suddenly now, Madam Zita now switched over now. You see why we should be very straight in representing the situation very well. Remy, you'll be speaking with from the two sides of your mouth too. I think Adewale to some extent, I understand his opinion because from the perspective he's saying that, which I won't totally blame him, and which I won't say he was totally correct.
So
I didn't know you were. Hold on, Remy, real quickly. Guys, give me 5 seconds.
Okay, Prince Daddy, go ahead. Let me hear you.
So, I'm just trying to understand why Madam Zita is saying that Abiola never became the president, therefore he doesn't deserve to be moralized. I mean, I don't get a connection. The so-called modern democracy, or this dispensational democracy, is built on the back of Abiola MKO that sacrificed his life. Just like Adewale was making a great point, actually explaining everything, the reason why Abiola should be immortalized, and why a democracy is really on his shoulder. Not just his life was sacrificed, his wife's life, his children, he lost his wealth, he lost a lot of things. Okay, but simply because he didn't spend one single day in the office of the president doesn't mean that he cannot be recognized and immortalized as a great Nigerian. I don't see the argument when Nazita is making this on this point. I mean, you want to compare Abiola to the INEC Nwosu's credentials? It doesn't exist.
Prince Daddy, Zita, Madam Zita, you will continue. Please, you will continue.
He might win. Should not be accorded, right?
Prince Daddy, you know one thing about Madam Zita is this. Even though I do not agree,
criminal, and I'm so happy the way he died. He's a criminal.
No, Madam Zita, hold on, please. You know one thing about Madam Zita. Let me wait. Madam Zita has been consistent in her position. Fair enough. I think Remy and Adewale triggered Madam Zita to say, okay, why should you immortalize Abiola and not the person that triggered her? So his position has been the two people should not be immortalized. Fair enough.
Okay, let me continue.
Hey, wait, Remy. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for
Remy,
you.
want to
Simba.
continue forever? What are you even saying, sir?
Don't be in the way to continue.
Simba too has been consistent in his own conspiracy. He doesn't care
So
whether
who are you
Abiola
to
or
be
whatever.
judging others
Wait.
now? Are you the
But
doctor?
Remy, you be speaking. No, of course.
Yeah,
I'm reviewing your portfolio.
what are you
I'm
reviewing?
marking your script. You be speaking from the two sides of your mouth, so
you are
you
not in
have
that
time to defend yourself.
position to review.
Wait now. See, you are the one speaking from the two sides of your mouth. Even those people that don't want those people to be immortalized, they be consistent with their own. They are not taking either this side or the other side.
I'm not
But
taking. I told you
you are taking side of Abiola, but you don't want to take side of
Humphrey Nwosu. I did not even mention Abiola. I was talking about Humphrey Nwosu. It's not supposed to be immortalized for what it's not an hero. He just conducted an election that the pathway has been made easy for him. The election was so easy. You either stand in A or stand in B, and we count the numbers. So simple. And when you guys are saying it's courageous enough, and when Patos also came out with his own analysis, and I was thinking, if he's bold enough to say 23, so why can't he just go all for the whole 30, remaining 7? If he's so courageous enough, and you guys are saying that, okay, you don't know whether
because you were listening to yourself, you didn't listen to Patoski. You were listening to yourself.
And when Adeola make his submission, Madam Zitana came and be telling us that Abiola does not deserve it. It's a crook. It's a that. That is
he doesn't deserve it.
That is a perception.
Nobody declared him winner. He's a crook. He's a horrible criminal, and I thank God he never smelled.
Madam Zita, let me ask them this question. If you conduct an election, is it the government or INEC? If Babangida has conducted that election without cancellation of that election, it should be the one that will take the glory, not Emewa or even who virtually won the election.
I don't even know what you people are talking about. Nobody called him a winner. So I don't know what all this.
That's why I'm asking them this question. Let assume that election was conducted, judged free and fair the way everybody was judging it, and Abiola or whoever, somebody won that election. Who are we going to give credit to? Is it Babangida or the virtual winner or the INEC chairman?
Listen, let me tell you.
It's not the president. It's the president.
When we won football in the country, was the president the one getting the credit?
Simba, let me tell you something.
Is it
who you give credit for? What I want to tell you is that you cannot, Nigerians cannot call Abiola the winner of that election, because the person that have the legal right to pronounce him the winner never did. And if you Nigerians keep running around giving him accolades, trying to immortalize him here and there, then the man that gave you people a glimpse of who might pointing towards his direction should also be accorded for doing that. Because nobody declared him winner.
A question on that, Abiola now.
He's a criminal, he's a crook.
I'll be asking too much questions.
Thank God he never smelled that seat.
Simbad or Remy, is it true that Abiola was never announced as the president or the winner of the election?
It was never. It was never.
In 1993.
Not then. Afterwards.
Up till now, let me tell you, up till now, it was never announced officially.
No, Simba, cool down. Let me answer Prince Daddy. The thing is this: if the institution called presidency in Nigeria, the highest institution in Nigeria, came out to recognize Abiola as a winner of 1993, and nobody has gone to the court to challenge that declaration. This is posthumous. So what are you talking about? Abiola was later announced as a winner.
Thank you, Abiola has been announced officially.
This ridiculous discussion.
Abiola has been announced officially as the winner of the June 12th election.
I'm very sure. Let me please let me say this.
I'm wasting my time this early morning discussing Abiola of all human beings. Let you people be running around Nigeria trying to immortalize him. He will never be immortalized. in
No,
the
Zita.
spirit of
He
Nigeria.
has
He's a
been. He
criminal
has
Zita.
been.
and he's a
Zita.
crook.
Zita.
By the way, the man is
If
my
you
family member.
what you are
No,
saying,
stop insulting him.
why are you
He's not a
angry?
criminal. Has he been taken to court or charged to court?
Wait till Madam Zita is really angry. I'm surprised.
But has Abiola been charged to court or accused of any crime? Why are you calling him a criminal? Where is that coming from?
I don't agree with that too. You understand? Why should you call someone that was not declared a criminal by the court a criminal?
You know
This
that is Nigerian for you. That's what we do now. That's what we do. We call somebody is corrupt without even being convicted of corruption. So that's what we do. All of us do that.
That's not
All of
fair.
us do
That
that.
means that
It's not the only
if you are
one.
going on the street now, if someone just shouted "Ole, ole, ole," so you become ole just because someone shouted "Ole." And
Everybody,
we know how
if you on this same platform, everything most of the time we say, okay, if somebody asks you that is Tinubu corrupt,
Abiola
you say
was
it's
awarded
corrupt.
the
Has he
Grand
ever been
Commander,
convicted
the
of
Grand
corruption?
Commander of the Federal Civil Service by Buhari in 2018. That is the highest order.
Hold on, Remy. If wait, when it was given, it was not put. I'm very sure. If they discuss it in the floor of the house, we might even see one or two people that will raise objection. To it. So it's because it was not subjected to people to public discussion. This one they subjected. If Tinubu stand up today and say, okay, you want to do it, nobody we always talk. Nobody can reverse it. You understand? In this one, we are discussing it because they give us opportunity to discuss it. That's why we are discussing it. So it shouldn't be something that we should be fighting over ourselves.
No, you know why I'm fighting you, Simba, is this. You like conspiracy theory. Nobody achieves anything in your presence. Even if you mention Adekunle Fajui now, you will say, what did he do? You understand? Meanwhile, if you were in his position at that time, immediately you were catch you like this, you will run away. I'm just telling you that nobody achieves anything in your presence.
I have one video that I want to send to you about your godfather, Obasanjo. I will send it to you.
No, I just love Obasanjo. There's nothing you can do. Even though he's human, so forget about that.
Even this same Obasanjo was part of the problem of June 12th.
I know.
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
I'm not disputing that. See, the truth is this: Abiola was part of Nigeria. He was part of the problem of Nigeria. Because this thing is contest. Is contest. Abiola was part of Nigeria's problem. Fact. But the fact that Abiola was part of the Nigerian problem does that mean that when there was an injustice against him, that we should just look away.
You know, let me tell you,
that.
Politicians, they are very difficult to fight for. This same Abiola was against Awolowo in 1879.
Yes, now.
You understand? He contested for presidency in 1983.
But what was wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with it because he was in the opposition.
The question is that even his source of wealth was questionable. We all know how he got his wealth.
The challenge with Abiola Awolowo. Let me give you what I heard. You see, challenge with Abiola Awolowo was that during 1979, Abiola wanted to become the governor of Ogun State. Gani Fawehinmi wanted to become the governor of Ondo State. They were young boys who were ready to run for office. Awolowo told them to go and wait and go and mark their time. So he brought old people. In Oyo State, Bola Ige wanted to contest for governorship. Awolowo told him to go and wait, that he wanted a lion day. Bola Ige yari patapata ni. That's how they ran.
Let me tell you, Bola Ige's own.
Bola Ige won.
It was the coup. The youth in Oyo State that time, it was like a coup that they did. That made, because if you look at Bola Ige that time, he was the youngest of all the southwestern governors that time.
Just like Tinubu no in Nigba. He was the youngest.
You see,
do you know that Lion Day primaries? I learned they did it twice. So
yes, now
they did it twice because Awolowo didn't want it. Awolowo wanted the old guards.
No, they asked him to go and wait for his time.
You see one thing, but
so Abiola wasn't ready to wait. Abiola then joined the NPR.
So the way I think something about this is because I was shocked when someone said Abiola was not a hero. I can't just figure it out.
Let me tell you, all these Ola, let me ask you this. all this, whether euro or no euro, if that election was not annulled, nobody will be talking about it. It will just pass like every other election in Nigeria.
See,
You
what I'm
understand?
saying is this.
Exactly. It will just pass.
Another failure.
Exactly. It will just pass like every other election.
No,
It's
Simba,
that
Simba,
annulment that give
Simba.
importance to that election. Believe me.
Yes, now, Simba, you see, one thing is this: Abiola was the reason people really woke. People were already waking up already because they knew IBB didn't want to hand over power. He was doing so cunningly, but Abacha own was so clear that he wanted to become the life president right from the moment.
Ola, do you think if Tofa has won that election, they will not give it to him?
No, they won't give.
They won't give it to him.
They will. They will. They will.
No.
They will.
They didn't want to
Remy?
go. They were not ready to go.
They were not ready to go. They won't give it to him. Don't be deceived. Tofa be
They won't give him.
Let me, Ola, you know why I believe that they will give it to him? Let me give you, for example. If you look at Tofa, he was a successful businessman, like Abiola himself. Patoski, because Ola might not know this. You know what? This guy they call Alilu Akilu.
I know Alilu Akilu.
He was the director
of DMI.
DMI. Yeah.
He was the director of military intelligence that time. He was the ally. They were the people in charge that time. You understand? In fact, if you look at the commentary or everything that time, even King Gibe, that was the deputy of Abiola, Atiku, even all those, let me tell you, all those Igbos that they brought that time, because anytime they want to do anything like a bad thing, they will go to the east and because I don't want to ask a question that time that why to the east to go and bring INEC chairman, Fedeku chairman, nothing started. They have a reason for doing that. The alliance between what they are still using.
No, but let's be objective. No. Let's be objective, Simba. How many chairman has come from the east?
King Gibe, let me tell you, King Gibe, even before the election, was already saying that.
I want to correct it. I want to correct it. How many chairman came from the east? Let's be objective. Because we have repeated that thing now.
Let me mention the one that I could remember for you. What's the name? Obasanjo, between 1976 and 1978 or so, he had one. His name is Makelani.
No, that's on Cross River now. Makelani's song.
Eastern region. I say Eastern region. I'm telling you, I say Eastern region.
Makelani's from.
Wait now, mark my word. I didn't say Igbo. I said Eastern region.
No, the impression is that Southeastern Alanso.
Most of them are Southeastern now. Most of them are even Southeastern. Let me mention. After that, there is one. The one that came after Makelani was something. Esu or something like I can't remember his name. Then Ovie Whiskey, it was even the most popular one.
Ovie Whiskey from Delta now. Ovie.
Delta Igbo now is a Delta Igbo.
Ovie now Roboman. Ovie. Forget about the way they pronounce Ovie. His name is Ovie Whiskey.
Then, so I think that was the one that conducted the 1983 election. Then when Babangida came in, he brought Professor Emeawa. Then followed by
I was surprised. I think it's Nwosu that is the Igbo guy among them.
Then in 1999, what is the name of that one?
That Obasanjo used. The Anek one that Obasanjo used was his name. That's the only Igbo. Those are the two Igbos. The rest are not Igbos now. Let's be objective. You understand? When you guys said it, I was cracking my head.
Humphrey Nwosu. Honestly, I respect that man. No.
Is that not Ewa?
Whether Simba like
it or not. Now. Maurice Iwu. Humphrey and Maurice
Iwu, yeah.
They were the two Igbo guys. The rest were either from Delta, Cross River, from the north, like that. It's only Yoruba
Simba. You know my opinion about recognizing people.
His name is Eyo Eswa.
Eyo is
The
the
one
one.
that
Eyo,
came after
Eyo
Michael
is
Lani
from
was
Cross.
his name was
Eyo is from.
Swak.
Eyo is also from Cross River.
Uncle Simba. The thing is this: it is good to recognize those people that has done something exceptional. I know today we don't want to give it to Humphrey just because I don't just know you guys' criteria. The same way someone said Abiola because he never became the president. It's just like if they put what Abiola did in the concept of warfare, just because a general led a war and he didn't return home, just to come and be declared the next leader or the next head of state of that country. So to some people, it was not an hero. Let me finish my concept. Don't let me lose my concept.
For any question, who or not should be question.
You see, no, what happened? We lose this analogy now.
Take it
That's what I'm
along
saying.
now. Why are you running away?
No, I'm presenting an analogy. You want to cause a break. I will lose the thought.
Cause a break in back to everybody in here now.
I will lose the thought. Mumashibi Abasha, this is you. Remy
Okay,
speaking here and not. So the thing is this. Now, Abiola led the situation that brought us the current democracy, no matter how imperfect it is. He lost his life during the process. This man could have just move on and just say, okay, behave like tougher, like a Gibi and Co, and be enjoying. And I guarantee you, probably we won't have that democracy we have now by 1999, because everything will have just moved on. But this guy came out, fought, although we may say he was fighting for his own selfish interest, good, but he fought and lost his life along the line. And that even increased the tension to the extent that the international community just intervened to make sure that Nigeria was restored to the back to the path of democracy. And people still find this thing difficult to understand the sacrifice that this man made. That is where it is. What we are saying today is this: Nigeria is not worth fighting for. That is what all of us are saying. If we cannot recognize the effort of Humphrey Nwosu, and I was shocked that Remy was even saying he should have announced. It was like seriously, what would he have done more than what he wrote on the board for everybody to capture? Because
my question to you, question, you did not.
I know you'll be coming for me like a lion.
I did not say. My question is very simple. We did not, after Humphrey Nwosu, after that election, at least he did not die. As Humphrey Nwosu, has he ever come, even after that Obasanjo became the president, has he ever came out and tell the whole world that I was a gun was pointed to my head? It didn't say nothing. We don't even have an interview to tell us what exactly transpired. We didn't know nothing. We were in the dark till when he passed away. And you are telling me to come and give this kind of person an hero. What kind of heroism are you giving?
I know that people like you were saying something should have waited. So that by now you'll be blaming him for being foolish and being stupid to have waited for the DSS and the military
no. We recognize
Nigeria on a being now. I know now very well now.
No, Ola, look, listen, we recognize his effort. We recognize his effort. He did a wonderful job, but it's not up to the level of being giving him a kind of whatever they want to give him. It's not up to that level now.
Remy,
if you are talking about him, that means to me, in my own, Jega even performed much more better than him.
Remy, even a like of C0WARD was targeted by the military, just as a student union leader. Now you are now looking at the person at that magnitude position like Humphrey Nwosu. What are you talking about?
Are you not in this platform when someone was telling you that all of them ran away, they could not face the gun? It is only this guy that stand and announce the result. Are you not here? Are you not here in this platform when they are telling us that all those guys, they did not do nothing for them?
I'm giving my aspect. Remy, could you have done that? That's the problem. On June 10, when the election was about to, where election was just about 2 days, someone went to the High Court to stop that election. And this and the legal officer of the then FEDECO, they came around, they said, okay, they were scared. To the point that even this man pointed to the relevant legal framework that allowed them that at that point the court could not do anything. They look at that court judgment. After all, they are not sitting, it was not served to them anyway. They went ahead to do this thing. At that point, they were not enough. To the point that even in Zeribe went to the court again to go and get injunction to annul. You know, there was another for them not to proceed with the election, though. But they analyzed the thing that
anyway, whether they made the national hero or not, it's of no benefit to him. The man is gone. So
exactly, I know.
He played his own
role. No, Patoski, what I'm saying is this: if Simba was in the position of this Madam Adedivo that helped us cop Ebola in Nigeria at that time, he would have run away. Simba would have run away.
No, don't say that. Maybe there are some other things to that. Yeah,
Patoski, some doctor ran away. Some doctor ran away during that time.
Let me tell you this.
Even you know, COVID, some doctors ran. Some doctors didn't want to attend to COVID patients.
She tried, but she benefited from benefit.
When you have COVID like this,
because she did not know what that guy came in with. It was after the demise of the guy that the result of the test came. Do you understand what I'm saying? She did not know the diagnosis. That guy was just taken to that hospital. It was a private hospital. Just that, okay, he came into Nigeria from wherever, Liberia or whatever, and he fell sick and they brought him to the hospital. It was after his death and the manner by which he died that made them to now go and run tests on his sample. So, and it was after the result of the test now came that okay, all the people that some of the people are not even in the hospital. They went to their house to go and pick them. You understand? But there are so many ways people can just be, history can just be favorable to you. That's it. She didn't know.
Okay, fair enough, though. Fair enough. You defended yourself. Don't worry, I will catch you next time. But the thing is this: there should be a way to encourage people to be patriotic. Adekunle Fajuyi was an example of a patriotic Nigeria.
Okay, so that person you mentioned now, did they give him any award? The person that died?
Of course,
it was given.
Adekunle Fajuyi,
it was given.
One of the most immortalized people, one of the most immortalized past hero. What are you kidding?
He has his status. He has his status in Ibadan. I think he has in Ado Ekiti also. So, I know this.
I'm talking about go to the hall.
Let me tell you, that street where he was killed was named after him. You know that street is a major street too. That road that passed UI from that Ojo UI to Dugbe, that road is Fajuyi Road. Though. They just don't call it like that though.
No, in the university, we say Fajuyi Hall.
That's a major road. From
in the university, you see Fajuyi Hall. People will ask you, why is this?
So, Ola, I'm disappointed in you today, man. You yourself always say someone like Fajuyi should be honored somewhere in the east, southeast. You can't even bring that debate on their channel or something like that.
No, Fajuyi is honored now. What are you talking about? It's honored. One of the most honored people. Yeah, I know.
Nibo ló ti honor.
One state and madam alone.
One state, one the honor.
Ẹ dábàá àwọn IPOB ó ti fún Ọláníyàwó àbí kankan.
No, Mike. Fajuyi was honored based on what was on ground that time. If you go to
Nibo ló ti honor ní Leon.
Wait now. Baba Efarabaleo Ejo. If you go to Obafemi Awolowo University now, you see Fajuyi. Oh, you know what?
Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni ẹ̀ náà. Mo sọ pé nílẹ̀ ẹ̀ tó kú fún.
See, okay, I got your point for this one.
That's what I'm saying now. I mean, the guy,
we don't even have to.
You are coming here to bring argument that we should be honoring you, Humphrey, on behalf of Abiola. Are you kidding me?
We don't even have to go tribalistic in this matter. The question is,
no, it's not
saying people were saying Humphrey was not an hero. That's the problem. Whether
He
you
was
want
not
them
an hero
understand
now.
or
He just did his
understand,
job. He was hired to do a job. He did his job.
What
We
did
can
you say?
argue whether he did his job good or bad, but we'll say man is a hero.
Mike,
Hero of
sorry.
who? My hero, or who's the hero?
Mike, let me answer Ola this question, Patuski. Do you think Jega is an hero too?
Of course.
Ola, answer the question.
What the guy did, I remember
I know
that guy
they're
that day
asking
now.
the question.
Before I was shaking the way the guy was ranting, and the guy was just looking at him.
Guy,
I think I'll have to define hero before we even start arguing. So, if you are saying a hero is somebody that maybe do their job or something, or we don't know what your hero means to you.
I see they perform something wonderful.
Because if that's all Nigerians are heroes then, because But if you are saying, because me, a hero to me is somebody that actually put it like they do something extraordinary. That's a hero.
No, it's Wale Soyinka a hero. Is Wale Soyinka a hero?
If we say winning the Nobel laureate for your country, if that's a heroic act, maybe you can say it's a hero. It depends what you define as a hero. Me, I think for me, for example, like when Kanu wins this thing for Nigeria, gold for I see the guys as heroes today. You understand? When you do something where you win for your country, something like that, significant, extraordinary, and you're a hero. But if you say you just did a job, you didn't do anything beyond your job, and you're a hero, I'm sorry.
Guy, but we can say Kanu was earning salary while he was doing that too, were any allowances when they won. So if you want to go back, that he was doing his job too.
So what are we talking about? The outcome? What about the outcome? The result?
We're saying doing extraordinary something.
Let me tell you another thing. It was even the fact that he served the country that sold him out to the whole world to even earn his salary. So he was not an hero. He was just doing his work too.
No, I'm saying everybody. No. I say everybody define heroic, doing something extraordinary.
No club would know Kanu if he had not played
Hold
for
on now.
Nigeria, so.
Hold on. You guys are presenting argument as if a footballer, being a footballer just makes you a hero. For example, we can't say all the footballers are heroes, but if you're saying you give one extraordinary performance where we like, wow, that's extraordinary, and the end of we giving us put it on the history book, something like that. Hey, you say I'm all that guy as a hero. You understand? Doing extraordinary thing while you're doing your job, that's make you a hero. But if you're just saying you didn't do anything extraordinary,
the concept of this hero. The concept of this hero is to encourage patriotism, to go extra mile to do something.
It's not honoring somebody. You can say, okay, want to honor. It's not about hero.
Wait, now our past soldiers now that went
people,
to the
some
war.
people have been honored in Nigeria but it's not because they are heroic.
Simba, you don't want to hear about Nigeria is notoriously known for honoring like literally controversial people where they are the face of something bad. And then people that actually did something extraordinary, maybe something they are face of something maybe positive side, we don't honor them. Even for example, someone like Benjamin Adekunle returning his grave. Because Benjamin Adekunle was on the battlefield. Bah! This guy literally, like, that war. If you go and read, it was like the most. In fact, the Nigerian military, I will tell you the history. They say soldier that actually accomplished more on the battlefield in the history of Nigeria is Benjamin Adekunle. But Benjamin Adekunle, Nigeria, when the guy died, they didn't even know him nationally. But when the person he fought against, Ojukwu died, national hero. I'm like, what kind of rubbish?
Even this fact that we are talking
backward
about,
mentality do we have in this country?
He laid his wife for his friend. That was what made him an hero. I don't even know what kind of being hero is that. That one's also.
Yeah, a place like that in America, they give you highest medal. If you lay your life, die for someone else or for your country.
But he didn't die for the country. He died for his friend.
For his friend. See, the fact of the matter is in the West, in America, for example, if you die, you put your life or risk your life or somebody, they'll give you a medal called a medal of honor.
Sorry, Mike. They even say he died for his friend. Maybe it was just mixed in the crossfire. He was a governor too, so maybe he was defending his government too. Nobody
know what he did.
Why go be there harmless?
What happened? Let me tell you what happened.
Maybe they defending government.
No. It was not even
governor.
What happened was this. You know what happened was this. What is the name of this guy now? Danjuma. Teofilo Danjuma. Teofilo Danjuma was the chief security officer of Aguiyi Ironsi. And he was with him in Ibadan. And he was part of the coup. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when the time came for them to strike, they now, when they were about to take him away, they said they didn't come for him. They told Fajuyi that they did not come for him, that he should leave and let them take away Aguiyi. It was one. In fact, the military vehicle that they brought to take him away was already going when he jumped. He jumped inside.
Simba, Dakeje. Let me tell you one thing. If you and Mike were to be in America today, there are some circumstances that we say, okay, all veteran.
What do you say, Dakeje? Say, what am I saying? Am I nine?
I'm coming.
Simba, maybe he wants to promise her one wife for village.
Mike Odeo, my gelato.
Why did you say
Allah, you see,
Let me finish my story now.
No.
That was why Patoski. I'm not talking to you, Ola. I'm telling Patoski a story.
Simba,
so he was taking.
Ola, are you related to?
Away.
Your last name is Fajuyi too. Are you related to Adekunle Fajuyi?
No, because it's from the same state now.
I think we are likely to be
state.
family, but I don't really know the linkage. We like
you going to be like
Are you from
sometimes.
the same town? Are you from the same town? Are you from Adu?
They don't offer you bid for Abia.
No, the thing I'm even saying is this: if you and Mike were to be in the US or in Canada, and they have to give a preference to people, they can call the veteran air first. They give them that honor. You understand? Do you know what it means to even serve in the military in Canada or in the United States of America? Even if you are the first, wait now. No, I'm just telling you something heroic, the way people think about hero. See, if you were the best in medicine in Canada, if a military officer, just by enrolling, serving some years there and coming out, they will recognize him before you. Because they know that what he did, he could lose his life along the line. For the fact that he knew from the beginning that he could lose his life and went to join the military, people just gave him that honor.
Even though he didn't lose it.
That's how the Western world recognize those people that they believe that these people fight for the country. But in Nigeria, wait, Simba, you are asking me. You are asking me what Adekunle Fajuyi did. For your mouth? Like, seriously?
What did he do?
For your
Tell
mouth?
us now. Tell us now. Tell us what did he do?
Simba, if you came to Canada today, you enrolled in the
don't
military.
Forget. Just answer my question. What did he do?
Worker in the military. You spent 5 years and you left the military.
I beg you, Ola,
anywhere you are going,
question.
You carry advantage. What I mean.
Ola, tell me, what did he do? Tell us what he did today.
I don't even want to tell you what he did. It was
the only place Fajuyi should probably be honored is in a village of Runs. He should not be honored in Nigeria. The guy, to me, should not even be honored in Yoruba land. The guy was a foolish guy. Why go sacrifice your life for one useless person like Ironsi? Ironsi that committed worse atrocity.
If I discover that Fajuyi was my uncle, I will take it.
No, I'm not insulting the guy, but it's a statement of fact. The guy is probably one of the most useless Yoruba man that ever lived. Him and Victor Banjo, they are the two most.
Mike,
Victor Banjo too now.
I totally agree with you.
Victor Banjo no,
by saying you want to die with him. What did he want to gain from that?
I don't even know.
He's a very useless guy.
Oh yeah.
Backwardly.
Let me want to speak.
Fajuyi and Victor Banjo are the most useless Yoruba men that ever existed. Banjo, some people Yoruba people say Banjo is a hero.
Okay, let us hear Adarati. He's trying to speak. Go ahead.
Well, the issue is just we might just take what Fajuyi did lightly. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't trivialize what he did actually, because I remember very well. I live not too far from Adekunle Fajuyi cantonment in Ibadan. You know, till date, people in the military that have Yoruba extraction, they still normally pray because some of the things that he did actually prevented. You look at the narrative today. We knew Nigeria would be so divided. We really had different minds from the outset, during pre-independence. But at least it still shows that there's still some it's not all love lost in between us as people, even though we believe in different things. I mean, we have different ideology based on tribe, But at least it's a point of reckoning at every point in time when we have our differences. Like the program that they had the other time, it was an handshake across the Niger. It shows that
How far did that
we
handshake go?
can still. It doesn't matter how far it goes. But today, when somebody will talk, I know the project are trying to say that the people he did it for, did they even appreciate it? They still talk bad about the Yorubas. They say, I serve in the southeast. I serve in the southeast, and I can tell you for a fact that
Dorothy,
for
after
every
that handshake is when
opportunity
I
that
give up.
anybody.
After that handshake across the Niger Delta is when I give up on saying Southwest and Southeast can never even mend or even I give up because I thought after that handshake, bygone be bygone. Everything
I
immediately
know,
after that handshake gone, the
I
level of
know.
this the insult against Yoruba people went exactly. That's why
Yeah,
I'm like, you guys are
but
wasting
one of
all
the
these
things.
liberal Yorubas that like
that-
what's the Farouk team? You see running around doing the beef for those people don't go like it, or forget them.
no,
Just leave them alone.
but one of the things that we still use to defend ourselves did. See, I'm talking to you as somebody that's had a cancer. When I was having in the east, I know what someone told me that you, you guys, that you are the one that did not allow us to succeed. That was in my place of work. That you are the one that did not allow us to succeed. You are the one that backstabbed Jimmy Bojuku, and so on and so forth. You are the one that did this. You are the one that did this. And I remember very well that I was able to point to him that, come, that thing that you said, you are wrong. I corrected it. And it's still one of our best defense ever to say that, come, if this guy
Why do you
will
need
have
to
what would not
defend
have
in
done
the
what he
first place?
did
Why you
actually.
guys always have to defend your defend? What's the defense? What crime you commit?
No, no, one thing about us. One thing about Yorubas.
You
We will
always want
say
to
what
prove
we
that
need
you
to
are
say.
the good one.
It's your problem. It's your problem if you don't want to take it. That's your cup of tea. That's what I tell them. It's your cup
Mike,
of tea. If you don't want
Mike,
to take it, that's your cup of tea.
the problem that we have. That some of us that want to be pretending as if they are good, they are the
Yeah.
tribalized, they are this. You understand? And they are the major problem, even including this man that just died recently. These are your Debanjo, what they call this man. It was one of the problems that always phantom to the Easterners. Even right
It
from
seems like
when
there
he
was something to
was,
gain from it. I can even understand, but there's nothing to gain from it. We
there's
should
use and
pay.
drop
It's not
now.
like we have investment in the southeast
Over
that we are
50 million
protecting.
this time around. Over 50 million naira.
Well, only gonna go and say at least won't go. I only want to be able to take back. How come I show one lot of say make sense? It doesn't even make sense. Even one man said do some to some degree, just annoy me sometimes. You just allow the house to be get customer. You come here, say this is a Ronu channel. This is a and you let it. And the thing is, those kind of people, when you tolerate their behavior, you get worse. You understand? The guy cannot go to the other channel. I think go there. He can't even open his mouth to install their channel or something. Well, you can just tolerate the guy. If he's doing it everywhere else, I understand. But it's only your channel. You tolerate it. The guy insult your channel. And you're still giving him flaws. I mean, I correct you now. You cannot demarket your channel. So he's calling you tribalistic channel, but he's still coming with confidence, come to speak freely. And he come again and say the same thing. I'm like, what the hell is going on here now? I want this. You're proving that Yoruba, you're tolerant, you're liberal. It's just sometimes don't get too ridiculous with it. It's good to be like that, but it gets to there's the limits you have to hold it to now. Don't tolerate someone to the point where they just abuse you. And that's what led to them where freedom where people go come Yoruba land, they say it's no man's land. One time you got tell me if you see me for Lagos, I tell him Lagos no man, you slap me in my land. The tolerance level is too much. That way people don't respect you again. Now you look like a coward. So Yoruba people need to chill out with our Omoluabi behavior is good, but let's have a limit to it. Let's you don't have to prove to people that you're just that good. Yeah, be good, but you don't need to prove by going out of your way just to prove that you're good people. Yeah, you go sacrifice your life for this guy. Yeah. I beg. Chill out, we're looking here, man. I beg. Even Gassimo, the guy get his own channel. If you go in channel, you insult him, the guy will ban you. I think I'll come and insult him, a man's channel. Say this is your channel, this tribalistic channel, this is a Rono channel. This is, and the guy's been saying it for so long. I want my just tolerate the guy. I'm like, come on, this guy is rubbishing you now. Kilo day.
Mike, someone asked like, what is holding Nigeria together? Somebody said it is Southwesterner. Someone said it's what is oil and gas. And I don't know what they said is the third thing, sha. But I think it's between either two or three, sha. Like the Southwestern, the way the emotionally intelligent and somebody saying oil and gas. They were on a point, that point, one of the one of the newspaper, one of the leading newspapers in Nigeria. That was
I
before
think if I will say the truth, I think it's oil and gas. But people that are looking for opportunity apart from oil and gas, they go to Lagos, and which is the Southwest. But majority of all these politicians or whatever, it's all about oil and gas. And the
What's
Northwest,
holding Nigeria together is just simply whoever is benefiting from
Mike,
it. Yeah.
Patoski, or whoever, or Mike, can you bring Kulata here?
Ola, I think the Northwest, they succeed in playing.
Ola has run away because we didn't allow him to talk about 5G.
Mike, I think the Northwest.
I don't have the control of the listening.
Kulata is in. I brought him.
So I think the Northwest are succeeded in playing the Southeast very well because they know they always play. I'm sorry to say this. If they throw VP,
I didn't run away. I was even running to put Kulata in. So
if they throw VP at them, they will just take it like that. Anything they try, then just take it. It's only the Southwest that they cannot play like that. If they can play us, but they can. But unfortunately for them now, it's like all the regions of Nigeria already know what is going on now. So,
okay, guys.
Why?
Yeah, Mike was asking earlier to define what an hero is. Nobody did. I guess you can have heroes of different.
Gave us a definition. Look at it's there now.
Yeah, well, I saw that dictionary definition. I saw that. But anyways, you can have all kinds of heroes, right? But in this case, we're talking about this INEC guy in Nwosu, right? We're talking about national hero, like Abiola, national hero. If you want to call this guy Kanu, the football player, an hero, then that is fine. But is he a national hero based on the definition or our understanding? I don't think so. Does anyone think Kanu is a national hero? Who does? Okay. Oh, that's a question, actually. It's not rhetorical. That's a question. Does anyone think Kanu is a national hero, the football player?
Am I audible?
Yeah, he's a hero to me because at least these guys at least
Is he a national hero?
Yeah,
like
that was one of I think they were the first one. No, they might not be. The hero is an hero. It depends on how we look at it. I think that was the first time Nigeria will be winning gold in football Olympics, and I think that was the first African country to do that. So we can look at it. No, heroes, like I said, is in different sectors on national issues and political issues.
Kanu has a lot of things. Kanu has
you can say sports.
He had a lot of things.
But you can't. Sports heroes different from national hero.
Kanu
has hero. But he did it for Nigeria too. He did it for Nigeria. It was the Nigerian colors. No, it's in Nigerian colors. They are in Nigerian colors. Yeah, in Nigeria.
Okay, so if you go by Kulata's definition, that dictionary definition, I'm not sure the adversity or the selflessness or the courage that he displayed. I don't think it falls into any of those categories. It did something maybe never been done before. First time in the country's history. Well, I guess it depends on where you place him. But in terms of adversity, I'm not sure. It may be a man of exceptional skills and talent in his field, but is he a national hero? I don't know. I don't think so. So let's narrow down the definition we're looking for here for a national hero.
It brought glory to the country. It was representing the country.
Let's be fair too. He didn't do it alone, though. I mean, the guy only gave that performance in the Brazil game.
Point. Nah, it was that
was a team effort. But that goal, those two goals scored against Brazil, it was a good.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
But the final game, it was who scored? It was Obayaro,
Hello,
Adeleke,
hello, testing.
who else?
Yeah, so that's a good point. You know, if it's a sport that's like a one person sport, boxing or some other thing, yeah, that's fine.
No,
But
all of
in
them
the
were recognized. It was
Now I
not
would say all
singled
of
out.
them. That team was
It was not
the Ori
singled
team.
out. It was not
It's a team
singled
now.
out. All of them were recognized the same way.
Yeah, that's fine.
Exactly.
So okay, good. So now our national hero that we're talking about, you know, it's a really special, unique class of people or category. So let's not just throw it around. Who's the
No,
national hero?
no, Prince Daddy, those footballers were national. You can call them national hero. After all, they represent the country. So why deal with all this?
That is
They did
not
it in Nigerian
sufficient.
colors.
That's not
Full white,
sufficient.
blue, white, green. They didn't do it on their.
They were wearing a
See, we
color.
normally downplay anything that has to do with Africa. I will not take that from
Okay.
anybody. Because
They
when the
will tell
British
you
are doing their
best
own, look
striker
at
of
it.
Nigeria, golden eagle of Nigeria. So anywhere they know them everywhere. That okay, these people represented Nigeria. What are we talking about? Don't let them see. They were doing their job.
Because you represent your country doesn't make you a damn national hero. Okay, no, you represent your country in a formal setting, official setting. You did your job perhaps exceptionally. What makes you a hero? I mean, it's not that easy or cheap to make somebody a national hero.
The question is okay. What type of hero do you want to call them? What type of hero? What type of hero do you want to call them? Because since we like to play with semantics.
You can call them a hero, you know, in whichever way you want to define it personally. You know, my dad was a hero. I mean, you know, we have all types of heroes. That's just like I said. You know, but we have to. But when you're talking about a national hero, I think it's a little bit more. It's a special, group of people or category that a few fall under. Or like Abiola, for example. Okay, even though Madam Zita wants to call him a thief. And by the way, see, it's tough to call anyone a thief in Nigeria if you didn't make your money from politics. Okay, if you were not a governor or president, I don't know, in politics, and your money is outside of politics per se, simply having a contract with the government or do some things for the government and making your money doesn't make you a thief or a criminal. I don't think so. So going around calling Abiola a thief and all these things is totally uncalled for. Not at all. The man was a national hero, no doubt. He sacrificed his life for the country, democracy, and let's leave it at that. Try to get this Nwosu guy to occupy or bring him into the same space as Abiola. It's a no. It should be rejected.
You are only a criminal when you are convicted. This idea of calling people criminal, people will be standing as if they were correct. Is where I have issue with. What makes you a criminal?
Officially, but sometimes officially, I understand that, but there's some things that people do that you don't have to be told they were criminals or they did something illegal. And we can share our opinion about such a person, but if the person has not been convicted by the courts, then we can't just go around and just talking as if that was the case. But we can express our opinion about someone.
Ola, do you know that the intention of those guys that are pushing that bill was really to insult the Southwest? It's just our own way of passing insult towards it. It's really an insulting move. It's not really that because they care about the man or it's just that's fine. Because they have this animosity after the 2023 election. So they, like ways to just throw insult at you. That's what it is. Man. That's what that stuff was all about. Because they know how the Southwest feel about the guy, right? You already know. It's kind of like the way Southeast feel about Awolowo now. Now some Yoruba now looking for one way to say, hey, Awolowo was visited the Southeast one time. Maybe he give the one woman money. Oh, let's name something in Southeast against Awolowo. It's like you know what you're doing now. You know that those people feel this way about that man. So you kind of want to rub something at them, So that's what it is. They know how many Southwesterners feel about Humphrey Nwosu. They know that anybody that was part of that struggle, they hate Humphrey Nwosu, Tonzebe, Babangida, those people, they were all involved, So you know how they feel about the man. So you now coming in, just you're acting like
see, that doesn't work for me. Even if Humphrey Nwosu,
for you now, you wasn't for any
but guess sorry, if Humphrey Nwosu was not from Nigeria, I have my criteria for recognizing that man. I will stand by my criteria.
So,
One
can you
thing
guys hear
about
me?
Okay, we are welcome.
No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you though. But let me land.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
We can't
No,
hear
no, no.
Kulato. Let
I
me
was
land.
I've been trying to speak, but for the past 2 sessions, but you guys continue. I will interject. I'll just
No, go ahead, Kulato. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I woke up, I've been sleeping. Then I woke up to this conversation. Like, what criteria does Humphrey Nwosu, like, what did he do exactly? Because he was given a job, like you're employed, and you go to work. Like, I don't know. Let's say you're an accountant. You go to work, you balance your books. In my own world, they call that table stakes. That is minimum expected. At the minimum, you're supposed to do your job. So he did his job at the very minimum. Yeah, did he do it well? Was it one of the best elections? Yes. But outside of doing his job, what qualifies him as a hero? Because it means everybody that does their job the way they're supposed to do their job, they all become exceptional. So I'm kind of like lost where you define someone that just did a job or did his job to be an hero.
And
Because
funny enough, it was part of a job that failed, a mission that failed. It's like creating a hero out of a failed mission. Normally a hero is created out of a mission, a successful mission. They will not say, hey, a hero of a successful mission. But the mission was a failed mission. So what the hell is the hero there?
It didn't carry out the job like Mike just said now he didn't complete the work. And the part that could have been a hero where he was faced with diversity, he cowered. He didn't announce the result. You had all the elements to announce the result. You didn't announce the result. And even if he announced the result, that was part of his job. It's not outside of his job. You could have said, okay, he announced it in face of adversity, then he became a hero. But he didn't do that. So I'm lost in terms of like, what is the context of defining Nwosu a hero for just doing part of his job? Like, I'm lost. That's why I don't get it. So what am I missing?
People like Adebanjo and Ola here, they are ready to name anything after him in Yoruba land.
So Ola, are you a hero for going to work and doing your job? You're not going above and beyond. You're just doing your job.
Why are you falling for Mike? Mike mentioned my name, and immediately you mentioned my name. You see, one thing is this.
I don't know the context. I've been sleeping.
See, I set my criteria. Many of us here faced with the situation of Humphrey Nwosu today. We will cash out, we will get money, and we sell our conscience. And probably
that's a non-issue. I know where you're going. That's a non-issue.
You don't know where I'm going. Let me just land my own point. Then
you're saying because they could have dangled a lot of carrots in front of him because and he avoided the carrots to carry out the election.
Do you know that Humphrey Nwosu is one of the reasons we are discussing this June 12 today? Because immediately they announced,
what they call that. They call that is a victim of circumstance. It's not. It's accidental.
It doesn't matter.
It's not even an accidental hero.
There was somebody else that was the next chairman. We won't be discussing June 12 today. It wouldn't have been the same outcome.
After announcing, now, they canceled some election before that time. All those Yaradua and co that they didn't let Bamaka to go, they didn't allow them to go. They announced they went to the court to get injunction not to continue without election.
Hey, Ola, don't give them the previous election. They were not real elections. They were just a primary election of the party and all those things.
Yes, they stopped the election. I said they stopped the election now. That's what I said. Did I say they are not? They canceled. They stopped it. They didn't allow the election to continue. Now, they wanted to do the same thing in this case. 2 days to that time.
Okay, because you went to Aso Rock. I know where you're going. That Kama Fagun. I know where you're going. You went to Aso Rock to the NEC meeting. It was not supposed to be in NEC. Okay, let's say that was part of the story. So he went to Aso Rock. He now carried out an election, and he now fails to fully carry out election. So let me put it in your work. In your work, I mean, they're calling maybe steering committee meeting or executive committee meeting. You weren't invited, but you went there to give a take. And everybody agreed, okay, fine, go and do it. And then you now do it. You now didn't complete it. And then Where's the hero there? Because like put it in the context of the job. Where is the sacrifice?
How did he not complete it? Why and
Just
how
hold on.
did they didn't complete it?
Hold on. The completion of the job, because you have all the elements to announce the result, is the announcement of the result. And even if, I'm even saying, even if he announced the result, that was part of his job to do. It's not doing above what he was meant to do. If they had kind of like threatened him and he now still said like a valiant hero, that's where the bravery came in. And you now announce his result in spite of military circumstance, then you become a hero. The part that could have made him a hero, he cowered.
Many people that were tagged hero were doing their job. They became heroes just because they were exceptional. Something happened to them along the line.
No, when you're doing the context that you become a hero when you're doing your job, if you do something exceptional, and even that exceptional, it has context. It has to come with a sacrifice. Because if you meet expectation at work, yeah, you're just meeting expectation. If you exceed expectation, maybe they'll give you a fat bonus. Doesn't make you a hero.
Kulata, so the people that were before him didn't create a scenario why we are discussing this June 12th matter today. Whether it just was there by circumstance.
No, the June 12th thing will have been died and buried if Abiola did not die. Yeah, if Abiola
if Humphrey Nwosu refused to conduct election,
even if Abiola didn't even go to prison, maybe just give in and just give it up. You know what we're talking
about. You're missing my point here. Humphrey Nwosu had no choice. He was given a job. It's like me telling you, Ola, go and create this presentation. You now come back and tell me, Kulata, I'm a hero for creating the presentation. That's your fucking job. I mean, sorry, I'm swearing. That's your job to do.
Kulata, let me ask you this question. Kulata, let me ask this question. If Abiola were to be alive today, can Babangida come out and say he won that election?
If Abiola was alive today,
yes,
and they cancelled the election the way they cancelled it,
and then you now come today and say, okay, he won that election.
You go and reclaim his mandate.
But Babangida won't say that. Babangida won't say that because that would be too
controversial. He will not come out.
Because
he will not release that book. He won't come out.
The reason Abiola became
a hero they want to cash out on our problem.
Sacrifice, the personal sacrifice of his life now became a pivotal because it's sacrifice. Because normally Abiola should not have been a hero because what did he do? He contested the election. Are you a hero for contesting election? No, of course not. And then he now fought. And in the process of fighting, he died. And that now created a pivotal part of our history, changed the course of our history because he died. If he did not die, he was just in prison and Abacha still was there. Abiola would just have been a statistic. But because he died and that changed the course of history, he became a hero. But Nwosu was, like I said, it was just an employee doing what an employee does. And the part that required valor, it chickened out. So what context is that a hero? I'm lost. I'm really lost. But look at it as your workplace now. You give someone a slide, go and build a slide. Or you give someone, go and analyze this data. And then he analyzes it. You say, okay, I'm a hero because I did the work you gave me. I don't know. Am I missing something?
His life was not under threat. His life was not under threat.
It was never under
because
threat.
anything that will
was
never under threat. No.
Let's say something. Are you saying that?
No, if he had gone ahead, even when they threatened him and was able to do it, was able to release that result. That's what we will consider him.
Can I say something? Are we saying that only dead people can be hero, or people that almost died? People that almost died can become hero. No.
A hero is specific. If you made a sacrifice and you still live, if you made a sacrifice, okay, Tiananmen Square. You remember that event in China? That guy that went to stand in front of
before the armor tank.
stood before the armored tank. That's a hero, right? It's a hero. Let's look at, okay, we spoke about Super Eagles. The achievement that they made, because what? They left their jobs to go and represent their country, and they went to they won gold, they sacrificed time, sacrificed salary, and they won something. So that's something they won and the sacrifice makes them a hero. Hero comes with some sort of sacrifice. What did Humphrey Nwosu sacrifice? He sacrificed nothing. The sacrifice could be your life. It could be significant time.
Super Eagles left their job, or what did you just say? So
yeah, they left. They play for clubs, don't they? They could have said no. I'm going to chill.
No,
I'm not
while
representing
away, they don't pay them. While away, they pay them.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. I'm choosing because of
you said they do their normal job. Now I'm holding you to that.
It's not your normal
the
job.
question is this.
Stop
Why do they
like,
recognize exceptional achievements when you work?
Listen to me. It is not a normal job to go and represent your country. That is not normal. That means you're exceptional.
So INEC chairman in Nigeria for doing that was sent a normal job too.
No, that's a normal job.
It's not a normal job.
It's a normal job.
That job and all the other appointments.
What does that require merit?
It's an appointment now. I can be appointed tomorrow. I can be appointed tomorrow. Go and do that job.
You guys, for whatever reason known to you, you were just moving against fact. This guy did all he did, even despite the personal safety. You know, you were standing against the military. You conspired to the extent that you
if you were appointed,
you exposed the military. You exposed the military by letting people.
You've been speaking for a long time. Ola, you've been saying the same thing for a long time. If you were appointed, you yourself were appointed. If Mike was appointed, if I was appointed, if Simba was appointed, we could have done the same thing Nwosu did. The only parties, maybe some of us would have even announced the result.
That's not true.
Wait, it is true. Because if you give me a job, I'll do it to the best of my ability. And that's what, I mean, the only difference is we maybe could have even announced the result.
Not sure. So, even when you see the politics that time, just canister from Mopo, all of us were around Netabush. What are you talking about?
What do you mean around Netabush? I was in university like you were university at that in 1993.
No, the thing is this. I don't know your involvement. I say, even those days.
Me, I don't do Aluta. I've said it when before. I'm not an Aluta person.
All those your grammar you were blowing. Once you see Mopo like this, only a few people will stay, even including your leaders.
Ola, what you're talking about is besides the point. Look at stay with Nwosu, stay with him. You are hired to do a job.
I told you that he was standing against the military at the.
He wasn't standing against any military. They gave him permission to do everything. So everything he did.
According to the fact from you, not according to what I read from somewhere. Not according to what I read from there. Not according to what I know.
Tell me the part out of the job he did that he wasn't permitted to do, and then I'll say that.
Wait, they went to the court. They didn't want this man to go ahead, and he went ahead.
So you allow him to go. So
Ola, you honestly believe the guy stood against the military and he didn't go to jail? Everybody else went to jail.
Ola is ridiculous for what he just said.
Sometimes he thinks like a baby.
You honestly believe the guy stood against the military and they didn't
respect Jega. I will even respect Jega. I respect Jega than it.
And they didn't flog him. They didn't do anything. They didn't frog jump.
See, look, you may say I think like a baby, but that's my opinion because no matter what, I was old enough that time, at least to cast my vote. So maybe my knowledge may not be like someone that was already like 25 or 30 years at that time. But you know the age of a normal voter. The question is this. Despite that, you have your opinion because we all had access to different things. I had access to my TV, to my radio. I had access to my TV, radio. Somebody just wanted to show me that I'm a grandpa. Look at the psychology now. So,
but all what you're saying is non sequitur. It's non sequitur.
To you,
It's
That's
not
to
to
you.
me.
It's my
Answer
opinion.
the direct question. Answer a
What's
direct
direct
question.
question?
The direct question
See,
is there's echo. There's a lot of echo.
it's from Simba. It's from Simba.
Dorothy, maybe Dorothy should off his mic.
Okay, maybe Dorothy. Okay.
My question to you is in the cap. I mean, this question is open to everybody. Humphrey Nwosu, did he do anything outside of what they allowed him to do as part of his job? Can someone answer me that question?
Because this is what you want to. This is the story you want to tell
exactly.
yourself.
So if he didn't
No,
do
no, no, no,
anything,
no, no, wait. This is the story you want to tell yourself.
Let me talk to Simba a little bit.
I'm answering you now. You ask the question, I'm answering you.
But Simba answered before you. So
because it's not what you want to hear. Because it's what you want to hear. That's the point.
I give you a kitty.
No, because you tell Simba because he's saying what you want to
I
hear.
said,
no, it's not.
I said,
Let's analyze this. As INEC
I
chairman or whatever.
I prefer Jega.
He didn't go outside of what he was permitted to do. He didn't go outside the job. The part that he could have used some valor to now say, okay, I have all the results. I announce the winner. That is the part that you now say, okay, this is where the valor comes in. This is where that hero, this is where we begin to discuss hero. Because what? Maybe they told him not to announce it, and he announced it. But they did not tell him to not carry out the election. He said he was ready to carry out the election, and they permitted him to carry out the election. So he was still doing his job. So where should I start calling all the Gen Zs in my team and all those people heroes? Like, is that how it works?
Ola, I will put it this way: anyone that lived through that time and didn't spend a day in prison, or he didn't even do a single frog jump, there's no way you can say you're coming out as a hero of that era. There's nothing you did that can want to be a hero. That time, anybody that you go spend that that military era.
No,
even
your definition is funny.
That man is very day. He didn't challenge anybody. He didn't do anything.
We were all here when we all accepted that Super Eagles are heroes. I saw them.
No, we are talking about the context of political. We're talking about political, like anything.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to pay the ultimate price.
No, it's not about ultimate price. There's nothing he could have done to challenge the military. That's so heroic. Heroic that he didn't pay the ultimate price. He didn't even do fraud. He didn't do something.
What did he achieve? Ola, tell us, what did he achieve?
Collected salary. They probably looted the next one.
What did man achieve at the end of the day? But not only him, because I have to be very careful there. Not only him, but he awoke everybody. You understand? And the struggle that ensued. Wait now. The struggle that ensued after.
How did he awake everybody?
How? Ulata.
You didn't ask me when I said.
No. Wait. If that election had not happened, Abiola would not have been assumed.
Using that logic, Babangida awoke everybody because Babangida was the one that organized the election.
Wait.
What's your logic?
Babangida typically didn't want that thing to go ahead, just like he didn't allow that.
Okay, so who created the person that created the election? Was the person that was voted, not the person they appointed to go and conduct the election.
Forget about all those things. But if this has happened now, let's talk on the event that happened. Forget about hypothetical situation.
You can't forget. You're basing your argument. If you're in the court of law, they will spank you. You said he also made everything happen. How did he make everything happen?
That's why we won't be the judge, because
I'm the jury. I'm the jury here. I'm not the judge.
I'll be the judge at the same time. How do you know? Because the thing is this. You have
to. You said Humphrey Nwosu made everything happen. This was an employee. Appointee, hold on.
Kulata.
This was an appointee that just did his job. You now say he made everything happen.
He was the commander in chief now. He was the commander in chief that time.
You see what is weakening. I know that maybe in the next 3 months, if you play this now, you listen to yourself based on your position in the past. You may even laugh at yourself the way you are even presenting this, because in so many situations, you are even going against the principle that you are known for. And when you are even taking this thing now, it
don't tell me, don't patronize me. Forget about what I'm.
No, I'm not patronizing. I'm not patronizing you. I'm just saying a serious matter. Let me wait. You will continue. Let me land.
Listen. From your former
argument,
you always Nwosu always go to Aso Rock to look for briefing. Olajuwon always say that Nwosu always go to Aso Rock to look for briefing. That means anything Nwosu does, he has to get the go ahead from Babangida, because it's just an appointed fellow.
Exactly.
Thank you. Exactly.
There's no way the guy would have went against Babangida's will.
No,
Remy. Or spend a day in prison.
Remy. This is the situation I'm saying. You see, one thing is this: we are diagnosing this issue. It is very easy to say Babangida permit. Just like when you work in an organization and you achieve a result, it's just because the organization permits you to. But why do they recognize you when you go beyond a particular mileage, even despite the organization allowing you?
Okay, Ola, tell us where he went above and beyond and was sacrificial.
Where he went above your answer. When he went above and beyond this, he created this argument that we are still discussing today. Those people that were before him now, they didn't create the situation.
How?
They didn't create, because he went ahead despite the court injunction. You know, some people, when they hear court injunction, they won't proceed with that election. And they would have been Abiola for us to be discussing. That's my basis. Because he even created that argument, what we are discussing today, that alone, because that exposed our situation.
Okay, Ola, let's piecemeal it. We're both engineers. Let's piecemeal it. Okay, so he now did the court injunction and conducted the election, and then did not announce the result. So
I keep telling you that
wait now. You said injunction. That okay, we should start looking at him. That okay, his trend is tending to above and beyond. He now conducted election and he did not now complete the job. So are we supposed to reward? Like, let me put it back to your work. You have this junior programmer working for you. Like I said, he entered the executive steering meeting. You now said, okay, fine. He created a halad. You guys now gave him permission. In fact, he now went to do the job. He now didn't complete the job. So is he a hero? He just disturbed us. He disturbed us. Went to do the work. He went to do the work and did not complete the work. So what is heroic about the half-hours?
If a soldier went to the world,
let me just land this sentence.
And died before.
Let me land this sentence. This is not a soldier. That's a wrong analogy.
It's a concept. It's not a wrong analogy.
It's a wrong analogy. And I'm going to let me just complete this sentence. So if you do a half-assed job, a midway job, you did not finish the job, what honor should I give you for not completing the work?
Kulata, just hold on. You told me that the analogy of soldier was not it's not the right analogy, and I told you because completion is the term here that we are using as the metric now. You have a situation whereby wait now, completion is what we are using as the metric. Completion is what we are using as the metric. Now you have some circumstances beyond your capacity that won't let you complete something. You force to the best of your ability. You understand? But you have that circumstance that is beyond you, despite your ability for you not to finish a task.
We dealt with that now. That's the steering committee analogy I gave.
I listened to your question.
That's the steering committee analogy I gave. So after that,
if you want me, if the purpose is for us to discuss and not just for the purpose of winning arguments, you let me land my point because I listened to your question and I'm answering you because this is all this is a perspective.
Motidake now go on.
Now, a soldier that died before they could even finish a war. Maybe probably the country didn't win that war. People will recognize him at least for laying down his life. But he didn't complete. And that never make him a less hero for even trying. Now, This guy was just, as we would call him, an employer. And the employer didn't even want him to even finish the job to the point that people will know the secret that Abiola won. But he did everything, whether cunningly or strategically, to make sure that people today, they have the result to be saying, oh, Abiola won. You know, this guy could have been so stupid enough for him to
So I
do something
honestly
that
believe
people
when
don't
he gets
even
his
know.
employer.
That's the problem. That's the problem. You won't see. It's like, oh, if you like, when people want to win argument, they won't allow you to even put your position. That's exactly what you are doing. I'm trying to make
Everybody's
my
quiet
analogy.
now. You're the only one talking.
No, Mike was not quiet. Mike was not quiet. Now, the thing is this. This guy went in such a way that even the press, the international community, they knew clearly that Abiola won based on how this guy maneuvered and indirectly exposed IBB and whosoever didn't want democracy to happen that time. So the thing led to Abiola even losing his life along the line, and it spanked up why we fought to that 1999 that we got that democracy. So he was involved in the process. That's what I'm saying. If he had not done that, then we won't have Abiola to even push forward, because when Yar'Adua didn't contest.
Okay, you made your point, Ola.
Okay.
And here's the pushback. First of all, it did not maneuver nothing. We had observers. We have international observers, right? You could tell, everybody could tell where the result was headed. He did not. What makes a result legit is because he's been empowered. Remember, he's been empowered. He's the only one empowered to announce the result and make it official, not innuendo, not showing signs that Abiola won or whatever. That's bullshit, because we had international, everybody was observing. Apart from international observers, there were local observers. All of us too that were in line, we were observing. So don't tell me that, because that was just a bit part of the game. Because otherwise you could have called everybody that worked in INEC at that time a hero. So he didn't do that. The part that it was constitutionally allowed to do, or military allowed to do, as capacity of chairman, was to make that result official announcement. That was the part that could have actually made him a hero. And that was because on a normal basis, that would not make him a hero, because it's a normal part of your job. But let's just say it's an extraordinary case. That is the area where he brings in bravery, valor, that, okay, despite the fact that you guys don't want me to do it, but I'm entitled, I'm empowered to do it, and here's the official result. Unless Jesus Christ comes back, or Shopana or Shango or whatever comes back, that we've never seen that happen. He never did that. So you're not a hero by innuendo or by feelings. No, he was empowered to do that. And even empowering to do that, announcing to do that, is part of his job. That's not even extraordinary. The only thing that will have make us to consider him a part hero is because of the military circumstance. That was it. So that's my retort to all your military shenanigans.
Okay, Prof. The thing is this. Let me tell you. At least you mentioned that part of the military is even good, that you are fair enough. Is your opinion. See, this thing will remain individual's opinion anyway, as we got someone that said Abiola was not an hero. Because I could as well say that Abiola was fighting just for his self-fulfillment. So, and he lost his life along that line. I could have just said, okay, Abiola was not an hero, but I mean that's not the situation. We know, head of say, that what Abiola did had impact.
Okay, when did Abiola become a hero? Let me ask you that question. When did he become a hero?
When he lost his life, for sure.
Exactly. When he lost his life, that's the sacrificial part of it. It's not when he was fighting. I mean, when he was fighting, he wasn't yet a hero.
When he was fighting for himself, for his mandate. Just like every politician will take someone to court to fight. You are not a hero. You are fighting for your business.
Let me ask
But when you die,
can I ask you guys a question?
If IBB had not annulled that election, we won't be talking of
sorry,
and this is zero.
Sorry, let me ask you guys a question. Is Awolowo, for example, a hero? by this definition of Kulata.
Superhero now.
Awolowo is a
No,
hero.
His life.
It's not Awolowo is a
He gave
hero
good performance,
to
but I
Yoruba
don't say
people.
he's a hero.
Awolowo is not a
on
hero.
For
the
Yoruba
basis
people.
How
on the
is he a
basis of
hero?
history, Awolowo
How?
is an hero, but Abiola is
How?
not.
Why?
Well,
No, I'm asking them. Let's Kulata and answer me.
The next time you go to Ogun State, come and say, come on, waiting dada.
No,
Come
but
on,
by their
come
definition now, by their definition,
Uh,
how is Awolowo a
Awolowo,
hero?
I think I will stand on what on two statements Oshomole made. Someone who is willing to die for nothing.
How was he willing to
Awolowo
die?
was willing to die for what
How?
he believed in.
How?
He might not have died, but was willing to die for what he believed in.
How was he willing?
There was never a time that Awolowo compromised on what he believed in. In fact, one of his greatest flaws was that he was uncompromising in all the things that he believed in.
That's not a hero. Was he?
You
Did
know,
he die? Did he
Patocha, are you saying national
sacrifice?
hero? What kind of hero are you talking about? National
What made
hero?
By this
Awolowo?
definition,
What made Awolowo? What made
no. By this definition, hold on. By this definition, Awolowo is not a hero.
Okay, by what?
So what
By which definition? Which one? You know, you have to be clear. Put it in context.
Let me explain why Awolowo was a hero. Awolowo was a hero to his people. First, to his people. I'm not saying to Nigeria, to Yoruba people. He led his people. I'm answering you now. He led his people, fought diversity. When we're talking about diversity, we're talking about the likes of the NCNC, the Northern Coalition. He fought every opportunity he had to stand for his people. He stood for his people. From a civil rights aspect, let me land now. Mm-hmm. Can I land? From a civil rights aspect, he stood up for people. Let me explain.
He just ran his own party now.
He had his own party, but he fought. Could he have just come? He had other options now. He could have merged. He could have merged. He could have gone to. He could have just kind of given up on everything.
Politics. No, that's
he
politics
stood his
now.
ground. And when you look at Awolowo, don't look at Awolowo from the 60s alone. You have to look at Awolowo from the 1940s. From the 1940s all to the 60s. You're looking at Awolowo
as a young lawyer,
as a young activist. And the reason, and also the reason he left, the reason he's a hero to me, to people like me. Let me land now. His legacy still lives on.
He was doing his job now as a premier. He was doing his job.
He went above and beyond.
And he gave his people economic emancipation.
He went above and beyond just the work of premier.
You are missing what Patoki is saying. Patoki, see, Kulata, Mike, and Co, they were using death as a sign of heroism.
No, valor, not just death, valor.
You say he just did his job. Awolowo did his job as a politician.
Because Awolowo was a politician.
Politics now.
Was Awolowo appointed? Pato, was Awolowo appointed?
He contested the election now. Does that make him?
So contesting the election is just not it's not just a job. It's not just a job. It's an active.
You can go to National Assembly and call all of them hero now.
No, first of all, Pato, let me explain something to you. Contesting election is not an appointment.
Definition that's what I was trying to
have to bring people together to believe in you. He created a movement and people believed in him, and he delivered for the people up to the point that let me land this point. Up to the point that today's world, we all reference him as the person who motivated all of us, our parents, for education. His legacy still lives on. That is why Awolowo is a hero. He's a political hero. There's different context. Is there employee hero? No, because he didn't sacrifice anything.
But no, Awolowo, he's going to to school now.
Àwọn kan ti tí Awolowo lọ school.
Okay, so why is
the
there?
economic emancipation of many people in that part of the country is a consequence
Let me
of.
look for a politician. Who is a politician in Awolowo's era? Why is that person not considered a hero and Awolowo considered a hero? Because Awolowo made a difference. The other politicians, what difference did they make?
No,
in
if you
Yoruba land.
wait, I want to quickly come in here. In the days of our World of War, and if you look at it very well, if you want all Nigerians to judge people from all their region, they will call them hero. Samado Bello, Tafawa Balewa, and there's no way the Northerners will not regard them as an hero. Even some people from South.
Midwest,
Our War the same.
Midwest, hold on. Midwest, you will continue. It is important to get the basis very well. The basis for this hypothesis or this argument is that some people believe that you have to lose your life along the line of your duty before you can.
This is where you get score zero. This is where you score zero in an exam. It is one of the characteristics. It is not the only characteristic.
You were caught in the argument, not only you. I'm not referring to you particularly. So
because you just made a fallacy just with that statement. So I have to step in and correct you.
If I want to come in there,
the only criteria.
I said some people. I didn't say Kulata said. I said
yeah. But the thing is,
let's know.
You are
let me
using
quickly
it in a false way.
Ola. See, the thing is this. Okay. It depends on the circumstance on ground. If you look at Ghani, today many Nigeria will see him as a pure hero because of democracy. Wait now.
Because of valor.
Wait, when you lose your life or you do something extraordinary, that's why we are calling you hero.
Along Ghani,
it's not necessarily when you die.
May I put this one? Along Ghani, you also have Tinubu. Now, Tinubu becoming the president of this country. That hero of Tinubu is not questionable. It depends how he's going to perform. So, like this guy they presented before National House of Assembly, I think those people just want to also make noise of tribal something. And you raise someone who is an Igbo and you're an Igbo person, and when other people reject it, you say they are tribal people. Apart from Igbo person, don't you see other Nigerians who have contributed in Nigeria very well, who are not Igbo, that you should raise it in the House of Senate if they themselves are not tribalistic people? So this country, for me, sometimes there's no need for we deceiving ourselves. It seems it's not going to work until we address some fundamental issue. Immortalizing person, why can't his region build university for him, airport or anything?
Let's not go to divide the country and all that stuff. Let's stick to hero.
Everybody has some criteria. What we are just doing tonight is this: there's no winner, there's no loser. Let's just get it clear. That's just my business of argument.
No, can I say? You know that I went to sleep because of.
Wait before you say because of maybe we do no nervous. See, everybody at the end of the day we have his opinion. And my opinion doesn't mean that we are going to accept, and doesn't mean that I'm going to accept of that narrative. That is why we are different people. Not if it's just this one is just a discussion. You understand? To me, no right or wrong answer tonight. Let's be honest with ourselves.
No, we're not arguing to win or anything.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. I see Nwosu as a hero. Some people will not see him as hero. I see Abiola as a hero. Some people will never see him as hero. So it depends on what you think as hero. So it doesn't mean nobody is wrong. But sing back and come back with Monday.
Okay, that is the way to. I want to put something.
Midwest, hold on, Midwest. Let her speak because.
Thank you, Midwest. I think let us look at it from this point of view. What is the opposite of heroism? Cowardice. And when it came time, okay, for Humphrey Nwosu to be counted, what did he do? Cowardice.
He coward.
He coward. So I think what you need to look at is this: heroism. You don't need to die, but when it's time to be counted, when it's time for you to make that situation, when it's time for you to stand up, are you willing to die for what you believe in, even if you do not die in the end? Look at MK Abiola. He believed in his mandate, so he came back to the country. Remember, MK Abiola had left the country. He came back to the country and he declared openly that he had won the election. And that is why Abacha arrested him. Look at someone like Awolowo. All throughout his life, he believed and he had a conviction. Forget about what he did as a premier of Nigeria. But as an individual, he had a conviction. He was arrested for treason and was in prison for treason. If not for the coup in 1966, Awolowo, most likely, they would have found a way to actually eliminate that man. Okay? And there was never a time that he wavered in his conviction. So I think what we should look at is cowardice and heroism, and look at the actions of individuals and say, at the point in time when a definitive action had to be taken, this definitive action that will define the legacy of this individual, what did this person do? And Humphrey Nwosu, for all intents and purposes, number one, not only did he cower, it is possible to say that he actually was in line with IBB, and both of them played the Maradona on Nigerians. And I think Humphrey Nwosu himself was trying to rewrite history. Okay, and we can see in that interview that Omoleye Sowore cut him out a few times. I didn't know the man only just died recently. I thought the man was long dead. And that just reinforces what they said, that a coward dies 1,000 times. The man had died several times over and over and over in the hearts of many people, only for us to find out that the man is still alive and only just died recently. God forbid that we name the INEC HQ after him. Because decades and decades from now, young Nigerians will think that the man did something heroic, that the man delivered an election, of which he never did. He failed. When it was more important, he failed. Jega and Mahmoud have even done better than him. At the height of when Mahmoud was being told to cancel the elections, when the likes of Obasanjo were on public TV, on international TV, it would have been very easy for Mahmoud, knowing that the Asara cabal were against the winner. Look at the pressure on Mahmoud to cancel the election. He didn't cancel the election. Likewise, Jega had a sitting president and was going to declare against a sitting president.
Yeah, good point, Aru. I was going there about Mahmoud. To me, that's a hero right there.
Those are heroic INEC because they were willing to look at. They knew the process, they knew the job they were given, and they were willing to do it. Jega and Mahmoud were under extreme pressure in a modern time. Humphrey Nwosu could have absolutely easily declared. All this hiding behind the courts is a lie. They were all playing the Maradona. He was involved in all that, in all the manipulations, all the actions of Nzeribe and Co. He was absolutely involved. All that stuff that is lying on Abacha and IBB. It's just
do you know that was what Yakubu also almost abated when he said he will not stop. They declared the result 4 a.m. You know, if he has made a mistake in his life to wait one single extra hour, that would be the end. They will have maneuvered something. They will have so many things. Why will have done a whole lot of things. Within that 1 hour.
Dorothy,
and
you see what people like Ola don't see. Ola doesn't understand that Southeastern politicians, they see Southwest as a political enemy. So whenever they make move, any of their sons that actually does something to help them, like maybe defeat Southwest politically, that's their hero. So they know that the reputation of Humphrey was that, hey, he participated in successfully making sure Abiola didn't win. So the game they are playing, that's why they see him as hero. So the game they want to play now is to make Humphrey celebrated, just like Abiola was being celebrated. So that way they can say, yeah, we got him back too. That guy being declared as a hero, June 12 hero, it's just to spit on Abiola's legacy. That's what it is. It's an insult. But someone like Ola doesn't say like that. They could just you got people like you are Adebanjo, those people. Some Yoruba people who just, I don't know.
Ekene now, Pato was over here now when Ekene was making the statements now, saying that Abiola wasn't the hero.
He said Abiola was a coward.
He said Abiola was a coward.
That's what those guys think.
You spoke there.
The way Ekene is the way those guys.
Ekene is something else.
Honestly, I
someone like Abaribe as a staunch core hypobia. Are you kidding me?
I like the way Aro Gidigba came to paint the opposite of a hero. It makes the argument I was trying to make, it makes it very, very clear. Like, even if he announced the result, that was part of his job. I still insist that there's nothing in he did. There's no context that I see Nwosu as a hero. No context, except he announced his job and he ran, and then he's trying to survive. They're trying to kill him. Then you can now call him, oh, he was part of the heroes of 1993. Otherwise, Ola and Co, they just, I don't know, they're being wishy-washy as usual.
The guy that opened results of against the sitting president, they could have shut down that place with military. If they could go by Orubebe said threat, if you order the military to work to sit into Ashoria, block down the Fascia Conference Center, and tell this guy to get out, and even collect, they can do anything. What's his name? Jonathan could have done anything, even though Jonathan might not have that mind. But if probably somebody wants to push him or wanted to use power anyhow. But this guy was able to announce the result against the sitting president. I remember then I was watching
will tell us that the
I was watching that result.
and he disobeyed the military order.
Order. I was working with a company in Nigeria then, and it was a multinational company. I was sitting right next to my boss, who happened to be an Indian. We were watching it together because we watched that of India when Narendra Modi's party also won. So when it was Nigeria's fault, so we were also watching it together. You now imagine that they were able to turn that thing around and say no, it is good, I know it. I mean, you have seen what happened there. If he said, okay, I will down to the tune of the sitting government. That's the first time an opposition is winning in the history of Nigeria. And an opposition party. He saying, no, Humphrey was a coward. There's no other word. He would have done it inside his room. If you get a video, cameraman, video you, fellow Nigerians, see the result, post it anywhere or whatever, I give it to anybody, and let him be running for his life. We will have at least say, okay, this guy did the job. He did the job. Even though let them come and kill him after that time. But it was first, it was after this guy died and every other thing went up. I mean, into chaos.
Dorothy, how can somebody he did something that he was the culprit, and they want us to honor him for what he did wrong.
Yeah,
because if that election was not annulled or was not the result was not announced, we will not be talking about that election today, because we have had several elections that we are not even talking about. So the reason why we are talking about election is because the result was not announced. That was the only reason that we are talking about it. It wasn't
Look at what he said, the statement. When IBB told him, what are you going to do now? He now said, he called some people together and they went to talk together at the end. No, you are the leader. When IB was asking you, what do you do now as the chairman? You tell him, well, I am intending to leave this place to go and announce the election. Abiola won the election. Finished. End of story. All that one, no, you are going to have a meeting decide. I mean, come on.
What did he say? He said the result is inconclusive. Isn't that what the kick is?
Yes, he said this now. Yes, that was what he said.
Remember
that was
he said was inconclusive.
It was everything he did.
That was the first time I heard
in collaboration with.
According to Ola, that's heroic.
Yes, he did it in collaboration with IBB and Abacha. Everything he did, and he was involved. The man went back.
Aro, it was a
2024. Can you believe? I thought that man was not dead. I thought that man was dead a long time ago. One lie.
No, he died probably last year or 2 years
ago. He only just died last year or 2 years ago now. Last year, not even last year. Last year. I thought it was long dead. That's how inconsequential the man has been in the history of Nigeria since 1999.
They didn't talk about it. No, the Southeasterners decided not to talk about it.
That's all the time that they've been talking about June 12. Where did he keep his head?
He never talked about
him.
No, they will never talk about it. You should know that Kulata.
That man was in Nigeria. He didn't leave Nigeria. It's not like during the Nadeko years he escaped Nigeria. He was in Nigeria. He never said a single word.
You know what? They were
killing Kudira and Co. They were killing Kudira. They were shooting people in the eyes.
Humphrey Nwosu is a footnote of history, just a footnote.
There were journalists running up helter skelter. There were Nigerians running
In
helter
fact, he's
skelter,
supposed to be
challenging
punished for
Abacha.
that. He's supposed
The
to be
man just
punished.
went back. He just went back to the southeast and he was there, which means that he was complicit. If he wasn't complicit, Abacha would have dealt with him and found something to
He
silence
was
him.
one of the enemy of our democracy.
All the people that had serious problems that really destroyed us, that came from us from the southeast. And average southeasterners do not really talk about it. Look at the guy that also did that also abolished they used to abolish the regional government that put us in this nonsense mess that we are right now in terms of governance. The guy also, I think the guy just died not too long. They never talked about him. They eat him underground. You know, if it's Yoruba, if it's a Yoruba man, we will
You
be
have
talking about him.
forgotten Dorothy.
Even
One of our own, even Yoruba, Ola Godfather, Obasanjo. You know, he made his son, Tom Aguiyi-Ironsi. He made him a minister under his regime.
I was telling people that Obasanjo is behind the forgiveness and return of Ojukwu and restoring all his salary, everything. Yoruba, no, Northerner will not be behind that kind of stuff.
That
It's
guy,
Yoruba people, man. They are the one that always make all these
He was 12 years old when the father was killed. In fact, I was there that day. He was there with him. Because he said, as at that time, that guy was studying in Britain,
Yes,
in UK.
he was with him.
Yes, he was with him in Ibadan.
I don't think Obasanjo
but we don't call out
because Fajri's son is my dad's childhood friend. And I don't remember Obasanjo doing anything very fantastic for his son. I know his son tried to go into politics at some stage. I'll ask my dad about him actually.
He made his son, the son of Tom. He made him minister.
Yeah, I'm talking about Fajri's son. Fajri's son was my dad's childhood friend.
No. He won't do anything. They won't do anything.
He will not do anything for Yoruba.
He will never do anything for his own people. Like,
and some people.
Even Ola, if you bring up maybe one Yoruba person that did something close to poor, Humphrey did. Ola will not argue that we should make him Euro.
Mike. You know, that's one thing that normally say about the South Sudan. Anything that Yorubas, we are emotionally intelligent. We know how to handle some certain issues. No, wait, no, don't say emotionally foolish. But when it comes to standing down, no. When it comes to standing, Mike, listen. When it comes to standing for what we believe, that's one way you see us, we will stand. Obasanjo till date, whether anybody likes it, I schooled in Abeokuta. I know for sure. An average, even an Ogun State person might say, but under it, I can tell you, the Yorubas generally and Ogun State people, they know what Obasanjo did when he was in government. Obasanjo was talking about emergency rule. Do you know how many for 20 good months? The Ogun State House of Assembly did not sit. It was under lock and key for more than 2 years, almost 2 years. So when people, and you see, when he's an hero to our Southeastern brothers, it's always an hero. When it comes to subverting democratic principles in that country, Baba is number one. Baba is number one.
When it comes to what?
So, and we normally call out Baba. That one you have to know.
He says subverting democratic principles.
Oh, okay.
And we normally call out Baba, even Baba as a president and he. So we normally call out Baba. We will tell him, you did well in you did well here, Baba. You did well here, Baba. But in this democracy, you did not do it. In power, you did not do it.
Did not even strengthen our democracy. If you continue the way Obasanjo, if Obasanjo get that third term agenda, you understand what I'm saying? Obasanjo was so ruthless. He did not even allow rule of law. He did not allow anything. During his own regime, nothing. He was just brutal. Anything he wanted, he would get it. He will remove governor, remove Senate president, remove everything.
That years in Ibadan were brutal.
I was in Ibadan. My parents were in civil service in Ibadan. I know.
Remember the warlord was war every single day.
You know.
That's
and
about
secretariat.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
You know that zero banks, they will normally see.
Angoli,
I was only told in class of assembly, zero banks.
Dorothy, you gave one information that was wrong. Was it Obasanjo that locked the House
That
of
was
Assembly in Ogun State? Was it Obasanjo that locked down the House of Assembly in Ogun State? I was in Abeokuta now. It
it Obasanjo that locked that?
It was OGD.
He was asking you a question.
Let me tell you.
It was OGD.
It was OGD. You said it was OGD. It was OGD. What was Obasanjo? What was Obasanjo trying to do?
Hold on.
No, it was, we are saying that he was very, very instrumental to what happened. Because he had done it in so many other. He did it in Ogun. He did it in Ogun. Ondo, Oyo, the same
was
thing.
Obasanjo that did that. In short, at this time you are talking about time to say Obasanjo was not even in power. Obasanjo the Kuru presidency. So don't give people wrong information here. You are talking of 2000. Obasanjo left in 2007. Time to say it was 2011 to 2015. Obasanjo was no longer in power.
No.
2000.
It was not.
Wait.
It was not.
Between 20.
It was the second time. It was the second time.
2011.
No. It was not second term now. It was second term of OGD.
And that would be 2007, between 2007 and 2011.
OGD was only 2003 now. OGD tenure was 2003 to 2011 now. So we are talking of between 2007 and 2011. Obasanjo was already out of office.
Patoski, make announcement. Patoski.
So you run wrong information. Kilo son.
Shut down.
No, Mr. Because move shut down in case.
All I want to announce that Humphrey is a hero.
Molesu. So
all I want to kapa
Arrow, you said something. You said something. You said Awolowo was a hero because he was a man that never wavered in his conviction. That does not make him a hero. That does not make him a hero. That simply made him a man who has faith in his conviction. That's all.
He wasn't a coward for sure.
No, that does not make him a hero. That means he wasn't a coward. That's all.
But I'm not actually then surprised by saying
that does not waver in his conviction.
That is one of my qualifications. Now, and I also said
qualification for hero is he must die. He has died.
No, that's wrong.
The argument
you must demonstrate courage.
No,
you must demonstrate courage, bravery, valor.
You must demonstrate. If Ola was presenting Humphrey to us as Ola's personal hero, well, we won't argue with you. Say, well, everybody can pick someone as their own personal hero. But for you to say Humphrey is a national hero, like that's where we just disagree with you. Like we are all, for example, Yoruba people can say, wow, hey, personally he's my hero, Well, I can't say it because I see him as my personal hero. Now I have to make him national hero, a hero of the Northerners, the Southerners, So
I will always more of a Yoruba hero, sir. I will always more of a Yoruba hero. So, and from there, we can now take it because, and one of the reasons why it will probably some people can actually now eulogize it was because of the mal governance that we now experience afterwards. Because after that time, we now begin to experience all this nonsense. What the community administrators that were coming against people. I mean, so actually, we had a better person that actually ruled after him. Probably we might not be talking about him, and also probably because he was part of the guys that actually fought. It's one of the founding guys that fought for the independence. I think that could be really.
Look at the economic emancipation.
Yes, we can also look at that.
Look at that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Economic emancipation of so many people.
No,
if not for Awolowo,
exactly.
Quick one. Pato will not call Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore a hero, because I mean, you will not call that kind of person a hero, and that person is a hero. The same way Awolowo was a hero to the southwest.
By his conclusion, Kwame Nkrumah wasn't a hero now. By his conclusion, because Kwame Nkrumah didn't die, he didn't die in the struggle. He was exiled.
Nobody said death is the criteria.
Look why you wrote a book that made.
That's what Kote is saying.
Kulata. That book that Lee Kuan Yew that Lee Kuan Yew wrote was one of the books that ever made me to cry. You know what made me to cry about it? What made me to cry was when that guy said in that book that he came to Nigeria to come and seek investment. That confirmed everything about what Awolowo did in terms of economic emancipation.
They're friends and they were classmates.
So,
FYI.
Yeah, he came to Nigeria to come and seek investment, and that tells me that means Nigeria was great. Confirming the history that we had, that Nigeria and what we have seen on ground, that Nigeria was great. Assuming we're able now to take that greatness to another level. Assuming we were able to fast forward that, then Nigeria would have been where it was.
I think they met or something in England. I read something like that. I'll look for it. But they knew each other.
But going fast forward, Nigeria did not build on what we had that time. And it was the real military and so many other things, the real dudes, and we are nowhere to be found. When we place our economies side by side with Singapore now, I mean, we all know where we are right now. I read that book 13 years ago. I think that should be in 2010 or so, 2010 or 2011 that I read that book. I was like, my God. So look at how that played out. So that shows us that Nigeria was in a better place at that time. That somebody can come to us and say, come and invest. And you can see it's right now happening little by little. Other countries are coming to Nigeria to come and ask us, come and invest.
It's because of people like you that you normally manipulate history, people like you, Simba and Kulata. That is why the country is stagnating. You see black, you call it white. That is why we are stagnating. You don't say what's supposed to be the
why did I see? Why did you say that?
Dorothy, don't answer me. Come on, become in Canada.
It is true now. What I said from third word to first word, from third word to first word by Lee Kuan Yew. It's right inside the book there now. From third word to first word.
Sorry, correction. They were not classmates, so they weren't classmates. Let me correct myself. They weren't classmates, but they knew of each other.
The first time Kulata has ever spoken the truth.
I'm not even saying that they are classmates. I'm not saying they are classmates. I just said I saw Nigeria's name. Because he detailed how the countries that helped him when they started, from nothing. When they were kicked out of Malaysia, just a kind of body to us, this place. A country that was colonized by almost four different hours. 3 countries like that. From China to the UK, and also the British Empire, the British then, and the Japanese, and later the Malaysians kicked them out. And they were able to make something out of their country, just 5 million people. Almost 50%, 40% or so foreigners. And they're able to do a lot of things. It's a very, commendable thing. That means if Nigeria had, look at it now. South Africa is saying that Nigeria should come and invest in South Africa. I heard Dangote is already investing there. Some Nigerians already started. They bought a bank. They even bought a bank in that country, in South Africa as well. And that's what we are doing in other countries, which means that Nigeria should be running a $2-3 trillion economy by now. If not for the nonsense that we allowed ourselves to be played up and down. That's why I would never like military. When somebody is talking about Burkina Faso is doing this, I said, are you people not? That's what we are even what's it called? Playing around on social media. Are you people stupid or something? Detergent.
Let's come to that sub-Saharan Africa. You see, one thing is this: in as much as we do not approve a military role, France dominating those people, stealing their resources in the name of collaboration too. It's not good. So whether military or France, they are
Yes,
just
yes, I
giving.
agree with you. I agree with
Yeah.
you. I agree with you on that. I'm
So
against France on that too as well. Because they have nonsense. They have not added anything good to those countries. But people now eulogizing them, using Nigeria as a what? As a yardstick that Nigeria should be in that same position of having military president is what I have bought. And I'm unequivocal about that. Nothing.
no,
And they are not using some propaganda.
Because ẹgbẹ́ pàtó ẹ̀dẹ̀dẹ̀ kẹ̀kẹ́ ní sọ pé Abiola was a
Kí ni mo
coward.
ṣe?
Ekene said
Ó ní pé
Abiola was a coward. Ekene said Abiola
who
was a
said
coward.
so? Ta ló sọ
Ekene
bẹ́ẹ̀?
ẹgbọ́n Ekene ló sọ ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀gbọ́n dáadáa. I know you heard it because you
No,
made
mi ò
a
gbọ́ yẹn,
statement
mi ò
after
gbọ́ yẹn.
that and you interjected him and you didn't even address it.
Mi ò
Ẹ̀yin
gbọ́
wọ́n wálé
yẹn.
nìyí ẹ̀gbọ́n pàtó ẹ̀yin ni
Mi
ẹ̀yin
ò gbọ́
ẹgbẹ́
yẹn
ló wálé
dáadáa.
nìyí.
No, he said it.
Abiola
He
call
said
Abiola
it.
coward.
Ó yẹ kó fọ etí ẹ̀kẹ́ náà ni. Ó yẹ kó fọ etí ẹ̀kẹ́
Kí
náà
ló
ni.
dé tó máa
Èèyàn
fọ
tó sọ
etí?
pé kó má sọ fún anybody pé òun ni president tó sọ pé òun ni president pé òun ní election ó ní coward ni. Ṣé coward ni nìyí? Wọ́n sọ fún ẹ pé má lọ present ààrẹ as president.
He said it. He said it because he doesn't know history. He's only talking based on what he knows.
No, it was malicious. Don't
Timber,
say
I
he knows
honestly
it. It
think
was a
Kene
malicious.
doesn't know history.
It was a malicious statement. The man of
It's a
doesn't know
malicious
history.
statement and just attack. That's all it
no,
is.
no. Let me tell you something. Sometimes people they talk about what they understand and what they know. Ekene were here yesterday when we were talking of the implication of America on global economy. He was just saying he was even praying for some of us to be deported back to Nigeria to come and.
Ọmọdé bẹ̀rẹ̀ kẹ̀rẹ́ náà fún ṣé ìwọ yẹn máa ti gbé pọ́tì at least now.
So the thing is this.
You know, Aro, you know what really annoys me, right? The guy has freedom to come and say something like that here. Like, just call coward, that kind of stuff. And then after that's freedom, that's a platform. I know none of us can even go to any of those other Nigerian platforms where it's Southeasterners or South and say something like that about
One man
someone.
has a bumper
You
tone.
understand?
Ṣé màá ṣe one man has a bumper tone? Ṣé màá ṣe
Exactly. But then,
No.
Let me between law. They get that kind of freedom here. But then this Gassimo, after I can say all that, I have freedom to do it. Gassimo now spoke after that. He's now saying this is a tribalistic platform. This is a. I mean, I'm like, what the heck
No,
is this?
he even said that Abiola will have worse than Abacha now. The Abiola government will have been worse than Abacha.
Gassimo and Luca, Mike Clara.
If I may come in here, Mike, Mona, still let me put something there. Wait, we mean Midwest, George. Wait. The thing is this. I understand what you are saying, but the fact remains that one thing that this forum has never failed is this: when you try to misrepresent facts, people will still go after you no matter what. So this channel, this place will expose you when you are coming. If you notice something about those people that you say you are tribalistic, even along the line when they are accusing you, they expose themselves more. They are more tribalistic than you because you that you are saying you are not tribalistic. Everything you are saying, your even basis argument.
Can I ask a question? Kulata.
Right.
Is Kulata still there?
I did.
Do you remember the first day Kene came to the platform? If you can remember. Can you remember the quality of his discussion now and the quality of his discussion?
It's 180 degrees.
I'm telling you, this platform educates people. He's now very courageous. He communicates
Exactly.
well. Boy. That time he was struggling, but now he's very, very articulate. I'm really impressed. I'm telling you.
He has acquired a degree here now.
So he's learned a lot.
Exactly. To buttress your point, Patoski, I can tell you for a fact that this platform has also helped even not only every one of us to actually we learn from even those guys that we say they did not like this person. We learn from this person and it helps us to actually present the facts the right way. Where we talk to people. I talk to a lot of Southeasterners right now and I'm able to convince them.
Guys, let me tell you a lie. There are some guys coming to listen to this forum to do their program assignment. You heard it. Why are you asking me a question?
To do their program.
Take it that way. that they come online to use this forum as their
Oh,
side.
you want to go back over there? Oh, you want to go back to other things?
You understand?
You want
No,
to go back to me? I remember the budget.
it's not. No, it's not. It's not. There is not lying. So, and it's true. I agree with him. In a forum like this, you help some student of, you help some student because what to speak, you help them. You give them some kind of guideline. I think I mentioned that thing here like about 3 years ago because, and not only that, you even see something that when you are watching the national TV sometimes, you will see some kind of argument some of those presenters will be presenting. How you will remember that, oh, Lagbaja presented something like this before, and all of a sudden this thing is coming on Arise or somewhere else. You understand? That's the benefit of this environment because it's a divergence of opinion. You try to resolve the issue. So to me, let everybody speak, and people will expose people ignorance because you will learn by force by fire. So it's good to be honest, and I want to even speak up, even no matter how stupid your statement is, speak up, and at the end of the day, you will go back a better person. That's the way I see it. Dr. Simba, the me of sorrow. Let's go.
I think Midwest wanted to say something.
But
I want to say something. I had to read something 3 days ago. Okay.
Mona, let me say something. I've been Dr.
Don't talk about Ministry of Finance. Don't talk about Ministry of Finance or Bureau of Statistics.
I don't know. I don't tire for that one. This one, the topic we have today is quite different. You see, we want to talk about
finance, man.
we want to talk about
there's no data, there's no documentation.
No, this one is different. We want to talk about national heroes. Okay, for example, now, if somebody said Awolowo is an hero, I will tell you, within Yoruba people, there are still going to be some people that will call him a coward. In the eastern region, huge population, they are going to reject that heroism that you're going to give to Awolowo. In the north, the same thing, but nobody will say it's tribalism. This is my problem. And if you mention Ahmadu Bello today, Tafawa Balewa, the northerners, they see those guys as their hero. And I also know within northern part of Nigeria, you're going to see people that are going to say, no. And coming to south, there are those. And if you take it to southeast, huge population, they are going to reject those guys as an hero. Even the Awolowo. Let us be honest. And nobody will translate it to tribalism. Okay, but once Igbo people raise up something and people object it, the next thing you're going to see is anti-Igbo. I think the federal government should address this issue. Because the more they turn black eyes to it, the more it becomes so dangerous for that country. Someone rise up and ask a question. Who exactly is marginalizing who? Because the thing is so loud. We need to be honest here. This is just my concern. Like this Nwosu definitely is going to be an hero to some people. He tried to some certain level. But looking at it somewhere, I don't know why he stopped just to give an announcement. And whether to run away from, you can't you go to Ghana and go and announce it. There are media there. So the guy is not an hero to some people because he didn't do that. He conducted the election.
So let me support you. What you just said now, even when they were discussing this thing in the house yesterday, one of the senators mentioned that is it because it's an Igbo man, that's why they're against it. He mentioned it.
You know why I said that word that the national federal government should address it is now from bottom to the top. You don't expect that from senators, but you see the way they feel traumatized. They feel they are the only people that are not enjoying Nigeria. We sit down as a gentle people and address this particular issue and say, okay, what exactly is wrong here? And we're not trading on hatred. People cannot say truth again. And they feel they are entitled whenever they speak or whenever they presented anything
And that is the fact everybody must agree. Once you don't agree, you hate Igbo. That's why you did not agree. Man, I don't know how they're going to treat that. Except they have to agree.
Let me add a little bit. Let me add a little bit to this. I'm the last person that should be getting involved in this because of my own familial ties and all. But what I've noticed from the Southeast is if for example, if I abuse Peter Obi, in my own mind, I'm abusing individual Peter Obi. But you look around in the comment section, people are saying he's a Igbo hater. If an Igbo person or Hausa person is abusing Tinubu, I don't give a rat's ass. I don't look at you like you're a Yoruba hater. I look at you that you're a Tinubu hater. You hate Tinubu. But in their own context, if you talk bad about one Igbo person, they just assume it on behalf of the entire group. And I think that is dangerous because that means you cannot talk about individuals anymore if they come from the Southeast because they'll just automatically call you an Igbo hater.
Their platform, as we are speaking here, you go and talk down on any of their person. Like even this topic, the kind of insult they're going to give to you, particularly if they discover you are from Yoruba, or maybe you are from Edo or the northern part, you won't believe your eyes.
It's a bad precedent. Like they don't want you to talk about the individuals.
And they have sold it to the children. They have sold it to the children. That's the problem I have now.
See this problem.
They have sold it to the children.
Yeah.
I think the South is always the action of any of their members is the action of their entire ethnic group, and that thing always hurt them. And that's why they always end up carrying the problem of one of their member on their head. Even those guys, if you notice, those guys that committed atrocity in the 60s, they would defend those guys. They would, even if you expose, they would they see it as a. In fact, they're the one that made that coup.
Mike, it's a bad thing. You remember that Mesoma Jump girl that cheated, right? Immediately, look at it now. Like you didn't even bother to find out the fact.
The likes of you, rational mind, and co.
But there are some extreme cases. Look at that girl, that Jam girl. They were already blaming Jam. They were already blaming government.
They already said that Jam is because she's a Igbo girl. She's so brilliant. They want to undermine her. They want to. Everything about them is an assault on the ethnicity.
Or the girl came to come and say yes, he did it.
Any topic that involves Southeast, and if we discuss it, if you don't accept their narration, you are Igbo, and that is just it. The painful aspect of it now is that from bottom to the Senate to their leaders are now reasoning the same direction. I don't know how we're going to avoid very big crisis from this very issue if it is not recognized and treated once and for all. I feel in this country, the Igbos are the most favored people if you want to analyze it. First of all, when you look at that place...
Is that the reason why they say they walk out?
Everything is getting out of hand. That is the worker. That's what it means. It's getting out of hand because psychologically they have allowed this marginalization of Igbo narration to cloud their emotion. So therefore, for them to really sit in a place where you don't agree to their own submission and be comfortable is becoming very difficult for them. Just as they raise that motion, everybody will say, yeah, that's all. No opposition.
They do that emotional blackmail. And so many Yorubas and South, they fall for that stuff.
In a platform, I said, look.
I don't fall for it. I don't fall for it too.
I don't fall for it too. Fall for that thing quick. I'm just wonder sometimes.
Me, I don't fall for it too. I have disciples here.
They go say they are marginalized. And some Yorubas be there fighting for them too.
People who oppose that whatever motion he raised, none of them spoke because of tribalism. They were on a point where they did not agree. Only for these people to rise up
and label it as an anti-Igbo. That is, it's so broken.
Here's another thing. Like, if it's kind of like forcing groupthink. If you yab Peter Obi like this, you're anti-Igbo. If I yab Okorocha, nobody will bat an eye. Nobody will care. Or if I yab Soludo. But if you yab the people that all of them like, then you're against all of them. We can't continue like that.
If you look at those, you will yab that will trigger all of them. These are the people sometimes who reason like me and you in their midst, who don't take their submission just because they have said it as an Igbo. Sometimes they oppose what an Igbo person want to do. They label these people as not Igbo. So if you saw them, it's none of their business. If you look at Peter Obi has failed woefully to address IPOB issue. Even the fact in the Southeast, he has not been able to talk about the economic disadvantage that the things they are doing there has placed that particular part of Nigeria. You understand? So they don't want to talk about anything about it. All they want to talk is that to present himself that Igbo has been marginalized. So therefore, he's an hero for them. That's it. Like Ojukwu, they call Ojukwu hero in the Southeast. But other Nigerians will say he's not an hero. And nobody will say because they're even presenting Ojukwu because on the basis of tribe. That is why they call him hero. But I don't know. But if we continue like this, for me, I'm really worried. And whereby any people are not satisfied, we can't discuss issue. They just want us to nail every issue just the way they presented it. That's all. You clap for them. You are happy with them. You can't have different view, an opposition view. So I hope the government should see some time.
Me, I can do that.
I want you to look at this. If Peter
That's
Obi
the reason why the government was.
If Peter Obi had won the election in 2023, so many things would have been destroyed in this country. All the institutions would have been destroyed because they'll be forcing things that are unacceptable down the throat of all of us. On Nwosu, the INEC headquarters would have been renamed on Nwosu headquarters. Imagine the kind of things that would have happened that would have incensed other Nigerians. Nigeria, there's so many different tribes in Nigeria now. In Calabar today, they still celebrate the day that Nigeria Army came to liberate them from the Biafran Army.
My brother,
there's this channel I came across of the Calabar people. I didn't know that the Calabar people were so very close. There's bitter hatred to today by the Calabar against the Igbo.
See, the truth of the matter is this. Ojukwu fled away. Nigeria brought him back. They paid him. They gave him state burial. What happened to Effiong? Let's answer that question now. Is he not in Nigeria? The man who handed over the Southeast to federal government, they never paid him. He never witnessed national honor. Why can't they raise that in the Senate? They only see
one about the Nigerian, the one that fought. Benjamin Adekunle, those guys. I actually suffer PTSD.
That one is just Nigerian. If the federal government should pay Ojukwu, what make them not to pay Effiong?
The way Nigerians work now, if you know, go do your background, they go get with you.
Nigeria,
they don't give anything based on whether you deserve it. They give you based on how you go fight.
Yeah, what Nigeria does that they have been powering the Igbos for years, and that is why we have this problem.
Because they are very good emotional blackmailing now, and people that fought for it more are the Yorubas and South. Because Northerners don't really fall for that thing. They don't fall for that. They don't fall for that emotional.
People they fall, they just collect their money. If you go to platform, they don't say if you talk.
So what I found out is that if the South, there's people in the South that are virulently, like when it comes to bitter hatred. In fact, I was actually concerned for the statement that some of the South were making. Like when it comes to bitter hatred of the Igbo people, the South and them will be number one.
I don't really think so.
I'm not joking, no. I'm not joking. If somebody statement you are making, even I thought was a bit extreme.
Mike, you not believe. Mike, look, why you not believe? Make I tell you. You know, the Southern people, the South, they just want to overlook because when people are fooling themselves, it gets to a point. If you keep quiet, the person will become more foolish. Now, You want to tell me you not see video? Now that they, you said what? I'm hearing you.
No, somebody is on mute. Is children.
Okay. You see in the south, only Igbo. Now they tell Benin say they don't know their history. Now here be Igbo land. Now for Edo State, for Delta, now they drag land. Now Port Harcourt, now they drag people. Equating, now you think the people are happy just because they just keep quiet? It's not like they are not happy. I'm telling you, the neighbors among them, because of this marginalization and ill talk about their surrounding, people and their leaders are not happy. I have to tell you the truth. So, for me, I don't want it to be to get to a point where we become like people are now violent over it. It is better we see this issue as admitting that this issue is there, so that they can at least adjust it a little bit, because this marginalization is becoming too loud. And tell us why you feel marginalized. But I know why they feel marginalized. There's nothing Nigeria is going to do for these people that is going to satisfy them, because this Wazobia you have been hearing, it was within their leaders. They initiated it and start putting people in. And at the end, they have not been able to go to that federal seat since that they lost it at the early stage of this country. And that is why they are so hungry. I just have to tell the truth. And that is the marginalization they have been pointing to. No one, they are free to go everywhere in Nigeria. They come to people's land, you leave them, you let them live, nobody disturb them. What freedom else do you want? The population of Igbo living in the southeast is not up to 5% of the Igbos or 10. The rest are outside across Nigeria. People welcome you, they allow you to do your trade, even the trade, whatever. I don't want to go there, because of the structure of the business we are doing. And at the end of it all, we marry, people eat together, but you will jump on the people, you start insulting them, you don't talk good about them, nothing they do for you that makes sense, you don't see them as human. Any little agreement, they hate you. How do they hate you? If someone hates you, can you go and stay in their land? The answer is no, you can't. They will not allow you to come and live with them. They love you, that's why you are with them. Behave where they will accept you. At a point in Lagos, I think one governor, they went and start picking them, put them in position. That is how people grow together gradually. But before you know it, they want to tell the people that we own it, we must be in charge of it.
That
and now everything is messed up.
Is this same Bola Tinubu that they made their enemies? Bola Tinubu that brought a lot of them into government in Lagos State.
He brought a lot of them. Like even
you see
exactly.
You see when Tinubu was there, Tinubu never turned blind eyes. Everybody there in Lagos, he picked people from different tribes. He doesn't care.
Kogi,
but when they want to come,
Middle Belt, I mean,
even when picking people in Lagos vote heavily, they don't care whether they are Yoruba or not.
If like say Tinubu don't change, Tinubu is no longer appointing Southeasterners. Look at his government.
He appointed council. He appointed correctional service, prisons. He gave prisons.
It's just
Yoruba Tinubu they see now. Yoruba
Tinubu they pick anyhow. It's not looking at South.
Program where he can get. I pray make.
Well, yes, he's overdoing it. I think he's overdoing it by one thing with two. He's now overdoing that one too, to some extent. And I've complained about it sometimes ago. I complained about it last week.
He's overdoing it, but I think the guy does.
Exactly. I think that's the
guy doesn't trust anybody at this point.
He has seen it.
Doesn't know. He wants to make sure he picks someone he trusts. He has a plan of what he wants to achieve, and he wants to make sure whoever is putting there, somebody he knows very well. So I think that's what I see. But the one frustrates me is Lagos is a city where every tribe lives. Everybody from all over. I mean, anyone that grew up in Lagos, you know every tribe. You can name at least 20 tribes. You grow up with people from at least 20 different tribes. But why is it that it's only then I would say they are being marginalized in Lagos? If you go to Ajegunle, the most populated tribe there is like the Ijo and the
Delta where they work for the
Ijo. But they never come out. That issue girls will never say we are being marginalized in Lagos, or Ijo is being marginalized in Lagos, or Ishekiri. Now only they will tell you, they don't demolish our market too.
I don't know if it's due to the war or if this was before the war. But it's kind of like, I don't know if it's a
war. Let me tell you.
No, I think it's before the war, because the contestations have been there before the war.
It's the war.
The likes of Zeke, have been before the war now.
Yeah, it's not the
war. I express it like a direct. It was the war.
It's not the war. It's not the war. The thing is this: when they were colonizing us, they
It's
were on
part of
top.
it.
The British brought them very close to all administration, while the rest people were still far away. And after they independent, they feel they want to rule the country. And when they lost it all, it's like they lost their balance.
Even the war,
So
that's cool.
even
That was because of the fact that they thought that they were entitled to rule the country. The only people that really have the belief that they were brought to rule in Nigeria is really them. I'm sorry to say it.
1953,
They have
there
this
was
over
already
ambitious
look.
The
mentality.
Fulanis too.
This sense of entitlement.
Do you know that 1953, I mean 1957, there was a heavy riot in the north that resulted to many parts of Nigeria at that time, a majority Igbo. Even before independence, the crisis was already there, so
Yes,
obvious.
yes, yes.
And that's why the journalists came and be asking Amadu Fellow, and will you allow these people in your region? Because North was almost like a country. The man said, no, this kind of people, I don't want them. It was so specific. You know, that means there was a serious issue. And at the end, they did not, even they tried to address it. People like, all these are wall of war, let us add the clause. If somebody want to go, they oppose it. Even their wall of war, before, they kick him from federal level. After independence, he has no federal value position to handle for the country.
Exactly.
But if you talk about it like this now, you hate Igbo. I don't know how we're going to solve it. History is not there. Their sister is the one who removed history.
No, I can't stand having an independent opinion about an individual like Peter Obi, and then automatically I hate Igbo. When my life is surrounded by Igbo, I grew up with them.
Okay, this is the challenge we also have.
I can't stand, I have an opinion about an individual, and then you call me a hater. Are you stupid?
Okay.
Like,
so it's a serious issue.
They even talk about Peter Obi has been better than Tinubu. Now we look at the democratic credentials or what they have done for democracy. When you list that of Peter Obi in terms of democracy, how he has stepped in democracy, he is nowhere to be found now. He's nowhere to be found. But this guy, and they are, at the point they almost succeeded in painting everybody black in the country that they hate them.
There's an echo.
And it's a lie. Okay.
When the likes of Tinubu was run the health Peter Obi was talking about house money.
No, I think this is echoing.
It's Midwest.
Midwest.
Yeah. So screen open.
Is the echo gone? No, it's still there.
Ola, we have to mute him.
Ola is gone.
Mute Midwest.
Midwest, Rabi.
Yeah. Okay. I think I've done that.
Testing.
I think it's not better.
Okay. It's gone. Yeah.
So like I was saying, everybody that believe. There was a time somebody was telling me, the person was telling me that, oh, people do not want to go to become the president. That evil Tinubu. I went to him, what do you know about the history of the country? Go and read your history very well, and you will understand that it's a different ball game for what we are told. So, do you know right now in the world right now, do you know that they are profiling us? They have started profiling Nigerians now. When you tell everybody, it happened to me just last week. When you tell them you are in Nigeria, they know that you are in Nigeria. They'll ask you, are you Yoruba? Are you Igbo? Are you Hausa? They will start asking you that.
Where?
So imagine. I mean, right now, I said in the world right now, anywhere you meet people that are not Nigerians, they want to profile us. It happened to me last week, and has been happening to me several times.
What you said happened to me 14 years ago in China. I went to a store. I think I've said it here before. I went to a store where they sell movie. I saw Nigeria. I just wanted to buy a disc to play in my hotel. So while I was talking, the Chinese guy said, "You are from Nigeria?" I said, "Yes." He said, "But you are not Igbo." I said, "Yes." He said, you understand? I said, "Why?" He said, "Igbo, that their stress is too much. They want to control you." As we were talking like this, about 4 Igbo was just enter the store. As they enter, they say, "Hey, come here." How much? The Chinese man now tap me, say, "Should be, I don't see what they do." Even then, that's
The same
2010.
thing the person told you.
2010.
The same thing the person told you.
I think they need to.
The person said it.
They have their own unique.
And you know what? We saw somebody on the road. The taxi that I picked. Okay, I said the guy should take me somewhere, and he said he saw someone. He said, "Ah, that person looks like it looks like is not a citizen of yours. I think it should be a what, and he looks like an Igbo person." Then I waved it as if I did not hear. And then later asked him, "Why did you say it's like an Igbo person?"
Sorry,
And I
Gaji.
said,
I don't. I mean, I don't like say I don't endorse bashing Igbo or anything, but this is what I don't
I don't
like.
endorse it. Actually.
I don't like.
I don't like it too. I normally try to quash
I don't
it.
like people trying to stifle my speech. Basically, I want to talk about a person. The person just happens to come from this particular place in the country, and then all of a sudden, you guys now want to take you want to take collective offense. Or I look at Peter Obi, for example. I can see what you've been writing about him when he was governor. If you go on Twitter, I swear to God, you will never find anything positive anybody wrote about that guy from Anambra. Then I'm supposed to now suspend my own individualism, my own brain, and now all of a sudden jump the bandwagon and join your bandwagon and say, this is the hero, this is the Messiah. When I can read what you guys were writing about him when he was governor, they were calling him useless, calling him this. Then I'm supposed to just forget about that, or I forgot to forget everything I read and just do solidarity. I don't, as a human being, I don't function like that. If I don't have the ability to think for myself and make judgment for myself, why am I alive? Why should I do groupthink? I hate groupthink. I like to think for myself, come to my own conclusions, and be able to defend whatever I'm saying. But you just now say, you're a bigot because you have a mind. How can we live in a society where you have a mind and then that automatically makes you like it's insane? I'm supposed to hate everybody you hate. I'm supposed to like everybody you like. How? How? I can't stand that.
You know what?
That is what I noticed.
My younger sister serves in Anambra. When the issue of who do we prefer to lead the country, I mean, who will be your choice to vote and stuff like that. I said, when we were talking, I said, okay. I normally like to be, that's one thing about the Yoruba. We like to do some research. We don't just follow bad. That's why we are the only one in that country that normally have opposing ideologies. We are the one that normally tolerate other, your brother can be Muslim, and can be a Christian, the other one can be an Ifa worshipper. We are not, don't give it down. I phoned Nigeria, I called my sister. Said, you served in Anambra in 2019. Yeah, Peter Obi left, I think 2017, you can always correct me. Is it 2017 or 2018? He left. I don't know. I called him, I called, I said, what is it that you can say that makes you to feel like, I mean, can really qualify this guy to actually lead the country, as in based on the places we have been to, and you serving in Anambra, Indonesia, to be precise. And she told me there's nothing spectacular about the place now. That what did he read? That even the coppers, they were the coppers, that they were the ones that were being used for teachers. That Anambra actually till date did not really have teachers at all. That they worship what's it called? They worship coppers. Coppers are very, very instrumental to the education sector of Anambra State. That without them, nothing will work. Then I said, and this is the same guy who were what? I remember when they posted that it's that to a very far place, which is normal for any state. She was saying, what she saw on that on the road, she cannot come there. We won't be able to even call her. So I said, probably, I think it's not good for her to be there. I think he was able to get herself that What am I trying to say is, at least I base my judgment on some facts and some people that have been there. We have exhausted that on this platform. So, and that doesn't mean that all Igbos are bad. I've seen good Igbos. I mean, that have added value to my work
No, it's
that I
just
know.
all the social
All of them.
media people. The
So
people you know in real life are
this
nowhere
social
near.
nonsense,
They're not like this at
they are very
all.
good
At
guys. They
all.
are good. And I defended them. Last week I defended them. I told the guy that, come, I asked him the Yorubas that he said, when I compare the Yorubas that I've dealt with, the Hausas that I've dealt with, I will prefer them. But I told him that fine, it might be their own Adamic nature, but one way or the other, there are still so many of them that are good. And when it comes to business and some other things, some other areas that I salute them, but
No,
I
on
wouldn't
an
also want it.
individual,
I did that as a
let's
patriot.
not on an individual basis. People are good, people are bad on an individual basis. But is this
Of
collective
course.
of you must hate everybody I hate, you must like everybody I like. You can't force me to
Mhm.
think. You cannot force me to think like you. That is what I push back against. Whatever you do individually, I don't give a shit. But it's just this, oh, if you don't like this particular politician, that means you hate us. If you don't like, if you don't support this by default. So why did God give you a mind? Why did God give you
Mhm.
like agency to be able to determine what's right and from what's wrong? Why can't you take individuals, take things piecemeal? Why must you just follow the bandwagon? It's like trying to bully everybody to follow the bandwagon. I will always push back against that. You can't blackmail.
Exactly.
It's like blackmail. I can't stand it.
When I was serving there, I've been to the first bank regional headquarters in the whole of South East and South South. The regional headquarters of South is in Enugu State. Very massive building like that at Holy Ghost, very close to Holy Ghost area. You know, I entered the place and all I was hearing was Igbo, everybody was just blasting Igbo. I was not part of. That's one thing about us. We normally we don't get perturbed by all this some of those things. So somebody was not saying that what was not complaining about is that beside me, he doesn't know who I am actually, but he knew I was putting on my YC stuff. How can people be talking? I mean, they understand that this is a country and this is a what financial institution, one of the best, biggest financial institutions in the country. At least if you give everybody out of that probably they don't understand your language, but at least you can still flow with them within the business. I mean, this is an official language or something. I just reach that way actually. But if it's another person, if one Yoruba man speaks, maybe they even suspect you like, but all those things, and they are even what really pains me is that they are putting it into the mind of the younger ones, the small ones that are coming up too. And I don't know, that thing is very very hot. It's very very it's going to give us a big problem if we make the children to actually now think that. I've never sat down my children to tell them that you should hate somebody, you should hate if you hate somebody because of those. But I see people do it in that part of the world, in that part of the country. Don't ever marry Yoruba. But in my family, even in my family, we have people that are married from that area. Yeah, we have. So I like to make you know that it's not that nothing to do with. I mean, the Yorubas are just like we are free persons. I mean, we labor, but most of the time we are taken for granted sometimes.
I think what
So.
example is this. We need to understand that, okay? They have a tendency, I think, okay, to want to dominate. And it's the fact that they have been rebuffed. That
Yeah,
is
of course.
why all of this stuff is just manipulation. You get. I think
Yes, yes, yes.
if
You're
you
right.
look at, you need to look at. I am nothing against any person that's Igbo, okay, on a personal level. But when I look at the historical records and I even look at the incidents of the coup, the 1996 coup, which tends to IBB, we've had to release it recently. What really actually even like motivated the coup was actually a sense of like they have the right to rule, kind of a born to rule mentality. Really. Because if you look at Ben Goodway came to Okupa and he made it very public. Even his tendencies, money, the way he was speaking, it was obvious. The one idea, what motivated the coup was the fact that they had control of the army, the officer corps of the army. They had control of the civil service. But the one thing they did not have control of, they had control of the civil service, leading the Nigerian Port Authority, as UK had put all these people everywhere, to the disdain of Ahmadu Bello, but Ahmadu Bello couldn't do anything about it. But the one thing they didn't have was that executive power. And they really decided to seize executive power. Nothing else motivated the coup beyond that. There's no way people that, I mean, there's nothing that they were going to bring Awolowo. That's a fantastic lie. They were going to release Awolowo. The first thing they should have done is, in fact, as soon as they're executing the coup, they'll be releasing Awolowo and Calabar, because for them to be able to pull the coup through, if truly they wanted to release Awolowo, they wanted the coup to be successful, and really their motivation was to release Awolowo, they would have released Awolowo as soon. And in fact, it would be a situation where the announcement of the coup will be done with Awolowo being seated beside the person announcing the coup. If that was truly the motivation, that would have actually been the process through they would implement the coup.
If I may come here, the coup, a lot, the people who formed those coups, people were having different motives. Some were already having that built tribal hatred. Some people have made up their mind that this man, I will surely eliminate him. And why some were looking into the picture of the country, perhaps some tiny corruptions or things, differences among them, and say, let us do it this way, we will fix it. And actually, they never really planned to say, we will buy this, we will buy that. Everybody were just having their own in their mind, but they have agreed to end that government as a people. So, and that is why the coup failed. Those who were in the north, they already have it in mind. Because remember, Ahmadu Bello spoke from the north against them. They built that something for years. That was a movement for them to execute, and they could not spare anybody. Now in the West, I think what is his name? That I think the military head that was there. I think Akintola was there that time. I don't know. Is it not Akintola that was ruling West that time?
Actually was
Akintola was there.
Yeah, Akintola,
yeah.
Yeah. So all those guys, they went after all of them, and so if you look at it, many of them were tribally motivated. At the same time, they were also mission motivated. Why are some of them among them, they just want a change for the country? So conflicting issue. But if you want to take it away as it's not an Igbo coup, it's very difficult because many politicians among the Igbo ally, they were aware that the coup was coming. Even the Agui Ronsi heard of it. So they didn't do anything. They allowed it to happen. And here we are today. And if Ahmadu Bello should speak the manner at which he spoke that time to those journalists, and at the end you eliminated such a man, you expect his people not to have pain over that. That's what I don't understand.
Not only did they eliminate it, they now went to the newspaper and they started come on.
Yeah, if they interview those guys, like
someone made a statement that he was killed like a chicken. He dumped his body on the side of the road, on Lagos Ibadan Road.
Who was so confident to describe how he killed a whole premier. Just I shot him. This. He was trying to hide among his women. It's like the
not only was he a premier, he was a grandson.
Yeah.
Of one of the most prominent people in the north.
Religious leader.
He was a religious leader. A religious leader and a traditional leader. Ahmadu Bello's intention in life was to become the Sultan of Sokoto. He wanted nothing else in his life.
My dear, to be frankly speaking, I think all this we want to build. It's not going to work. Why not just admit this issue and look? because the time is coming. I think one day we will elect somebody who will say, okay, you want to go, you people must go. I'm just telling you, everybody will be so surprised. You people must go. Go, go, go. That's all. Because we can't continue like this. If you go to social media, if anything affects an Igbo person, you disagree with them. Before these people will turn you up, even when you have Igbo friends, family, and start talking to all of them, you will not even know. Because you try to correct them and say, no, it's not like this. So that we should not talk. Whatever they present before us should be the final judgment. So there's no need for you to oppose or maybe have a different opinion over it. Just accept it, and that's all. You know. So I think that coup did not just happen because of they want to fix Nigeria, but a few among them, like those Yoruba guys, they were convinced. I don't even know whether those guys are Yoruba. I don't know.
This is my theory. This is my theory about the coup.
Yeah.
I think some group of soldiers, mostly Igbo, of course, obviously, Yorubas, and maybe, I don't know if there's a sprinkle of Northerners, planned a coup. But I think within that coup, there was a subplot that the general people did not know about. That subplot looks like some of those Igbo, Igbo, whatever we call it, Midwest Igbo, whatever.
Yeah.
They add other motives.
Sub-motive.
The subplot. So while they went to execute the coup, you can see that the people doing the execution, the direct execution, you could see the pattern. And it was Nzeogu and all those other guys going to kill everybody else, apart from the premier of the East. And of course, this guy conveniently went on vacation, went on a cruise. So that you could also see that the non-Igbo soldiers did not participate in the killing of those leaders. You can see that pattern, and then you see that, like, I think so within that coup there was
a coup,
if I may call it a coup. Within that coup there was a coup. So the people that were part of the general coup were not aware of what was going on. That was where you saw some pushback, where I forget the name of that Yoruba soldier that was complaining that, I mean, none of you could look at all the killings. Look at all the killings. Just trace it. Look at who fired the gun. Who fired the gun?
Look at Ozogu admitted. He said, "My people in the south failed my hand. That if he were to be in the south, Agui would have been the first target." He said it at a point.
Now, after that happened, it became worse, because then what now happened after the coup happened, that this guy stepped in. The guy that I call Passat's cousin. What's his name again? Erosi. Erosi came in.
Yeah.
When Erosi came in, look, the way they handled those guys was, I mean, let's be honest, in a coup, you should execute those guys, really. So
they handled them as if nothing was wrong, because they see the
that did not happen.
Nobody.
Look at this angle. Look at this angle. Take this angle with you. Do you think it's possible that because we already know that some people, I think, what's the name of the Eastern Premier? It was one of the plotters was his cousin.
I think
one of the plotters was his cousin, and that one gave in, because that one then decided that he wanted to go and welcome the Dutch Prime Minister, of which they had a party. They had a party honoring someone the night before, which means that the Dutch Prime Minister was there. And they were at the party till very late at night. So would the Dutch Prime Minister not wake up because the coup was executed first thing in the morning, break of dawn?
Yeah.
So are you going to welcome the Dutch Prime Minister at the break of dawn?
Yeah, if Tuna and Aziz were from the same place, almost very close.
So that's why it's so hard not to call it an Igbo coup, because Ironsi made it worse. Ironsi now did a few mistakes. He surrounded himself again with Igbo people. The Decree 34, the controversial one, was chiefly written by Professor Nwabueze, the guy that just died like 2 years ago or 3 years ago. Yeah. So that happened. And then, the brash nature, people were celebrating and all whatnot. So that was why, even if they planned the coup originally with other ethnicity, but the execution and the after effect of that coup
There were
made
betrayals
it,
within the coup,
yeah,
which is a
it made it
tendency in all
very
coups, no?
one-sided.
There were betrayals within the coup, which is a tendency in all coups. Look at all the coups that have actually followed suit. Look at the Dia coup. There were betrayals within the Dia coup. The Dia coup of what year was that Dia coup? Was it 1994? There were more than three different factions within the coup with different
Within the coup,
individuals that had their own different intentions. And all the coups that
Do you?
followed it, there
Yeah.
could be 10
Do you
people, there could
even
be
know?
10 people planning a coup, and all 10 people have their own different intentions.
Yes, it's true.
Even within them.
It also depends on the circumstance on ground, because wherever they send you, what you meet there, you have to, whatever you met there, you have to handle it, and that is normally how it is planned.
If they have handled the post-coup, if they have handled it well, maybe the backlash, we won't have had that kind of the northern counter-coup.
I think they handle it well. The coup plotters handled it. I can't just judge all of them wrong. It was Agui.
No. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Rossi, in my opinion. I mean,
yeah, it is Agui
Rossi didn't
that
handle it well.
messed up the whole situation, because even the northern elders, they put their heads together, they approached him and said, "Look, how are you going to treat this?" They kick it aside like secondary, and why those people were loaded with pains, shock, and devastation. Nobody want to address. And these coup plotters, they still remain Nigerian army. I don't know what you want. How you going to use them within the army space? They were still receiving pay.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. Why didn't they court-martial them? Why didn't they?
Then they make
give them firing squad?
It's like
And it was court-martialing other people. Other people within that time was court-martialing other people.
Yeah,
exactly.
This Niger Delta guy that was court-martialed within less than 1 week.
Who is that? You talking about Zogu?
Yeah, you know, there's a guy from Niger Delta that he court-martialed now.
They took them to the eastern part, and
no, there's a guy from Niger Delta that declared.
What's his name? I know who you're talking about. The first, the first person that was secession.
Was a civilian now.
Sergeant Bolo. Sorry, they court-martialed him. Literally, they did his case.
Yeah, they quickly dealt with Boro.
You see the problem we have in the South. If you think the South people that they are not happy, they are not.
Describe the coup. It's like it's almost normal, you know. In a coup, a plot like that, not everyone is in the know. Not everyone. You know, some people different people have a role to play. The leadership role, the operational role, the execution role, and that's how it usually goes. Not everybody knows what is going on. So the way you describe it, Kulata, I think that's about right. I would believe. Why? Based on the outcome of the coup, right?
Yeah.
And that's why they don't want to, color the coup or label the coup as an evil coup. But we all can see from the outcome. Somebody said it before. I can't remember if Patoski last time we were talking about it. We saw what happened, and those that were killed, and those that by happenstance were out of the country, or it's not a joke. So yeah. But those people, they always think they're smarter than everybody else. I mean, I think I've asked that question before. Now, do you think you're smarter than the other groups or other tribes in that country? They feel so. I mean, they actually say it now. They're smarter. So yeah, I can I think that's how it went down. There was no doubt it was an evil coup. Even though there must have been some Yorubas or even some Hausa people may have been involved actually, but they were not in the know how what the true plan was at the end of the day.
I mean, a lot of people just thought they were fighting corruption, some noble cause, but within that, the main heads had other ideas. But I mean, the taste of the pudding is in the eating. We all can see the outcome. The outcome was very one-sided.
And I think we can see the outcome. We can see the outcome from a vantage position, looking at the full results. Think about it.
You see,
the people executing in Kaduna wouldn't know what the people executing in Ibadan are doing at the point in time. At that point in time,
another problem that we have, if you describe that incident with the Igbo people, for example, you bring him up Adakaboro issue that you just mentioned. They don't want to admit that their people have ever done anything wrong. And that is another big problem, because if you go into discussion with this matter and you want to point to some areas where you feel their people don't, the coup plotter don't supposed to behave like this, the leaders of the Southeast, those who were opportune to handle the affairs of the country, they don't supposed to take this kind of decision at that time. They are not going to agree with you. Okay, yeah, can somebody make a decree and announce the decree and say whatever they want to say? Adakaboro saw it because there was already a struggle. Just the way they create Midwest from the West, there was already an agreement to create core region, which consists of Calabar, Cross River, and the rest together in a gentleman dialogue. I don't know whether you understand. And these Igbo people don't want to hear that. They don't want it to happen. So for that reason, Adakaboro was bold enough, despite the decree, and said he declared this republic. He did not even declare it as a region. For Adakaboro's mindset, he was declaring that very particular before the hands of Igbo, not Nigeria. You get what I'm saying now?
They dealt with him very, very fast. Very fast.
Days. By all the old men, Ojukwu was in charge to do that. He was the leader. And they arrested him. They set up a military tribunal. They jailed him dead by hanging or whatever, not by firing squad, but it was death penalty. And they throw him into the prison. While the coup plotters that brought Agui, they were also receiving salary. These people were, I don't know how to really describe them. Because this
that's the thing is, we're making one mistake. We color it Igbo people, like all Igbo people. But the reason, I mean, I've been thinking about this, and I think maybe the reason everybody colors it that way is also the way that whenever you talk about one Igbo politician or one Igbo person, they take it as a group thing. So it's almost as at this point, I'm thinking it's almost fair enough, because if they see it like you talk about one Igbo politician, one solitary guy, you talk about the group. So why will you now blame people that, okay, look about the coup plotters and then call it a group thing? Because it's like vice versa. It's tit for tat in a way. Because to be fair, you should talk about the individuals that plan the coup. Yeah, they have the same ethnicity. But at the same time, if they too will take one individual and make it a whole tribe, a whole group, then it's almost like tit for tat.
My brother, why do you think they insult Yorubas like that? Is it not because of Awolowo?
I don't care if anybody insults Yoruba. I never take anything personal because I'm just an individual.
No,
you can
let me give an example. No, to be honest, there are a lot of them who cannot do that. We have to agree. But if you're in a discussion, they don't see Yoruba like people they can walk. The reason is so simple. Because of Awolowo. That's just the truth. They feel Awolowo is the one that betrayed them. But in the other way around, if you really want to analyze this, you will understand that Azikiwe was the one that betrayed Awolowo. So the narration.
Well, what you said was right. Somebody said it to my face. Somebody said it to my face. Somebody said that to me, to my face, as a youth copper in Enugu State.
He told Awolowo to meet him. Okay, Awolowo was on the way to go and meet Zikov, which Zikov was already on the way to go and meet Sadana.
They already plan what they want to do.
It's easy to make one person represent a group. It happens all the time. If an Igbo person discovers a cure to cancer, if an Igbo person discovers, for example, a cure to cancer, they would say an Igbo man discovered a cure to cancer.
Put us in the back now. Agapato. Go and show you now. Put us in the background now. Let me see. Yeah, put us in the back and then yeah.
If I end the streaming, right?
Yeah, end the live stream.
Go ahead, end it.
Okay.
End live stream.
End the stream. Okay.